the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. High light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is
and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the Seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscience are like two branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Mom, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time! Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrin. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marsh's first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
I'm definitely
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Oh, so scary! Huh? Let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite laying strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! Pitch blind, let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
Enjoy HOK and release your unhappiness.
The world can't be without spritelings.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin, the seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrian of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
있던 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa.
Each splash writes a legend. Each step takes them higher. And only the worthy remain.
그리고 모든 시선이 한 곳으로 향할 때
Dove il cammino dell'onore conduce i valloranti alla vittoria.
How's it going, everybody? And welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. I am Blem, and with me today is Sagi as we bring you the last day of the survival week where Group A is looking like it's everything to fight for, Sagi.
Definitely the case, and Group A is the spiciest, hardest place so far in the KME because we know, yeah, your Group S, you can just qualify even to the playoffs, even if you lose all your games, but Group A, that's a different story. If you even lose that one series, that can potentially really impact your qualifications to that playoff round.
Yeah, but speaking of impact, obviously there is going to be impact onto the Honor of Kings client, which is going to be on the 24th of this month, which is the new season, and obviously the new update where we're going to get Spritelings. We're also going to get obviously a new game mode that comes on the 27th as well, which is going to be unlimited Ultimate Awakening. So if you think Ultimates at the moment on some of these heroes are so impactful, so crazy, it's going to be even more intensified in that game mode. So if you want a bit of a break from the new season and you want some fun with your friends, that Ultimate Awakening is going to be where you want to go.
I saw the caster pre-show whereby the Hoi Ultimate is like a homing missile where you can control your analog and like you can just aim it towards anyone on the map. So that's pretty crazy. And also like what, Angela firing 3 lasers or 4 lasers on top of the enemy. So if you're tired of ranks, definitely something we can figure out and play with each other. But of course, today I do think that our focus remains on Group A. Although Group S is like Gen.G against the likes of Nongshim and also against the likes of Crazy Raccoons. But Group A, man, 4 teams into 1 qualifiers, that's gonna be tough.
It's going to be tough, but I mean, this is going to be the thing that motivates them the most, right? Not only is the KIT spot onto the board here for that team in Group A as well, but it's that prize pool. 10,000 for the top place, 8.5 for second, 7th for third, 7,000 for third, sorry, 6.5 for fourth place, and then 5th to 7th place is going to be that 6,000 USD. So teams after today are going to be starting to lock in some of those prize pools.
And talking about prize pool, this is our group stage survival week ranking. So far, Nongshim, after that shaky performance of a ranking week, they came over to the survival week. So far, indestructible, only losing a few games in their series, right? They are 4-0 in terms of overall score. But if you look at Group A, oh, this is where things start getting spicy. Even after today will be the final nail in the coffin to decide who, in terms of Group A, qualifies to that playoff spot.
Exactly. It's like you say, if they even drop one series, it starts to become very shaky for these teams. But these are going to be the matches today, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, RA Esports got against Astar. Crazy Raccoon get that rematch against Gen.G, where they lost 3-1 yesterday. And then Astar against CMF. So one of CMF's last games, they do have another game today, which is going to be with Scarz as well. So CMF still have a few points to be made here. They haven't won a series yet. Can they win one today?
Can they win one today? I don't know. It's something like a BTK story we have in the KMW, whereby they're still finding their first win of a series. They're scrapping some games from like all these teams like Astar, RA, or like the likes of Scarz. But when it comes down to winning a series, ooh, that's a bit difficult so far for CMF.
Yes, some of these teams are looking for a sprint when it is a marathon. But let's look at our first team today, and that's going to be R8 Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
R8 Esports to infinity and beyond, and they are represented by Doma into the Clash lane, Guxing into the jungle, Xenon into the mid lane, Ryochi into the bot lane, and Mijoj as their support. And this is a team currently sat at the top of Group A and looking to remain that place here. But if they do lose this to Astar Esports, which they did yesterday in a 3-0 fashion, I mean, that was a surprise for everybody, Sagi.
It was indeed a surprise because we thought that, oh, R8 showing dominance against Scarz really proved to us that they grew from that ranking week, and coming into that series whereby they fought A-Star and losing 0-3, not what we have on our bingo card. But they will be against, again, the opponent on the opposing team being A-Star Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
A-Star Esports, the Astromancers, coming in with their lineup Abdo, their star player, along with Jing Tian, the chemistry guy where he always brings out the different concoctions in terms of different picks. Vio, so far, he has shown very good success in towards that mid lane, and rounding up that dual lane will be Mirage and Zhuang. And I gotta say, they have been really surprising so far coming into the survival week.
Very surprising, and it's all kind of like curtailing off the back of Abdo, right? Like you say, is one of the experienced players. He has been part of the Honor of Kings esports scene since 2022 as well. But obviously, Jing Tian, he's bringing that flavor, man. Like, obviously, we've seen some quite crazy picks within the ranking week. Obviously, we've seen the first, like, Yang Jian of the tournament as well as Mai Yin into the jungle also. So a lot of flavor here. Maybe that's what kind of caught R8 Esports off guard. But I feel like after you've been taken a 3-0 defeat, right, you're going to be bouncing back that following day looking for payback. But this is the head-to-head between Gushing and Jingtian.
So far, if we don't compare kills, whereby kills is all much over Jingtian, if we were to look at average damage dealt, average goal per minute, teamfight participation, it's very 50-50 between these two junglers. The only thing that we can differentiate between those two is that we're starting to see Gushing play more of these tank junglers, whereby Jingtian, all of his unorthodox picks like the Mayin jungle, like the Yangjin, is starting to make a bit of a shake-up here coming into these BO5s.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely a flavor that is needed here for Astar Esports, because obviously the experience is there. Abdo is fantastic into the Clash lane. We saw some great performances there onto the likes of the Mayin, the Bart yesterday as well. So we know that he can make those plays. But to me, from what I've been seeing from Astar, is the fact that VO, once he starts to like lose a lot of those mages into the mid lane, he can't really pick any of those carry heroes that we have into mid lane, right? Like Mai Shiranui was never really a pop-up for him. We haven't seen the likes of Shangguan or at all within the series or even in this tournament this far. So I feel like when it comes to carry, I don't think they can look towards the mid lane, right? VO is there just to kind of prop up and play a second support kind of utility mage.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you, especially when we talk about things like the utility mage. It's a double-edged sword whereby you need the player to truly understand how to play it. If even they don't know the specifics of it, you need to have a overall grasp on all these mid lanes like the Mai Shiranui, like the popular Lady Zen and Princess Frost. So not being able to pick Mai Shiranui, that's a big issue so far in a BO5 setting.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get into the BP of game number 1 here between R8 Esports and Astar. And it's going to be looking interesting to look towards the Dharma. So really, R8 are really putting some focus here onto their once teammate Abdo. But then obviously responding quite likely here is going to be that takedown of the Mai Shiranui. So for Xenon, not getting that pick could be, once again, just a bit of trouble here within that game number 1. Because we know both of these teams want to get their foot through the door with 1 point onto the board straight away.
And so far, looking at all these two picks, right, you will definitely see one thing whereby the early will be a focus coming in from these two teams, because of course it has to be banned, because you banning out the Mai Shiranui, that opens up an angle for that early pick.
Yes, the Guan Yu and the Artie getting banned out here as well. So Pei being picked up here for the side of R8 Esports. So finally, Gushing gets to go back to that carry role, right? Like he gets to go and be the maestro he is onto the Pei. I feel like we didn't really see any Peis yesterday. It was definitely more of a higher ban priority, especially with some of the teams that were playing, some of the players that were going onto the gorge here. But Astar are going to go for that control couple right now, the Princess Frost and the Liang.
The day 1 combo that we've seen so far in honor of King's Esports, you go with the power control, and then the Princess Frost comes in with that spell to go for that 5 to 6 second bait in that Princess Frost ultimate. So something you definitely will be expecting from Astar Esports. They're going to be looking for that level 4 ultimate breakpoint here. So if you're R8, you better be drafting some of these tanks to voluntarily take that ultimate here coming in from Princess Frost.
Yeah, very scary there. I mean, honestly, they're looking to just kind of create a little bit more control onto the side of R8 Esports, trying to split up and make a devastating impact into the team fight, right? Like, the way you kind of curtail the Princess Frost and the Liang is like, especially, I mean, R8 Esports, they could have gone for the counter, right? Obviously, pick something like the Guan Yu, but they banned that out for themselves. They didn't want to see Abdo come through with that pick, so they have to think about something a little bit more different now, something that's going to create a bit of space, and that's going to be that Liempo.
I like the Liempo, especially when you need a body to truly block the Liang ultimate. You can definitely rely Liempo on towards the hands of Midgeorge to really pull off those fantastic engages, get those vision score in, and get those information you need for the likes of Gushing on this Pei, for Xenon on this Nuwa here. But coming into the second phase of the draft, I think more focus will be putting on towards Clash lane against Doma, because Mayin has already been picked up by Abdo. So going on to this draft, more of these Clash lanes will be limited in towards his pool.
Yeah, I mean, they could always look at obviously going for something like the party if it doesn't get banned out here as well, but it's going to be something that's going to be a little bit harder to perform onto when you've got the likes of the Liang and the Princess Frost. I mean, yes, he obviously does have a little bit of CC immunity with that ultimate, right? Like, he's able to go into the back line, but they've got to try and set him up in other means onto the side of RA Esports. Obviously, the big crucial engages from Mijoj onto the Liang Po, maybe trying to get into short sight and just take the bullet when it comes to that suppression as well, but both lanes neither have their farm lane at this point of the game as well, right? Like, so there's only been one farm lane being banned out here, which is going to be the Ali, and obviously they do ban out the Ukiyo Tachibana, which has been obviously coined as a great pay counter within the KME.
Oh yeah, they're definitely playing towards that Gushing tempo here, but that really scratches my head. Where is the lone priority here coming in from both teams here? This is, I think, one of the few times that we have lone go through the entire pick and ban phase without even showing or bearing their claws in towards this pick and ban here. And Hou Yi will be picked as a potential counter towards that lone pick that we have mentioned so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they might get it here for Ryuchi. He may pick up the Lung here. And again, Hou Yi is just generally one of those good counters. But another good thing about the Hou Yi as well, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of CC onto the side of Astar. A lot of, like, team fight or single target pickups here. And that Burning Sun Arrow is only going to kind of further the amount of crowd control that they have, especially if it's landed across the gorge. Even if it doesn't land, it's a great piece of intel as well. So if you aim towards the neutral objectives, get the pick off, or at least even see if they are going to go for the neutral objective, it's going to be a good use here for the side of Astar. But right now, we're going to get the lock into the D-Ranger. I mean, when there is so much crowd control, getting the D-Ranger for your farm lane is probably the best call here.
And it's one of those farm lanes where you can truly play by yourself. You have the legal immunity to build out of all these crowd control, and your build path allows you to go for that semi-tank build with Succubus Cloak, with the Curious of Savagery. So it's definitely a very interesting pickup here for Ryoichi in that farm lane, especially. It's one of those rare farm lanes that can actually match Hou Yi in that 1v1 department.
Oh, there we go. Some more, obviously, team fight potential here. Flowborn tank. Again, a jungle that doesn't necessarily need those resources, doesn't have the fastest kind of jungle clear, but it's looking like they're going to go for the Musashi instead. I'll just hold my beer whilst we wait for that one to get locked in before we try and make more points towards the Flowborn tank, as most of the teams were doing yesterday. But the Musashi is just going to be able to get into that backline right, obviously get the shutdown onto the likes of Nua, try and get the D-Ranger off the board here, because really, we're looking at a safe position here for Ryuchi into these team fights, whilst we have like the likes of the Party and the Liang Po in the front line.
And I like the Musashi as well because it's also one of the two counters coming in that can really do well against the likes of the Pei. So what makes it so special is that right now, the Musashi is in a position where I think he needs to be the tank that Astar really needs, because you're looking at what, Mayin, you're looking at Liang and Frost, you're looking at a Hou Yi. So if this Musashi goes for a full damage build, it doesn't seem to be the wisest of the choice, as they really lack that front line that they desperately need.
Yeah, it's a lot of aggression onto the side of Astar, right? Like you were saying there, Sagi. In terms of the front line, in terms of soak and the damage, it's really kind of like, I mean, Mayin can do a little bit, right? But she's not going to be able to tank too much. Obviously, maybe try and potentially build something like the Pure Sky, obviously, to get rid of a lot of the damage reduction as she goes into the team fights and able to get back out. But there doesn't seem to be a way out for either the Musashi or the Mayin if they do get caught by the likes of the Tremor Smash.
I think Zugzwang will play a very pivotal role coming in from Astar. I think that Liang has to find these level 4 engages and keep on ramping that tempo up coming in from Astar if they really want to look for those big leads going into that mid game. But that is all said and done. The pick and bans have been locked in for this BO5 series. That's super duper important for RA and Astar.
Yeah, very important for both of these teams. Obviously, they definitely want to get the point onto the board. R8 more so, because obviously they did lose a 3-0 against Astar yesterday. But this is going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. R8 and Astar looking for their best positioning within Group A. But we are going to have that Realme phone. This is obviously the tournament official phone for ourselves. It is the most reliable. It's obviously cool and keeps the way the esports demands it. So Realme 15 Pro, the official gaming phone for the KME.
Yep, definitely looking into that phone later on after the stream, but we are looking at an aggressive trade so far in towards the early game. Priority secured for a set of R8 here as they scout out where Jingtian has actually started in that jungle pathing here. So this gives them that smooth route into that bottom lane to secure these jungle resources that really built that lead in towards that early game.
Yeah, just curating that very important intel, right? Like, obviously, like you were saying there, Sagi, just trying to find out where Gen.G is going to be. Is he at the blue? And obviously, just make sure that they're able to contest these little jungle camps as well, whilst obviously the Firehawk being completely uncontested here. But Doma, he's looking pretty low. Can they get the last hit up here with the Princess Frost? There it is! The takedown for Abdo.
Ooh, Abdo going in clutch, but VO landing that final spell one onto his Doma does get Abdo a very big lead in these 1v1 matchups. But look at Gushing here. He might find VO. VO has no flash.
Oh yeah, maybe potentially here with the emergence coming through though, maybe able to save Gushing here. The pushback, there it is, the damage coming through, and VO going down as well. So yes, they get first blood onto the side of Astar, but they are picking up 2 for the side of R8.
I gotta say, the roam coming in from Xenon and Gushing, the timing is just so clutch and so perfect, allowing them to really capitalize the fact that Abdo had no flash, and VO, he's stuck in a very bad position that even if he were to flash, he could not get away from Gushing on that pay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you kind of just take the L there? Do you just get the defeat, obviously taking the first one of the first bloods onto the map there, or do you obviously expand the flash? And even if he did, he wasn't going to have the means to get out because there was just so mobile heroes into that top side of the map. But we're now starting to see that Astar trying to formulate around about that mid lane. That would have been a huge burning sun arrow to kind of set up the side of Astar right now. But just trying to bait out the Winters here, but it's going to be the duel to death into the back line. It's going to get takedown onto Doma once more onto the party, and that imperiled state means that you cannot get that heal in from such a pick like Vati.
Oh yeah, very well said there. And Doma definitely not having the best of the best early games here. Already being forced to go double defensive item already in that early game. Getting targeted by Jingtian, getting focused by VO. So far, Abdo, he's a bit stressed out, I gotta say.
Oh yeah, I mean, you would be, right? Like, you are pretty much kind of trying to be that front line of your team, right? Like, if it's not him, it's gonna be Jingtian that's trying to get in, do the damage, and just obviously try and make a way out of it as well. So you can really see why VO's really giving that top side of the map a little bit of priority here, just to give a bit of an edge over to the side of Astar, Abdo.
And look at them, Zugzwang and VO, they're just camping here, waiting for Doma to come back. And the moment he does, that power control might just land onto Doma here. But Doma sniffing out the danger here, and potentially, is he gonna get ulted here? Because we don't really see where is VO and Zugzwang.
Yeah, they're looking. There it is. There's the suppression going through. It's going to be enough to keep him in place. The Frigid Prison, the Winters here does get dodged out thanks to that dash away from Doma. But now we get a bit of a helping hand here from both Xenon and Mijo. Let's come top side and get the takedown of the Zugzwang. So he started the fight, but he did not finish it. And there's even more going on here. Gushing maybe getting caught out worse for wear as well. But it's going to be also helped by Xenon and Mijo here. But Gushing is looking like he's going to go down. They're trying to get back on top of him. But Dama is able to keep him alive with the help of Mijo. So well played defense here by the side of R8.
Alright, beautiful defense here, protecting Doma away from that 3-man camp here. Fortunately, Doma played really close to that tower, so even if they got the full combo, he can bail out with that ultimate here. It's a free CC immunity, but the arrow lands onto the mid lane, and VO freezes him in place, allowing Jingtian to get that sweet and easy kill onto Xenon.
Yeah, beautiful combo there, right? Like that burning sun arrow that led into the Frigid Prison. It's just too much CC for anybody on the side, or any hero into Honor of Kings, unless you are Ryuichi and playing Gen.G, right? Like, if that's like it did land onto Xenon, it's going to be a hard one to come out of, but that suppression, just keeping Mijo in place, it meant that they're able to kind of just keep that mini wave from coming out of that T1.
Ooh, a bit of a miscommunication here coming in from Zugzwang and VO. If the Frigid Prison were to be casted 1 or 2 seconds early, maybe Mijo could have burned that flash, or even a Tremor Smash to really bail out. But is that a flash from Mijo?
Mijo, yes, he did use the flash already, so that's going to be a bit of questionable play here for the side of R8 Esports. But they're looking to go and try and push this bot side of the map here. Obviously, we are past that 4-minute mark with the neutral objectives on the board right now. So R8 Astar game number 1 seems very brawly.
Very brawly so far, and 5 minutes in, Tyrant yet to be being taken by either of these teams, but the priority will be given over to Astar as they are currently much stronger in this early phase. You cannot be face checking into Zugzwang with that land.
Yeah, exactly. There's just too much control, right? Like, there's too much at risk for R8 to be phase checking, going into the wrong brush, and then getting the takedown for the likes of Mijoj. Once Mijoj goes in, that's their front line completely gone, right? I mean, yes, obviously they still have the likes of the Dharma. They could really push through here, but it's not going to stop them, right? Obviously, Astar able to get that top bot side. T1, but R8 pays them back kindly top side, but Gen.G has to get at this. They have to use the suppression here for Zugzwang, but there it is. The Tremor Smash doesn't connect. He doesn't have the flash, so he can't make it impactful, but Gushing comes through, gets the kill.
Beautiful bait here coming from Ryoichi, immediately baiting out Jintian's ultimate, allowing the cavalry to arrive, picking up the biggest kill so far, which is A-Star's jungler here. If Jintian falls, that's one big front line, big engage factor being removed from the side of the A-Star roster. But look at
Nice double knock up there, but it has paid back kindly by the side of R8. Yes, 2 for 1, but it's still going to go over in regards of A-Star. But all this being said and done, though, right? Like, we're still seeing the R8 Esports are knowing how to farm a little bit more efficiently than A-Star. They're up by around about 1.7k gold.
Yeah, that does give credit over to Gushing on that pay, even though kills are a 50-50 so far. But a pay can go through the Hero Scourge with a lot of ease compared to Jintian on that Musashi. So usually we see this pay, he will be on top of the gold chart compared to all these characters and heroes in Honor of Kings.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, wave clear, jungle clear, second to none, right? He can obviously dive over the walls as well, obviously in target form also. So, yeah, definitely going to be the means for Gushing here to keep themselves alive and keep them actually on top of that gold. But there it is. Ryuchi getting hit by that Burning Sun Arrow means he's able to use his second ability to get the cleanse out of there. So, wrong target there for A-Star.
Wrong target there for A-Star. There's always Mijoj, Ryoichi blocking those Burning Sun arrows, allowing Xenon to play in safety. But if Xenon were to get hit by one of those, that could have been huge coming in from A-Star here. So, Mirage on this sniper, he gotta be finding more of these angles, especially on mage such as Gushing or Xenon.
Yeah, there's pressure on Gushing, but he gets freed up there thanks to Mijoj, and now it's all impact onto the side of A-Star. They do take out the Liang off the gorge here once again. So Zugzwang, I think positioning-wise, once he commits the Liang, he needs a little bit more of a quick succession, right? They need to get whatever they're looking for in terms of the results.
Exactly the case here. And so far, Zugzwang, when he ults, there's always Mijoj coming in to save whoever's being ulted away from danger here. So if you're Zugzwang, you will definitely need your team to fully focus onto one person, whereby all of them are all available to target down that one big tank, be it Mijoj, be it Gushing, or even the likes of Doma here. Because if the damage is slow, Mijoj is definitely coming in to cancel up that Liang ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, where is the fast damage really going to come from here for the side? Oh, that was nice there. Nice block of the Burning Sun Arrow by Mijoj. So well done there. Really going to stop this blunder of Jinx. Yeah, and he would have got the escape, but the Burning Sun Arrow was blocked by Mijoj there. So really nice play by R8 Esports as they take down Jinx Yen for another time. He doesn't seem like he's been having a really good match in this game number 1.
Really, and especially I think R is very, very mad and angry because why? The last time they faced A-Star in that off-stream match, they went 0-3. So R8 coming in once again, 9 minutes and already knocking on that tier 3. That's crazy stuff.
Oh, Tremor Smash onto 2 into the back line. It's going to be the important 2. It's going to be Princess Frost and the Liang just to push them away from that T3. It means that R8's able to claim some more monopoly here for the side of themselves. And now we start to see and talk about that 1.7k goal just moments ago. Ryuchi gets the cleanse here, gets rid of that Burning Sun Arrow, but they're looking for more control here. Going to duel the death onto Ryuchi. They get the pick off, but is that going to be enough here for A-Star to come back from their base?
We'll have to see here, but Abdo does find Gushing here. Gushing, he's very tacky. He does leaps away. So that is a disengage. Beautifully done for a side of R8 Esports here. Do they continue for this Crimson Golem?
I mean, they're in the jungle there, right? They may as well try and contest for it, but it's going to be tried here for R8. They are able to get it. Goes over to Xenon, however, but still, that's better than Crimson going up to himself than going up to any of the side of R8 A-Star Esports. Abdo looks pretty low there as well. Zugzwang and Mirage having to use that arrow to get out, but now the Imperiled State is not going to stop Gushing as he gets the 2 kills onto the back line of A-Star. They're looking for more. That's a 3-2 trade for R8, and they can potentially pick up Abdo here. He's looking pretty low and has to go back to base.
But it's still worth it coming in from A-Star. R8 Esports, because they only lose out Mijoj in that role alongside Gushing. But Gushing, before he died, he traded out Mirage and BO here. Unless Jinx can get a miraculous steal. If not, I don't think this will go in favor of A-Star at all. Because look at Doma, he's playing bodyguard, he's playing defense, forcing Jing Tian away from this objective.
Oh, I mean, that reset might have really upset the tempo, but the arrow gets there onto Xenon and deletes him, but Abdo tries to go in and steal the Shadow Tyrant. But like you were saying there, though, Doma, he was being that bodyguard. He was forcing away Jing Tian, because Jing Tian, he could have just used that duel to the death to get in onto that Tyrant camp and try and smite it as best as possible. But R8 knew that that would have been the play.
Yeah, R8 knew that would be the play. That is very good discipline here coming in from the side of R8 Esports. But dropping Xenon in that exchange, thanks to the fact that Astar's Mirage landed that beautiful arrow, does give them the priority to really trade this 50-50 of a trade, allowing them to secure this Shadow Vanguard, even though they're losing 3,000 in terms of the gold.
Yeah, it's hopefully going to put Astar back onto the board a bit here. Obviously, depending on where they're going to put that Vanguard, do they do to relieve the pressure that top side that's been completely eradicated here by R8 Esports, or do they pop it down into one of these lanes? It looks like it's going to be top side, as we just saw that minion blue wave just completely get deleted in the minimap.
Yeah, and how here being popped by Zugzwang here, what they're trying to do here, as we see a bit of an engage on Abdo here, but Abdo does use that whatever to bail out towards safety here. Major is so tanky.
I mean, a lot of control, yeah. He's a lot of control being exhausted there on from the side of our A-Star, but I mean, R8 Mijo, he's going to be able to soak that damage up, right? Like, he's not going to be the target you're looking for.
But we do see Doma here going for 1v1 against Jing Tian.
Oh, Abdo into the backline as well. He's trying to get the bounce onto Gushing, onto the likes of Xenon, but gets taken down already. But then Doma as well. They're going for some more blood. Gushing using the blood rage to try and get out alive, but it's going to be the double kill going up to Mirage. Can he get some Mars? He gets the slow onto Ryochi. He uses the cleanse a little bit too early. He gets taken down.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from A-Star. Mechanical outplay after one another here. First thing was VO finding that freeze on towards Gushing. The second one was Mirage finding that perfect arrow onto Ryoichi, catching him off guard. And right now, look at the matchstick here. It is so in favor of A-Star as they're looking to potentially find that comeback play.
Yeah, with 3 members off the board here, it's going to be a little bit easier for A-Star to try and get this push into the enemy's base, right? Obviously, be able to get that T3 to the top side of the map really alleviates that pressure that obviously R8 created moments ago, but they've got to be careful here that Jing Tian does get caught out. They need to just reconvene, maybe get a bit more push here into the mid lane, but let's look at this play once again.
Okay, so the first things first, Doma does jump on towards the side of Zugzwang, really removing him, but look at this freeze on VO here. Catching Gushing's leg and freezing it in place, that is one of the highest gold members here coming in for the side of R8, and this Burning Sun arrow really catching Ryoichi off guard. Ryoichi's reaction time just a bit off, but that is the thing about competitive esports. Even if it's 1 second off, that could cost you huge, and that was A-Star coming back huge.
Oh, nice face check there by Ryoichi, though. He uses the ultimate for the Gen.G to get obviously that CC, but it's going to be Mayim, right? Obviously, Mayim can flip over the wall, get out of there alive, but it's just showing that they are paying attention to where Abdo may be placed and trying to get the pickups onto the backline, which we've been seeing quite effectively by the side of A-Star.
I gotta say, Abdo is also one of these members coming in from A-Star that's been clutching it to really gain this comeback momentum for the side of A-Star, because we are looking at Mijo going in for this backline.
Yeah, he's maybe able to get a pick up here onto Zugzwang. I mean, he is a low kind of hero, but he does have a flash over the wall, still using that suppression, keep inside. A-Star with the setup here, gets a takedown onto Dama. Can they get some more onto the side of R8? We see a bit of a rejoin for that. I mean, Gushing, he was given a free cold meal there, and it was going to be the double kill going up the side of R8 Esports, and they get a team ace in the middle of the map.
3 members still alive coming in from the side of R8 Esports. They have 1, 2 minions in that lane. This might just be game coming in for the side of R8 as they have a lane to push. It is so darn easy for them to end right now.
Oh, very easy. I mean, this is exactly how a lot of the games yesterday actually ended for the KME, right? Like, they just get a team ace, they would have a few minions, go to the crystal, get that game number 1 onto the board for R8 Esports.
I gotta say, R8 coming in huge in that team fight. We will be looking at the replay later when we check out the highlights. But my, oh my, Gushing on the verge of death, getting 2 key kills on the members of the side of A-Star, leaving Mirage the sole member to fight out all 3. And at that moment, 1v3, not what a Hoi could really pick up and could really flip against them in that situation.
Exactly that, right? Obviously, he was kind of a little bit caught in the positioning there. Maybe took it a little bit too aggressive for the side of Mirage, right? Like he saw the setup from Zugzwang. He was like, hey, maybe I've got a little bit more of a leeway here to actually do a lot of damage and try and run down the side of RA Esports. But it was then, obviously, thanks to Gushing, getting that double kill, and then just really setting up the side of RA Esports, just playing super aggressive, just kind of matching that energy that Astar was trying to bring in that last team fight.
I have to agree with you, even though that we saw that Midjoge was the one to get ulted by the Liang, but in the end, it turned out super good for the side of Astar. At the very last moment, only we saw a glimpse of hope to be rekindled for the side of RA Esports, because it was looking so dire. Mirage on that whole Yi was so stacked out in terms of items. He was having free shots all day until the very last moment whereby, oh, what happened to my teammates? Gushing was like, nope. Not your moment, it's my moment there. He got that assassination on 2 members, leaving Mirage, the sole member here, defending against 3 members, which is, in the end, what we saw. Mirage faltered to that 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very scrappy, like, last fight of the game, right? But when you know you've got a minion wave kind of ushering itself through into the mid lane, and you've got a team fight going in your favor as well, especially after you get that double kill pickup for Gushing, you're going to kind of just keep going, right? You're going to keep going to see if you can get the entire enemy team run down. That's exactly what they did here. But Gushing with a fantastic performance, that 9-3-6, but Mijoj was the savior, right? Like, the amount of burnings on arrows he blocked, the amount of crucial crowd control that he was able to mitigate on the side of Astar was crazy. Like, the amount that was, like, exhausted to try and get him locked down within that single fight in the top side of the map was really kind of like maybe at the behest of Astar Esports.
I have to agree with you, especially that early game so far. We keep seeing Astar revisit Doma in that clash. It's like, hey Doma, you fine? Hey Doma, you still alive? Nah Doma, we're gonna make sure you pay for it. But in the end, Gushing and Xenon really make things work across the gorge, allowing Doma to come back from that deficit. And Doma in that mid game, we've seen a lot of these engages being pulled with the side of Midgeorge and Doma, making all these team fights go in favor of our esports.
Yeah, and here is obviously the gold graph here. You can see that it's very dominant going off the side of RA Esports. There was glimmers of hope here for Astar, as you can see at that little glimpse of red. That's where the first blood was kind of being formulated here for the side of Astar, and it looked really promising, right? The 2v1 up against into the top side of the map, just trying to catch out Dharma, trying to get into his head. Really didn't work because the rest of his team was so resilient.
I have to agree with you, and that was exactly what happened, but the MVP does go over to Gushing on that pay. He kept finding moments, he kept finding those key initiations, the follow-ups. It was all because of him finding those clutch factors in for our esports. If not, games could have went towards the hands of Astar at any time.
Anytime. One bad team fight, that could definitely get over to the side of Astar, right? Especially with that comeback from their team fight at the base, like where they had, right? Like, Astar was able to come back. They had the Vanguard. They took a great team fight. They was able to kind of mitigate that pressure that RA Esports created into the clash lane by taking that T3. They did it and replicated it themselves, but they were just a little bit too overzealous in that mid team fight.
But this is the early game we talked about, right? Even though they got Doma, but overstaying for that River Sprite, making sure that they get caught up, and this beautiful Burning Scenario catches on the Xenon, allowing Dio to get that combo in, securing an easy kill for Jing Tian. And this was so beautiful coming from Abdo. 2-man knockup immediately with that 1-2 combo, even though they traded himself, but that's a mid and farm lane coming in here. But that is all you need and all she wrote.
Exactly right, like using the flash going into the backline, just making sure you capitalize it and getting the pickups onto the right targets of RA Esports. But Mijoj, man, he's always playing around his team, always getting those body blocks. But there again, Xenon getting caught by that Burning Scenario, just took the damage from the Tyrant as well. So it's a bit unfortunate, but here was where obviously the tide started to turn. Obviously, they were able to get the kill onto both Zugzwang and Abdo, but then get the takedown onto Gushing and look for some more. Obviously, Mirage looking to kind of beat down. Obviously, this is where the cleanse came through a little bit more prematurely here for the side of Ryochi, and then the takedown. But this was the all-important end of match team fight.
Exactly, and we will put our focus a bit on towards the member Gushing. You can see, okay, he's kiting towards the back here as a pay. He's looking for that angle here. Immediately pounces onto Dio, gets that kill, pops the blood rage here, gets Zugzwang before he falls down. As of this point, even if you're full HP Hou Yi with lots of items, you can't be fighting against 3 members coming for R8, allowing R8 to truly win that game-winning team fight, allowing for a smooth transition towards that crystal.
Yeah, not even if you're a fed Hou-Yi, but the fact is it was Mijoj once again just using those burst rounds, just constantly kind of disrupting that flow of basic attacks. But game number 1 has been done by R8 Esports and Astar. We're going to go for a short break before we get into game number 2.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
My oh my blam, that was a very interesting game number 1. Very action-packed between R8 Esports and also Astar, but R8 just coming a bit out on top on that final team fight. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it was all just down to the components, what they had on the side of R8 Esports, right? Like, they actually had somewhat of a front line, whereas the whole point of A-Star's roster was just to get Abdo into the back line, get the takedowns, and then see what they can do from that point. Whereas on the side of R8 Esports, they had Mijoj, the walking, talking house that's made of bricks, just blocking every bit of crucial crowd control.
Oh yeah, Mijoj was so crucial in those points. He was blocking these Burning Sun arrows, he was finding those key initiations, forcing Zugzwang to always target lock him with that power control. So if you power control a tank, your carries are just going in free with those engages or like those assassinations here, but that's game number 1. Game number 2, we have A-Star in towards the blue side and R8 on towards the red side.
Yeah, I mean, Hue-1 wasn't even kind of like contested in that game number 1, right? So I can imagine that in this draft here, we're going to potentially see the A-Star pick up the Hue-1 for first pick of blue side. But hey, maybe something like the Ali gets let through into this one, or even the Mai Shiranui as well. But A-Star banning out the Liang, they don't want the side of R8 to pick that up for themselves, right? They don't want Mijoj going on that crucial crowd control, Maestro himself. But Dama getting picked up as well. Obviously, another big pick onto Doma being taken up of the Gorge, and then Pei, like we saw in game number 1. R8 played it, they're not going to let A-Star's Jing Tian pay the play.
Oh yeah, definitely. That is gonna be very crazy if you let something like a tier 1 pick go over to the hands of the side of R8 or A-Star here. But currently we have the Maestro Nui, we have the Arlie, we have the Lung, we also have the Yuhuan that has been very popular so far in the KME and also across the globe for Honor of Kings Esports. So what is the call here, A-Star? What do you pick up in this first pick?
I mean, it depends if they want them to just guess, right? Like, do you want to go for the flex pick like the Hue one? No, they're going to go for the Ali here. They're going to give it over to Mirage. And I mean, to be honest, Mirage was able to deliver on the Hou Yi. Obviously, positioning-wise, the Burning Sun arrows connected beautifully onto Xenon more than once. So, really, maybe it's his time to shine, build the core around Mirage.
Ooh, no answer for the Maestro Nui here. So usually if we see an Arlie being picked up, we might see a Maestro Nui +1 assassin to really limit the Arlie's approach in these teamfights. But R8 going for a different approach, picking out that Byron and Zhangfei here for that strong early game and beefy front line.
Beefy front line, just exactly what they had in game number 1, right? It worked against A-Star. They was able to kind of like prolong these team fights, but it looks like maybe they just baited over the Maestro Nui pick here for VO, because like I was saying in the introduction, right, like this guy plays a little bit more of a utility mage role better than a carry, but R8, they may be looking for some answers here, a little bit more AoE damage for the side of R8, and Xenon picking up the Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, the Xiao Xiao does work wonders against the Arlie, especially in those late games whereby when Xiao Xiao items stacked up, you just have to pop that meteor shower, and when the Arlie comes in, automatically she's already low in health bars. But that's if Xenon can scale towards that late game here. If the mid game, we see Mirage and Zugzwang on that Arlie and Diadea start dominating the side lane against the likes of Doma's Byron, things are gonna be extremely difficult for the side of R8.
Yeah, the problem I have, though, here is obviously yesterday we had a bit of a tale of time where a lot of the Diadea pickups were coming through, especially paired with the Arlie, and they never really popped up. There was never like one game where it was just like, that was the defining Arlie and Diadea combo. Clue picked it, he failed. Zugzwan picked it, he failed. Like every support player yesterday just failed a lot with the Diadea. So hopefully today it's going to be a little bit more prevalent within these team fights. But the banning out of the Ogryn and the Agudo here, they want to get rid of any kind of like tanky, decent tanky jungle that's going to match that early game aggression for the side of A-Star.
I think it's a very smart move coming in from R8 because looking at A-Star's draft, they're really needing someone like a tank per se, like the Ogryn, like the Agudo, which has been banned by R8, right? Because right now, you have the Arlie, the Maestro Nui, Diadea, all these, they skill exceptionally well in that early to mid phase. But right now, what do you need in your draft? You need a beefy front line that allows Arlie to walk up, to allow Arlie to kite even better here. So A-Star, options are not a lot, but they still can go for that monkey.
They could go for Monkey, they could go for Dune here. I feel like Monkey's probably a little bit more of a better pick. I feel like the hero Monkey themselves has been probably performing a lot better than Dune as well. So right now, R8 Esports did hover over the Floorborn tank, but they decided to, I mean, to be honest, they go for it. They're looking for a little bit more control, a bit more AoE, right? Maybe they're looking for a little bit more pink. Maybe this is where the Lung comes in, right, for the side of R8.
Long is alright because in the end, Arlie still does exceptionally well against Long in that laning phase, and also you have the Maple Dance, can block out projectiles, so it comes down to a question whereby can the Long assassinate the Arlie, or can the Arlie do sufficient DPS to really remove that Long factor coming in towards that mid to late game, right? So it really depends. Is R8 playing this super tank draft to set up Guxing and the likes of Doma to be this beefy front line, allowing Ryoichi to go on a mega late game marksman like the Chano, for example?
Chano, I'm gonna say, he's been banned out though. That's the only thing. That's why I was like looking more towards the Lung here potentially. I mean, they played D-Ranger in the last one, so they aren't gonna go for that one. But okay, Miue coming through here, open to the Clash lane potentially for the side of Abdo. Going against the Byron, going against a lot of that kind of like crowd control AoE, using that kind of like Umbral Moon. It's definitely gonna get Air out alive.
I like the Miura here because it's such a strong lane bully against the likes of Byron and also Floorborn, and you're talking about triple tank setup coming in from R8, so what better way of doubling down your damage than with a Clash lane carry here. Super good stuff here coming in for the side of A-Star Esports. And R8, they answer that question. They're not going for those late game marksmen, they're going for a Marco Polo in towards that farm lane.
So again, just another big AoE, right? Obviously, Fever Barrage, you got the Starfall, you've got the, obviously, Flowborn Tank's ultimate as well, and then obviously you've got the Force Field Suppression from Byron just kind of zapping away the enemy team. So there is a lot to play around here within these team fights. And from what we saw in game number 1, there wasn't many skirmishes that took place after the early game. It was just all 5-on-5 fights in one of these lanes, and RA Esports, they're looking to kind of bring that sustainability. I mean, obviously, onto the side of Astar, they do have some healing. Onto the side of RA Esports, they don't have any kind of defining healing. They just have big, beefy frontline Stonewall.
Big beefy frontline Stonewall with the likes of Xenon on that late game Xiao Xiao, and also Ryoichi on that Marco Polo that does not so great against Arlie in that laning phase, but once you allow him to go towards that mid game, that's when we see this Marco Polo start to shine here. So it's between Astar with their very well-rounded composition against R8 with their wait for Xenon and Ryoichi to scale composition.
Yeah, obviously, Mijoj picking up the Prison Sprite as well, right? Like, so if he's able to kind of like lock down with that Prison Sprite, make them immobilized, the likes of Mai Shiranui or even the Miyue can't get out alive as well, right? Like, they're going to be locked down for at least 2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds is a long time in Honor of Kings. You get immediately exploded by the likes of a Mai Shiranui or even Apto on that Miyue. Things are looking very interesting, but we are starting to see a form of lane swap here coming from A-Star. They swapped the Marco Polo and Zhang Fei towards the Clash lane, but A-Star, they seem to be smelling it out because Apto is already in that farm lane.
Yeah, exactly. This is like, yeah, there's definitely going to be a lane swap here. Even me looking at the draft, I was like, there's definitely going to be a lane swap between these two teams in the early game, right? But A-Star called it correctly. I mean, they definitely need to make sure they're making these rotations the way they need to, right? Like, they can't be spending time rotating their marksman back up to the top side of the map just to kind of try and get that better early game.
Yeah, better early game, better rotations here. That's what Mirage is trying to do because you're starting to see this 3v3 happening topside.
Oh, Zugzwang actually does go in and hits over a bit. Zealous there is obviously going in with the swing there of the empowered basic attack, but they gotta be careful. Vo tries to get the knock up there onto the Maestro knife. Oh, it's gonna be the knock up there from the Xiao Xiao, and that's gonna be it. All she wrote for the side of A-Star VO.
Very well played coming in from Ryoichi and Xenon. Ryoichi dodging out that Ryu engine, allowing Xenon to find that perfect breeze to knock out VO. VO really burning that flash, goes in, isn't able to bail out, and gets punished heavily here. To add insult into injury, that Spiketail Beast does go over to Ryoichi's pocket as well.
Okay, that's what they were doing, right? Obviously, they was trying to like take away some minor camps here, just making sure they're getting the advantage for the side of RA Esports in this early part of the game. But such a great assistance here from Gen.G. Obviously, doing not the fastest wave clear, but he's going to be able to kind of like clear much more fast and obviously give over a little bit of that passive income to the side of A-Star's Mirage.
That's what you need to do, right? Because Mirage is also one of your primary carries here alongside Apto. That makes it a pseudo double marksman team composition. Although Apto Miyue is a mage, but it's more of this auto attack heavy with your ultimate average burst potential or BL potential. But look at this damage.
Yeah, so much damage just to clear out the minion wave, just to keep away A-Star as they're playing that 3-man buddying system at this moment in time, which is very crucial, right? Like, if you get one Unruly Blade onto one of the squishier heroes on the side of RA Esports, it's going to be right in game over for you. But now we'll just see that Umbral move being committed, so they don't have any really get out of jail card here for Abdo. The Umbrella Airburst does connect on Jinx into the backline, keeps him away from the rest of his teammates. Now Xenon with the rotation, coming in with that damage. They get the takedown here onto Jinx.
Jingtian wanted to use his passive to heal up and refresh that ultimate here, but Gushing serving up that bounce out here. Even Mirage might be in danger.
Careful, careful, careful. I mean, RA played super duper aggressive here. They did look for the catch there onto Mirage, able to force them away to get that Crimson Golem away from the side of A-Star. It's going to be crucial in this early game.
Gushing learning his mistakes here against CMF, bringing out the Flowborn tank has been phenomenal so far. Finding those bounce houses, forcing the position coming in from Jingtian and Mirage, and he's controlling the jungle temple so darn well in this game number 2.
Very well, right? I mean, we saw that A-Star, they were definitely going for that 3-man buddying system and still looking to keep that to a bit of a gameplay potential here right now. But then, all right, was just like, all right, bet. What's better than 3? 4.
What's gonna 3-4 and what's better than a fight here in mid lane? Zugzwang being caught up by the Starfall here, and then we see more engage coming from Gushing, soloing out Mirage and Gen.G along into 5 of VO.
Oh, the Umbral Moon!
But what are we looking at here? 2 men, 3 men, 2v2 in that last fight here. And still life stealing. We're looking at a win coming in from Astar. How did they do it?
It was all that sustain, man. Gen.G was into the thick of it there. The Fever Barrage is going to take that Abdo into a lot of part of the team fight. So well played there by Astar, getting obviously 3 kills onto the board over that one. But all right, let's claim some more right now. I mean, Gen.G finds himself into the jungle, takes his shot, takes down Mijoj, but now more pain gaze coming through here as well. They get the kill onto Gen.G, they get the takedown onto Zugzwang. So ultimately, that Azure Golem goes back over to Gushing.
That's 12 kills at 4 minutes 30 seconds here. Not what we usually see in this setup here. And make that another one towards that mid lane, because Mirage just fall in favor towards Xenon.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the setup. A knockup from, obviously, the Storm Strike, as well as that knockup from the Xiao Qiao as well, right? Like, that's the only way they're going to really be catching out Mirage. Hopefully, we get a bit of a replay there. But looking like the R8 are looking to commit for this Tyrant. They are being very scrappy. But ultimately, they are coming out on top of these team fights.
Oh yeah, they're winning in terms of goal, winning in terms of trades. Ryoichi getting towards that safety net here, but where will you be running to Abdo? He still has the Umbral Boon here to bail out towards safety here, but I really want to see that 5v4 that happened in the river just now, because my oh my, how did Gen.G and Abdo survive from that? But we do get a replay here, but it was Mirage getting smacked down by that boomerang.
Yeah, no knockup needed. He just used the boomerang, and that's it. It was all she wrote for the side of Astar Mirage, but not the greatest start for Mirage right now. Obviously, he has been given the moments to get that Doomsday that is already in the itemization of the Arlie. So hopefully, we're going to see a little bit more of a devastated. But speak of so, he uses the ultimate. It's going to be a whiff from the Unbridled Effort. Zugzwang has been caught between a rock and a hard place, and the takedown here going for Ryuchi as well as that T1.
We are seeing so much focus here coming from R8 to truly target down Mirage on his farming tempo here. Mirage only level 7, whereby Ryoichi, he's going to level 10 already.
Yeah, level 10 already. He is looking to put this between a sprint and a marathon right there, going for some more. They get the T2 top side of the map, and honestly, R8, Astar, sorry, they're still looking for that first T1, which is bottom side of the map. The Gen.G does get a helping hand here from VO, but other than that, we are still looking for that aggression, that just complete monopoly takeover here from the side of R8 Esports.
But R8 getting so much control so far, getting that kill to those Zugzwang in towards that clash lane, rotating for those 2 towers in that mid lane, in that clash lane. My goodness, right now, they're completely in the driver's seat. We thought this game is about, what, 8 minutes? It's only 6:30 seconds, and we're riding on a 3,000 goal lead already for R8, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, they're not looking to stop here, right? They're looking to make this one a very clean, very statement piece of a 3-0 so far. I mean, already going into the favor of R8 in this game number 2, right? Like you were saying, 3K goal lead, pre-7 minutes, pre-10 minutes. And that's where this is going to be, that a 3K goal lead is going to really be the night and day difference between these two teams.
I do have to think so as well, especially they don't scale exceptionally well in towards that late game here, but Ryoichi might be caught in the bad place here.
Yeah, they have to kind of commit a lot of resources here just to try and take out Ryuchi. But I mean, at the moment in time, I mean, that's going to be the kind of like the chess piece that you want to go for right here. Is very high level, doing so much damage. 4-man knock up there for the Unbridled Outburst, but they're able to escape there. Line there, they get the takedown. Crucial crowd control of 3. They're going for some more. Astar Gen.G is looking to try and sustain all this damage, but he is left alone. But the backdoor though, Abdo trying to create that pressure into the top side. He has to get back to base, or R8 could be looking with this next minion wave to get a little bit more monopoly onto the board here.
But Doma is so cluttered that we see Mijoj starting on team fight with a 4-man Unbridled Outburst into Doma, finding that Flash Storm Strike on 3 key members coming in from Astar Esports. And right now, total control falls towards to R8 in these team fights. Even Mijoj might be falling down. It's only a constellation kill.
Yeah, I mean, Mijoj, Astar knew that they had to take down Mijoj there, right? Because obviously he didn't have the Unbridled Outburst. That rage bar wasn't built up either, so it's pretty scary. That's when Zhang Fei's at his squishiest. So they struck while the iron was up, right? They took that opportunity. They made it their 8-mile moment. The Umbral Moon there is just going to bait out the skills of R8 Esports.
Don't like you want to call out.
Yeah, I mean, he's a sustainable guy. Like, don't worry about him. It's only the Gen.G as obviously Zugzwang. There's not really much damage there. Obviously, VO and Mirage try and come through with a bit of a rotation here. Ryuchi has to play this one a little bit more careful, right? We're seeing Gen.G as well as Mirage and Zugzwang rotating up that top side of the map to freeze that minion wave. But now, Umbral move being committed once again, trying to keep Abdo alive, but that's going to be the knockup. Very crucial counter here. The Flowborn tag coming through, soaking the damage and dealing the death blow onto Abdo.
I have to say, Gushing is so clean with that Flowborn tag. He's been finding all these angles, finding all these knockups, to really limit Astar Esports' approach in all these team fights. You can always see either Mirage, Vio, or Abdo being man-marked by Gushing with those bounce count controls. If we are not looking at those controls, Xenon might be faltering, Yoichi might be faltering, and we are looking at such a clean team fight gameplay coming in from R8.
Very clean as well, right? Like, obviously, those setups from the Unbridled Airburst is definitely what they're using here for the side of RA Esports to set up sort of like the early aggression and then obviously wait for either Gushing or Dharma to come through here. But there it is, catching on to 3 once again. Very crucial, but Dharma is nowhere near. He's in the mid lane. They are able to actually capitalize on that Unbridled Airburst, unfortunately.
But they still come in and they still get the tower. That's all they need here. And they do not steal away the camp though, but they are still forcing so much of these members to come and match their tempo here, which really limits the space for Mirage to grow on that early.
Yeah, exactly. They're making the breathing room here for Mirage, right? They're making sure that he's able to kind of activate onto the early before the game's even over for the side of Astar. But they gotta be careful, right? Like, bot side of the map is obviously being pushed here. The minion waves are in place for the side of RA Esports. A bit of a contention here for the Tyrant. They're trying to force it here. Gushing maybe looking for a bit of a steal. There it is. But it's gonna go over to the side of Astar Esports. But can they capitalize it and escape right now? But it's gonna be Abdo looking pretty low as well. But a takedown onto Gushing. Down goes one of their front lines, but more. The Fever barrage onto Abdo into the backline means no more Umbral Moon for the side of Astar. And there it is, the Stampede coming through from Joj. Gets the pick up onto Zugzwang. They're looking for some more. They're looking for that big beefy boy, Gen.G. They have Marco Polo. Ryuchi with the true damage. Can he stay alive? He uses the Robin Road to get out of the way. And there is a takedown. So really right now, VO are just looking for some either safe space to get back out of this one or maybe a pickup onto the side of R8.
He's waiting, he's looking at Ryoichi here. Ryoichi has the Succubus Cloak here, but that doesn't spot him out here. So for the side R8, beautiful team fight once again, even though it was a 4v5 up front, even though they lost the Shadow Tyrant, they still came out on top because of that gold here. Superior team fighting and superior positioning. Gushing single-handedly man-marked Mirage that entire team fight there. That's why Abdo wasn't able to really come in with those big plays. He found the flank, but there was no teammates to follow because everybody was focusing on towards Gushing.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody focus Gushing. I mean, that's got to be the focal point, right? Like, Gushing has been the only guy that's been able to shut down Abdo with those knockups of the Flowborn tank. So really, that's what you want to be doing, right? Like, making sure you're taking that kind of like wild card off of the board pretty early. So it means that Abdo has a little bit more free reign in these team fights.
It's all about Abdo at this point because he is one of those 2 strong marksmen that can really deal damage and to really find those engages onto Xenon on that Xiao Qiao. If Xenon were to fall, maybe Mirage can find those key DPS in eliminating Ryoichi or Gushing from these team fights.
Yeah, Ryuchi's got to be careful though. I mean, he's definitely doing very well at dodging all those skills, all the contusions from the likes of the Maestro Nui. And now here's going to be a setup of the high ground turrets, trying to chip away the side of Astar as they have the Vanguard. They get a takedown of the high ground turret as well. So that's going to be the success story here for the side of RA Esports. Vanguard being dropped top side of the map as well. Could mean a potential takedown, a bit of a rotation into that top side, but they're just looking for a little bit more. They're getting some gold from the enemy jungle at this point.
Yeah, jungle is already named R8 Esports jungle as of this point here. For Astar, their main thing that they need to do right now is to stall out the game. Make sure you lose as little as possible here. But with the Vanguard, all of these towers are going in favor for some R8 Esports here. Astar, they need to protect this final crystal in front of their base.
Yeah, beautiful use of the Xenon here with the Starfall, just zoning out the side of Astar from the team fights. But there's the Unbridled Airburst into all the ultimates onto the side of RA Esports. Unbridled Airburst, Fever Barrage picking up the double kill, looking to get a takedown onto Abdo, and the game crystal of number 2 goes to RA Esports.
The bounce house coming in from RA Esports is just so darn clean here. Superior team fighting, superior combination here coming in for this team. I gotta say, they are looking really hot coming in. Already a 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, very hot coming through right now. It's R8 Esports. They are doing a much better job than they did in the offline game. So maybe they're just flexing for their fans online, right? They know they're watching. They know they have to do them proud. And they know they need to do this to get out of Group A.
And talking about Group A, right? The moment Astar loses the series, I think they are out of contention to really push through the Group A qualifier spot, because right now we're looking at 3-1 for R8, 3-1 for Scarz, 2-2 for the side of Astar. The moment they hit 2-3, they could no longer catch up in terms of R8 in that scoreboard here. So this is the only time that Astar needs to pull off that miracle reverse sweep. If not, this will be their end in this tournament run.
Hey, we saw it yesterday against A-Star, right? I mean, Scarz, they lost 2-0 to A-Stars, and then Scarz came back with that reverse sweep, so maybe A-Star might do it in a similar fashion. But let's look at these kind of post-game points right now. But Ryuichi, like I was saying towards that latter part of that game, right? His positioning, his use of that roaming gun, constantly dodging out those Katyushans from BO here, 705 KDA. I mean, to be honest, it has to be either Ryuichi or Gushing with this MVP, surely.
Or it could be Doma, because Doma had a lot of these flashy moments, getting those multi-man knockups here, but that is about R8 Esports. They all performed today to really allow them to push through right now. They're at doorstep, 2-0, match point for them. If they win this, they increase their hopes of making it out of to playoffs, because it's only one slot and one game differs them between R8 and also Scarz.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, though. I mean, can you really give this over to anybody else than Ryuichi there? 102k damage dealt. Around about 10-minute game, a 13-minute game, sorry. Absolutely wild. We haven't seen those numbers for quite some time on a farm lane player like Ryuichi. That was a brilliant performance here in this game number 2. The Marco Polo, I mean, hey, KMW, we know you have the Marco Polo main over there. He needs somebody to look up to, and Ryuichi is that guy.
Call Dave, call BTK, ask him to do some homework, because Ryuichi is our boy in that MVP role with that Marco Polo. 705 in terms of KDA, 33% damage dealt on this Marco Polo. So crazy, so clean. Well played by the side of R8's marksman.
Yeah, so beautiful here. I mean, honestly, 705 obviously shows not only his positioning, but the fact that he was striking with that Fever Barrage at that right moment in time, right? Obviously, that double kill towards the end of the game, pretty huge. But once he was online, he was like level 10 at one point, and then Mirage was still so far behind in terms of leveling. So you really saw here that, yes, A-Star kind of left Ryuichi unchecked, but he was able to keep himself in line, keep himself alive as well by touching out all these ultimates. But these drawn-out team fights in the early game was going into the favor of A-Star, man. Like, they had chances to come back.
Oh, but look at this unbridled outburst. On to 4 members here. Beautiful. And look at Doma here.
Oh, the Doma.
My God, that was nasty.
So beautiful. The fact that he wasn't like just coming from like his own jungle. He came from mid-river, flashed. He was like, I know they're going over that wall. I know there's going to be some flashes being expanded right now. And then the flash Stormstrike claims on so many. But here, but again, A-Star, once again, glimmering hope, tries to keep themselves in this game number 2, but the Tyrant Steel just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it really wasn't enough, even though they stole the Tyrant. But at this point, they're riding this 4,000 goalie in a 4v5 situation, and they're still coming out on top. And this was the final team fight here. Once again, Mijos finding the crucial ultimate on towards Mirage. And as of this point, losing your main carry towards the late game on that early, you're just left to dry as Jingtian on this tank, because Mirage is nowhere to be seen. He's been blown away to pieces.
Yeah, blown away to pieces, and that's unfortunately there for the side of A-Star. They do lose game number 2 as well. But obviously, there's still a potential of 3 more games if they decide to go for a split reverse push. But go in for a break before we go into game number 3. See you soon.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a head, and it never dies. surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will arise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. We're in the Survival Week, and it's day number 4, the last day for any of these teams to try and climb out on top of Group A. And currently, right now, we have RA Esports emerging to the top, as they already are at the top of Group A. And after that 2-0 performance so far, they're looking to make it a nail in the coffin here with this 3-0 against Astar Esports.
The Astro Managers definitely have to step up because right now they're on the verge of tournament elimination. You're working your entire year just to make it towards the KIC. So even if you want to make it towards there, you need to make it towards the playoffs first. But currently, things are looking extremely hard for the boys right now for Astar Esports. They need to make a miracle run here, make that reverse sweep, and then they can still conclude themselves potentially in that first spot in this Group A.
Exactly. They've got to make sure that they claim this one for themselves. And then obviously they do have another match that's going to be off broadcast today, which is going to be against Scarz, right? Scarz is probably going to be the scarier enemy against RA Esports compared to Astar, even though Astar were able to 3-0 them yesterday. Because previously, within the Survival Week, RA 3-0 Scarz as well.
Yeah, RA did 3-0 Scarz as well here. So anything is possible, right? Even for the side of Astar. They push R8 last time to a 3-0 finish. Maybe this game number 3, they can start ramping up their motors, ramping up their engine, and then push 3 games back. Just, you know, close out the score. Don't think about it as a 2-0. Think about it as, oh, it's a fresh BO5. We just had 2 games of scrims with R8. Let's go, boys. It's time to fight back.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if they can fight back in this one, right? Astar, they're looking obviously drafted and taking away the Arlie this time. They would obviously were able to pick it, and it survived the ban picks. But right now, obviously, the pay and the Gudo for the side of Astar Esports, Astar RA Esports, sorry, they're looking to take away some of that early game jungle aggression for the side of Astar.
And for Astar right now, you won't have that pressure to ban out the Arlie and Maestro Nui because you already expended so much of these expensive picks. Potentially Astar here might put the focus on towards the Dharma for Abdo because right now you're at game number 3. You are desperately needing some form of a strong backline setup, especially for someone like Abdo, who so far in this series has been performing tremendously.
he's been performing really well, right? Like Abdo's
Really well.
been definitely the kind of like the key difference for the side of Astar Esports. He was yesterday as well, also. So definitely that experience coming onto the Gorge that we know Abdo isn't a very experienced Honor of Kings player, but. For the side of A-Star, they're looking to kind of make sure that Jing Tian gets a little bit more of a carry potential pick into the jungle. And it's going to be that Jing, but when you draft a Jing this early, you can kind of look towards the counters, right?
Yeah, look towards the counters like the Mozi, like the Liang, potentially go for those insane jungle for that early game tempo. Some go for the Musashi as well. So what is a key pick here coming for RA? Because usually we see the Floorborn tank, but that's already been expanded in that last game for Guxing here. And then we're also playing in the global ban pick here. So if you already use that hero, you're no longer allowed to use it in the following games in that same series.
Exactly right. That's what made the beauty of the 2025 Honor Kings Esports, right? It's definitely kind of gave it a fresh face. It's gave it a little bit more of like a, ooh, they really can't draft that, and they've lost with that pick again. But now the Dharma coming through, a little bit more crowd control here for the side of A-Star. But the Guan Yu as well, it could potentially be the bully here for the Jing TM, right? Obviously, Jing here is going to be a bit of an issue, but maybe Guan Yu can bully them around, use that heroic strike, use the Razor Cavalry, push her around, get her out of that mirror domain.
You get her out of that mirror domain, and then you put that Mozi, the thing inside the box, in the middle of that mirror domain here. So for Jing Tian, at the start of this draft, is looking a bit unfriendly here for this jungle assassin player here. But as Jing, one of the toughest heroes in Honor of Kings, definitely something you can outplay if you have the sufficient micro mechanics to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely 8-play potential here for RA Esports if they're able to pick this one up. But obviously, they haven't showed their hand yet into the jungle. Obviously, Pei being taken off. They've used Floorborn tank as well. So really, we're going to be looking at maybe either another tank or they go for another carry. But the likes of Loon have been taken off the board here. Obviously, Jing's not available also. So I can imagine we may potentially see the likes of an Orgrin come through here. Obviously, it pairs very nicely with the Motsu. They've taken off the Lady Chen here for the side of A-Star as well, which is obviously one of the counters towards Orgrin with that Destructive Deluge. But I feel like this could spell a Guxing Orgrin game.
Yeah, I do think so. That may be the case here, especially Orgrin as a hero. Yes, he is labeled as a tank, but have you seen the damage this hero can deal pre-nerf and post-nerf? It's still one of the best tanks so far you can play in solo rank, in peak tournament, and in competitive as well. We coin it as, oh, Orgrin is a tank, but man, if you give it enough resource in that early to mid game, he is super duper tanky.
He's a raid boss. That's what we like calling him on stream here. But I mean, potentially Ganemo coming through. I can't imagine it's Yixing and Ganemo, but ooh, maybe they're highlighting the Han Xin. I can't imagine a Swanser comes through here, right? I mean, is this a potential pickoff here for the Jing? Maybe. I don't think so. That Orgrin definitely makes a lot more sense to me, especially in terms of having lack and sufficient of front line right now. The Orgrin for me is the prio pick.
I like the Orgrin here coming in from the side of RA. We keep talking about, oh, how great is Orgrin, but Yixing as well. If you are able to lock everybody in that box that rolls my board, you allow Guan Yu on Doma to just push down the likes of Mirage on that D-Ring. So for D-Ring in this game, it might be a bit stressful for this marksman player because you're thinking so much of these ultimates will be landing onto you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Trying to catch off the D-Ranger is going to be the key point, right? Like, I mean, if D-Ranger stays alive and Mirage is able to get that token onto the likes of the Orgrin, he's going to get that damage reduction as well, which could cause a bit of a stir for the side of A-Star. But they're going to go and lock in another decent Orgrin counter here, which is going to be the Sure.
The Sure is one of the better counters here coming in for the Orgrin here. Like, why do we say so? Because when Orgrin goes in with that ultimate, he jumps a bit in front, right? And then Sure, she can just use that Silk Imprint and pull you towards the team or pull you towards the tower, making you go in a bad position, right? So VO on that Sure will play a pivotal role in man-marking Guxing on that Orgrin.
Yeah, and we've already said about VO, right? Like, he's definitely more towards the kind of like utility mages into that mid role. Yes, he was able to get a few pickups off on the Mai Shiranui in game number 2, but realistically, we're going to be seeing him shine here if he can have the right positioning. Because, I mean, he's really going to be looking out for the like of, obviously, the Cannon Blast from Motsu. Obviously, Sure is a very squishy hero as well, right? Like, so even those Flaming Palms, they don't need to get into the late game. They just need to come online, have a few items, and then basically, I mean, build the Eternity Blade, and then you'll be able to lay waste to Shirk. She just is such a low health hero, but positioning, if it's key, if it's correct, can take down the Ogre.
I'm really excited for this Shi pick because I do believe Shi, there's no middle ground. It's either you're super good finding all the Silken Prince on the side of Yoichi, Xenon, Guxing, whoever, or you're just super, it's bad to say bad, but you're just super like inconsistent because you're not hitting all the Silken Prince. So VO is going to be so important in this game to set up his team for success and allow Abdo and G-Team to find those perfect backline assassinations.
Yeah, exactly. They need to try and find some backline assassinations here, and they are looking for, obviously, pickups for Abdo's sake as well. But we see that same kind of like 2v1 in top side of the map again, right? Like from game number 1, Zugzwang giving over that kind of aid to Abdo in the early game. Because Dharma, after his rework, is definitely a little bit more easier man here. But VO, we were talking about positioning literally moments ago, and he's getting himself into a little bit of a sticky situation in that river.
Oh yeah, not the best situation you want to be, but still, fortunately, still has that flashes, so that is still is key spell to have for that following approach, right? So the main thing that we have to really see so far is how Astar play around this early game here. Secure that jungle resource for Jing Tian, make sure that this Jing does not fall behind of that Augury.
Exactly. They got to make sure that that's the kind of like key into this early game, right? Is making sure that Jing Tian's farm is going to kind of outmatch the side of Guxing's Ogre here on the side of R8 Esports. But right now, globally, we are looking at that lead going up to the side of R8. So they, at this moment in time, they're not doing their best attempt to do so.
Yeah, not the best attempt to do so, but it also gives in favor for the side of Astar to really just man mark this jungler, allow them to have more resources, but look at this collapse towards the bottom side here. Guxing might be looking for an attempt in this bot side, but it looks very dangerous and very difficult.
Yeah, I can say with VO down there as well. Obviously, if Jing steps out alive, but okay, Jing Tian goes in with the mirror domain, but there it is, going to be the ball to be committed, but the damage is too much for an early game Ogre right now. Not able to get that second pick up thanks to that wall to my board, but Jing Tian gets first blood onto the board, and they're able to take away these boars.
This is what you need coming in from Astar. You need Jing Tian to get going, find those assassinations, and allow them to elevate that jungle pressure. Once Guxing gets outskilled in that late game, that's when Jing Tian scales even harder towards that late game, finding those burst potentials.
Yeah, they definitely need to get that burst up onto Guxing here, but I feel like that's only one mistake you should make once, right? If you are Guxing, you're like, right, okay, I underestimated Jing Tian on the Jing. Now we've got to take it a little bit more serious here, but man, Shit was literally just doing the twirl right there. She got hit with the Ride the Wind, got hit with the Cannon Blast. It's hard for you when you are a squishy hero. You take so much damage.
Well, that's the mage duty, right? You're taking the least gold, doing the most work, doing the most consistent damage. So it's the life of a mage player here, Blam. That is all you can ask for. And VO so far, he's elevating a lot of pressure for the side of Mirage to safely, comfortably farm in this lane.
Exactly. They're just able to kind of just completely farm. Obviously, there's a lot of rotations. They don't want to give out these side lane pressures as well, right? Because, I mean, it's all going to be driving onto that first neutral objective in terms of either of these two teams to get that power spike in the early game. But right now, they're definitely bringing it to them, right? Like Astar, they know they're on death's precipice, lack their better word, within this best of 5. They need to pull out all their trump cards here.
Yeah, all their trump cards, and then they slowly build a way to that reverse speed potential, right? As Guxing maybe caught up once again.
Yeah, I mean, the Bright Light Burst wasn't going to get a catch though, however, so he still has the Conductor of Souls, but he's going to be enough so much. Oh, he is still alive. The thing inside the box into the back line. Gets the execute there as well. Abdo is looking like a fish out of water here. Can he save himself with the light and mantra? But no, he gets taken down by Guxing. Guxing goes down once. They get 4 men onto the board here, 3 men onto the board, and a T1 into the mid lane. That was a beautiful play by R8.
Beautiful play by R8, but disastrous start coming in from Astar. We were talking that, hey, they need to control that jungle tempo. They need to make sure that the early game doesn't fumble here, but it was so unfortunate because at this moment, Guxing is still in his own jungle and it's 3-4 minutes here. 10% damage reduction if Guxing is in his own jungle here. And Mijo with the savior play here with that beautiful thing inside the box, allowing Guxing on that Augur to survive and get back all that HP.
Yeah, again, like you were saying there, perfectly pointed out, Sagi. The fact that that took place prior to the 4-minute mark was the reason why Astar Gaming weren't able to come out on top of that one, right? Like, if they just waited a little bit longer, they could have taken that fight and definitely would have done the damage onto the side of Astar Esports. But now to get the Tyrant and the look to get this T1 down to the bot side of the map, so they're just basically getting some limit control here.
Yeah, a little bit of control. 1-for-1 trade so far for both sides here. We see Ryoichi getting that top turret here, and then as a return, Mirage getting that bottom side turret here. But my oh my, 4 kills in favor of the side of R8. 2,000 goldie already being a mess by the R8 lineup.
Exactly. I mean, definitely R8. They were able to get back control, obviously, with that short play there. We did see the Astar, after getting the Tyrant as well, is obviously been able to kind of just get a little bit more map control compared to what they did in game number 2 as well. They just need to make sure that neither of these teams take a bad team fight once again, because, I mean, that's T1 into the mid and top side of the map is really going to put the pressure onto the side of Astar.
It will indeed do a lot of pressure here, especially when you talk about no mid lane. This is what you can do as Guxing. He's just soloing this front line.
Solo in the front line for now. He's just pushing them away with the path of passing as well, right? Like, Vio has to flash over the wall once again, so we know Vio is very trigger happy with those common skills. But now into the back line, it's going to be Ryoichi, and that's landed into succession there onto Vio, pushing Astar towards that wall. They are scared to take anybody on the side of R8 right now.
This is the reason that you do not fumble these early game team fights. Once you fumble them, this is what happens when Guxing is on a battle pack like Ogren. So snowball heavy, and Ryoichi just bailing out with that infinite vastness.
Yeah, baiting that mirror domain there, using Infinite Vastness to get himself out of this typical sponge in the mid lane right now. But like I said earlier, that T1 opens up the fact that they can either just walk into the enemy jungle, get that Crimson Golem, and potentially walk out here. Abdo trying to get onto the backline, pushes that thing inside the box, out of the wing, and GTN, he's trying, but Guxing is going to be that raid boss, and there is that board wrapping nicely around Mirage. Nicely well played there by R8 Esports. They get the pick off to Abdo and Mirage into the backline as well. But now, this is all for R8 to win, right? If they drop, it's going to be at their own cost. But they have the minions into the high ground turrets, and they have minions going into both side lanes.
They are just so up in the head right now. There is no damage that can potentially take down Guxing without Mirage hitting that Daybreaker, without Jinkin hitting that Starbreaker. They just really need time to really scale towards that late game here. But if you're our esports, nah, man, I ain't letting you have that scaling time. It is for us to push this game to an end within the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you know your enemy team has a late game timer, you don't want to get to that point in the game, right? Because, I mean, especially after the R8 Esports is having such a stellar early game. They're able to create, obviously, a 6-kill deficit right now. The gold lead is definitely going in the favor. Guxing maybe getting caught out here, but the board is actually getting committed. Vio, I mean, again, just a little bit overzealous there. Maybe a little bit much of a big mistake here on the side of R8 Esports, but Abdo trying to get his way out, gets taken down by Xenon. But, I mean, jungle for Clash Lane at this point of the game, is that a fair trade?
I mean, it's worth it for us at Astar as long as they're getting trades, getting kills on the member like Guxing. Guxing's super fed. He's 6,000 against Jingtian, which is 5.2k. Taking him down makes so much sense, elevating that pressure that Astar is currently facing in their jungle here. As long as Astar gets more time to farm, gets more time to get these items, that's when they truly find those tempos here, as Ryoichi gets forced out once again with the Infinite Vastness.
Yeah, Infinite Vastness does get forced out again, but we are seeing Doma into the team fight as well. Mijo trying to push the front line here. Obviously, Jingtian and Vio trying to do their thing, but that Cannon Blast gets blocked by the minions. This could be trouble here for Mijo. Also, the Radiance being used here as well. The slow, just slowing him down. Actually, it was the Smite that slowed him down, not the Radiance.
Ooh, Mijo is actually playing a very clean game. He's baiting out so many of these spells coming in from Astar's lineup here. At the very least, he had to burn the flash here, but that is just a flash onto the support here. But all eyes on Abdo and Jingtian. If they want to find a comeback potential, it will be from these two players.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, right now, obviously, R8 Esports, thanks to their early game pressure into these lanes, right, they're able to open up the side of Astar's jungle and take away the Azure Golem away from Jing, which is going to be a bit frightful here for them as they go into these next few team fights. On Bridal Air versus Cat Hunter 3 there stops the takedown of that target. But now, Doma into the back line, but Jing onto the back line of R8 Esports. Who's going to be more deadlier? It looks like Dharma, baby. It's the Dharma show as he gets a takedown at the VO. Look at it go for Mirage. Mirage gets out of there thanks to Abdo, but but now the takedown of the Jing, that's vital. That's your mid, and Jungle's gone down. Mirage looking to be taken down as well. Gushing not living up the pace, but it's going to be the Cannon Blast that comes over the wall and claims Mirage finally, and now Abdo getting taken apart by 3, now gets taken down by RA Esports.
4-for-1 exchange in favor of RA Esports as they are currently marching towards this high ground to potentially push one more high ground before they revisit towards those shadow objectives. Currently RA with that 7,000 gold lead, they are not looking to stop in this reign of terror.
Not looking to stop one minota of a bit here right now, but Vio's able to get a kill onto Ryuichi, so a little bit of a claim to fame here. Obviously now they're able to get the farm lane off the side of RA Esports, obviously taking off one of the damage outputs, but they still have Xenon. They still have Gushing doing a lot of damage.
Yup, they still have Xenon, they still have Gushing here, but uncharacteristic falter here for Ryuichi. When you're in such a dominating position, you do not want to lose out all these objectives, especially that it may force a comeback here coming in from Astar. Right now, Astar losing out 7,000 gold, but still getting that Shadow Overlord. Very big win for the Astar roster.
Yeah, they're just trying to get these little victories back onto the board, right? Like, they need to make sure they're claiming some neutral objectives, because if they don't, it's a lot of pressure onto the side of A-Star that they can't really relieve right now.
Exactly the case here, but Shadow Tyra will be in favor of our Esports, but fortunately for A-Star, that Shadow Vanguard might just stall a bit more time for them to farm in this late game here, but Zugzwang being called on towards the board.
But are they going to be able to sustain this damage now that they have banked that Tyrant? It looks like Zugzwang's going to get taken down first off, so there goes their key front line, right? And I mean, look, Abdo looks a little bit too more bruised like a banana. He has to get back to that base to get some more health before going back in for a refight. But now, there it is. They stop the push down to the bot side, but it looks like that T2 is just a little bit too worse for wear to not go down by Gushing.
But not the wiser the choice here coming from Zugzwang, because you already have the Primal Bond. You already know that you're losing in these team fights, so using the Unbridled Outburst to force a steal, and then you're now on cooldown for the next, 60 seconds? Not the best of the choice here coming in for A-Star's Roman here, but definitely if he were to manage to steal it, that could have been huge for A-Star.
Oh, absolutely. It was high risk, high reward, right? But I mean, they are getting desperate because of obviously the T3 takedown into the mid lane here as well. They need to make some desperate plays to see if that desperation can just equivalent into some kind of victory here.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case, right? As we see right now, with the minions marching in, Zugzwang barely escaping for that board here, so you have to thread the needle as of this point. You're losing 9,000 gold against RA Esports. Barely looking out that ultimate.
Careful! Oh, they're looking. Obviously, Gushing goes in with a piece of movement there from one side to the other, with as well as Dharma. The Infinite Baptist does come through, just pushes them back into the crystal. There's no minion wave coming through just yet. It has been halted by the side of A-Star's minions. They got to be careful. RA, if they're a little bit too overzealous here, they could get taken down.
That was really overzealous, especially like you mentioned, by the side of Abdo. He was finding that flash truth, but unfortunately, it was just 1 centimeter too short, and that really cost him to have this next 2 minutes big cooldown timer here. But right now, that Shadow Overlord elevated so much pressure coming in from A-Star. If they can drag this game to 18 minutes or potentially 20-minute tempest, that could mean this super big goal lead will not be a problem anymore coming in from A-Star's roster.
Yeah, it's going to take one heck of a defense, but they can do it on the side of A-Star, right? Like, they still have 2 high ground turrets left into the side lanes. Arguably, it's going to alleviate any kind of pressure if they do get that Tempest Dragon point, right? Like, obviously, it's going to go and spawn on one of these side lanes here, and having those T3s up means that they don't have the enhanced minions, but into the mid lane here, maybe if Xenon gets taken out, that passive is not going to be able to take him and keep him alive, but Abdo tries to get the catch onto Ryuichi here, but now it's going to be dominated to the back line, pushes them out to think inside the box. Jing goes down, goes down, as well as Zugzwang. They're looking for some more. Doe is really low. The Cannon Blast comes through. Vio does not have the flash. It's a triple kill for Gushing. Can he get a quadra? He does get the quadra.
So close, yet so far it looks so good for A-Star, but they are just losing out due to the fact that they are losing 8,000 gold. Abdo found Ryuichi, but the damage was just so darn close. It was just like, what, 10% extra health? But of course, it was RA. They found the lead. They found the winning team fight. Doma coming in for that clutch, and that is the end for Astar in their Group A series here. RA continue their triumph in this Group A for that potential playoff spot.
Yeah, all right, sitting at the top of Group A is definitely going to be a boost when they go up against Scarz in the offline match, but definitely a 3-0 fashion. They're paying back that due diligence from yesterday, right? Astar, they took 3-0 off of R8 and made it a little bit harder, a little bit more of a not as clean victory sweep to try and get to the top spot of Group A, but now R8, with that similar fashion, have boosted their chances to a pretty close call to get into that playoffs for next week.
Yeah, for the side of R8, it's good news all around for them. They secured 3-0 in terms of their revenge storyline. They did lose 3-0, 0-3 against Astar last time, so it will feel very good for the R8 boys. But for Astar, sadly to say, suffering this loss does cut them away for their Group A potential hopes in making it to the playoffs, but they still really showed up big and showed up with lots of improvements coming in from that ranking week.
Yeah, beautiful, obviously, performance here. Gushing, I feel like there is nobody else you could give that MVP over until you want to give it over to Doma, right? Like, Doma, yes, he didn't get a single kill, but his impact into those team fights, his pressure onto the backline of the enemy team was so huge within this game.
It was very clean stuff coming in from the side of Doma and also Gushing. Even though Gushing really fell short in that early game, he was killed once, but then going into that final moment, that 4th minute mark, just barely the 4th minute, he found that 1v4. He allowed his team to really come back from that deficit, and then that's where the snowball for the side of R8 really started to get going.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you saw here that R8, Astar, once again, just a similar fashion. They like to try and curate a bit of a goal lead in the early game, but that's when it comes to falter, right? That 4-minute mark where they took that team fight into the enemy jungle and they still had that debuff on them was really the precipice and the turning point here for R8 Esports in this game number 3. And there it is. Gushing with the MVP performance, 10-6 KDA, 25% of damage dealt and 39% of damage taken. If that doesn't show you that this is a raid boss of a hero, I don't know what's gonna.
Yeah, log into HOK, try to augur yourself, because this is a decent hero for you to pick up to really learn about jungle. And what better way of picking up augur than to learn from R8 Gushing, our MVP, with these monstrous stats.
Yeah, beautiful stats. Got his team to victory as well with that clean 3-0. I mean, across all of those games, Gushing has been playing very well on the Flowborn tank, as well as the Pei and the Orgrim. But this was it. This was the turning point for Astar, and they knew it, right? Like, they were trying to fight back for the entire of that 3rd game, but the fact that they took that team fight a little bit too early was really at the behest of their either they overestimated the timer. They thought they could withstand the team fight for a little bit longer so that the damage would actually officially come through for them. But it was still, at this point, the fact that the pressure for the side of R8 was put on so early into that top and mid lane meant that fighting into the enemy jungle was just a bit of an ease for them.
Yeah, it was very easy for them, especially when we fight in the enemy jungle pre-4 minutes. They get a 10% damage reduction, which is not what you want, and that is the exact damage needed to really kill off Gushing in that 4-minute time period. And as of this point in the late game, even if Abdul were to catch up Xenon, it's too little to this, in the end, really translated a smooth endgame process for the side of R8 Esports, because even this last fight, we saw Abdo almost catching Ryuichi. This is a 4v5 without Xenon starting off the team fight. You can see Mirage, Dio, they know if they don't combo someone to death, it is all over for them, and this is exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened there, and led to the quadra kill as we just saw here, and we get the execute and slam onto Abdo, and then that's when the crystal just opens wide up, right? That's just another team ace, and then another defined victory for the victor of that team fight. And R8 Esports once again gets another series in their name under their belt, and we're gonna go for a break before we get into the next series of the day, so don't go anywhere.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. For families to gather in joy. For dear friends to stay together. For the peace of the bird tribe and the forest. Even if my feathers burn away, I will never fear. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, as long as we stand together, as long as we endure, we will surely, losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates, weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the misty marshes' first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Welcome on, everybody. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. This is obviously day number 4 of the Survival Week, the last day for these teams to try and climb on top of that Group A. Obviously, Group S they are set in stone to go into the playoffs. But below, in a few days, in 3 days, we're going to be having that new version of Honor of Kings, where we're going to see the sprite lines come through. We're going to have the rank reset. There's a lot going to be happening with in-game, so make sure you are logging in on the 24th of September.
I'm super stoked about Ambrosia as well, but you know what else I'm super stoked with? It's definitely Ultimate Awakening. Big hero skill upgrades, super thrilling MOBA combat. It's like, what? Super amped up ultimates for about like 3 of the skills, 12 upgrades in terms of heroes effects, and also 15 awakened heroes, countless skill combos you can actually do in Honor of Kings. So if you're tired of rank, you're tired of playing normal matches, you can definitely check out Ultimate Awakening. That's coming about 27th September.
Exactly. So there is a lot to look forward to in-game, but even more to look forward to right now within Honor of Kings Esports, right? Obviously, we have the KME going on, the KM Worst going on. We have IKL, PKL, MKL. So much going on within the esports ecosystem. And it doesn't end there, right? When the playoffs happen, we obviously crown our top 2 teams, and then they go into that last chance qualifier where they fight the champion of the WKS, which is none other than Fearless Hong Kong Esports. So, Fearless Esports Hong Kong even. So now we need to see which team first gets into Group A, right? I mean, R8 after that performance looks pretty scary. Will they be able to take on Scarz later on? We'll have to wait and see. But this next match is going to be Gen.G going up against Crazy Raccoon. And honestly, we've seen this before. It was a 3-1 score yesterday. Will Crazy Raccoons bounce back after they did yesterday? Like most teams do, right? You get your bit of research. You get your dominance onto the gorge, you see what worked, what didn't work, and then you take your leaf out of your own book and go forward.
Yeah, that is Honor of Kings. You will never falter in one place. But let's check out the first team for our introduction for this series because it's gonna be spicy.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
And this is the first team of the day, and it's none other than the CR Nation Crazy Raccoon, and they're represented by Kai, Kong, Kalishe in the mid lane, Nanahana into the farm lane, and then Nia as their support player. But this has been a team that have been really kind of like looking toward that top side of the map, right? Kai and Kong, they have been a driving force of the Crazy Raccoon.
The KK combo right that we're talking about, especially Kong. I think he has about like what, racked up 9 to 10 MVPs across the entire KME. His fate is one of the best ones so far in the KME season, but that is Crazy Raccoons. On the opposite end will be their opponent, Gen.G Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
There you have it, the game changers known as Gen.G Esports. Starting off the clash, we have Wawa, Rock in the jungle, Inua. The best performance so far in the mid lane will be this person. And Monto, the new addition to replace Ray. And in the roamer, we have Clue. And I gotta say, so far, their appearance since S3 up until now, their improvement has been magnificent.
Magnificent, and it's climbed magnitudes as well, right? Like, I mean, yesterday, me and Hola was so impressed with Inua on that Mai Shiranui.
Oh, yeah.
He created that winning team fight, right? He went in, massive engage, got a few kills, went golden, and then was able to dip back out, and then the rest of the team just kind of capitalized on such a great play from Inua on the side of Gen.G. So I can imagine we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that. Maybe Crazy Raccoon don't want to see the Mai Shiranui come through. Not too sure what Kong was doing there on the screen, but it looks like he was trying to line up his own face.
He was trying to line up his own face. He was just like, you know, telling his team members like, hey, here's a joke. Don't be worried about it. Let's check out this head-to-head because, my boy, I'm way ahead of Rock in that jungle world.
Yeah, I mean, 113 kills to 95. I mean, it's definitely a difference here of 18 kills, which is pretty wild. We've seen many a times where Kong has been able to counter-capitalize in that early game, especially on picks like Fade, but the damage dealt, again, quite a few quantifications on that one as well. But average gold does definitely go over to the side of Rock, but team fight participation, sometimes where it matters the most, is going over to the side of Kong once again. So he's been definitely a crucial jungler within the KME fall season, definitely to make his mark in terms of the most MVPs thus far.
But if you're against Rock, Rock is like, okay, sure you have MVPs, but who has the more wins here? It's definitely Rock in that jungle here. He's been here since day one with Gen.G, and it has like what? One of the more Cinderella stories whereby they are starting to lose against the likes of Nongshan in that spring. Didn't really perform up to expectations, but their growth and evolution in KWC, we all saw it with your eyes. They were just performing so magnificently in those combos, especially Wawa Inua. Their growth, man, really, it cannot be said with words.
No, exactly, yeah. It cannot be captured with words other than with the actions on the Gorge, right? The way that Wawa and Inua have started to play and actually make some really kind of like ease for Rock to be like, okay, if I don't know if I can carry this game, I know I can lean on Wawa and Inua. But also Clue as well. Clue had a fantastic day one performance within the survival week as well. We've obviously labeled him Clue Bong as well. So he's been taking that. Yeah, Clue Bong with the Lu Bong is definitely where we want to be seen within this best of 5. But once again, very similar bans here, the Luna, the Mayin, and the Mai Shiranui. Will it be a Dharma ban or a Ali ban? Who will know? But I mean, right yet, we haven't seen a Hue 1 for the first time within the KME, right? Like, it's normally such a big prio pick. We didn't even see it last series.
Oh yeah, last series had 0 Yuan picks coming in from both teams here, but it is the survival week. That is where BO5 starts to kick in. Maybe in Game 4, Game 5, we'll see more of this Yuan, but that's not the case yet. You know, Crazy Raccoons, they love the Yuan because Kong can flex it as well towards the jungle.
He can flex it. It does mean that Gen.G will have to guess, but I think statistically, I feel like it's gone over to Nia more than it has for Kong in the entire of the KME, right? And I mean, Nia does play very well. He plays it with obviously very much conviction in terms of rotating, getting that intel, but it means that Rock gets the pay here, and it looks like they might go lock in Monto's Lung as well.
But that does open up the Dharma for Kai to really pick it up. So far, Dharma is one of those strong counters against the likes of Long and also a Pei. So that is probably a very decent pickup, especially Kong also harvested the Ukyo Tachibana that he has found success within the jungle, especially against Pei, like the player we know as Haku.
Exactly right. Like Ukyo going against Pei is definitely a good counter, but if you kind of drafted the Ukyo a little bit too early here, do we start to see kind of counters for the Ukyo come through, right? I mean, they definitely need to kind of surround the Pei with a little bit more of a stone wall, and that's why we can kind of see here that Clue's gone for his Zhang pickup. Yeah, the Zhang pickup does make a lot of sense here because one thing's for sure, you need this front beefy boy to find the positions of the Dharma, to find the positions of the Ukyo Tachibana. Then this Long and the potential mage that Inua will be drafting can play a more comfortable game, right? Because if you're always in a environment where, oh, where is Kai on that Dharma? Oh, where is Kong on the Ukyo Tachibana? It's so stressful for carries to play. Exactly, right? Like, definitely a stressful time for Ukyo as well. But right now, we're getting into that ban pick here. They want to kind of alleviate any kind of long-range mages that can be drafted here, like the Ganemo. Potentially, Nua going to be the next ban for the side of Crazy Raccoon as well. But the Dolly being banned out, they don't want to give over, like, that double kind of unending sorrow. They don't want to give over the kind of, like, hyper carry potential that they could go for on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, this does seem to be the case, right? When you see that Yuhan popped out, you always have to throw one ban on that Dahlia here because we know double unending sorrow, it can allow you to play aggressively, passively. There's just too much utility provided from that one Dahlia Yuhan combination here. But Inua with his MVP Nua has been locked in for that mid lane. Yeah, exactly. We saw it coming, right? I mean, honestly, I thought Crazy Raccoons were going to ban out the Nua rather than the Xiao Qiao, but again, Xiao Qiao still kind of gives that same kind of range, capacity, compensation, sorry, that obviously Lung kind of lacks with his mid-range skills. But now we've got the Nua, now we've got the Annihilation, now we've got the Emergence as well, right? Because if they didn't take it onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, they could have definitely drafted it in terms of obviously getting the counter onto Lung, right? Use the Emergence as the Infinite Vastus comes down, and then kind of just make sure you poke and prod and make some fun of that Lung in that situation. But it looks like the Hue 1 is actually going to go over to Cliche here if they're going to lock in the Sun Bin.
Oh yeah, so far after what Crew has shown us in towards the Roamer role, Sun Bin in the KME has been getting more and more popular as the days goes by, especially when it's against the likes of a Lung, because your ultimate, that time bomb, can really catch Lung off guard and make sure that he doesn't get that Infinite Vastus before that silent wears off.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very crucial here for Crazy Raccoons to get some Sunbin outplays here for their team. But now it's going to be the Chana going up against the Lung into the bot side of the map as well. But the amount of healing, the amount of sustainability that Crazy Raccoon have, if they pick up the right heroes before a teammate takes place, or even if they're able to get access to that backline, it could spell trouble here for Gen.G.
It could spell trouble, especially when we talk about Dharma, Tachibana. These two, when they're going for the backline, it's very, very dangerous here. So I really want to see how they actually formulate that game plan, because so far, when Crazy Raccoons were to pick up the Sun Bin, they have had times where they could pick up games even against the likes of Nongshim Red Force.
Exactly. Let's see how they put this Sun Bin into action. But if we look over to the side of Gen.G, they have the pay, they have that early game kind of assurance as well as the late game assurance for the Lung and the Nua. So really, they don't have as many timers to play with, right? Like they can literally, if one timer comes up, the next time is then activated, which is going to be that late game. But you can kind of see that they're going to be obviously going for the fast rotations as well here and the fast aggression with the pay, and especially with Wawa and the Guan Yu as well.
Yeah, Wawa on the Guan Yu will be very interesting. He's been pivoting more from the Mayin, from the Byra, into the picks like the Dharma and also the Guan Yu, setting up his team for success in a lot of these team fights, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, since the rework, it's a little bit more easier for people within competitive to play, right? So it's less kind of like room for error. You're no longer having to get the momentum to do anything with the Guan Yu. You can still keep attacking as well as you move. Yeah. So it just becomes a lot more of an impressive pick.
I think it really makes it more newbie friendly. It still takes a lot of time and effort to really pick up this Guan Yu pick, because players like Nova Shren and also players from different regions, they really excel on this pickup. But so far, Wawa has been showing up huge in these late game team fights, and I really want to see how Kai find those backline assassinations, especially onto Inu and Monto.
Only time will tell, right? Like, obviously, they're going to be looking for those backline accesses onto the side of Monto, as well as, obviously, Clue, Inua as well. Obviously, they're going to be the kind of, like, prime suspects within these team fights, because as soon as you take those two off, the damage kind of definitely falters by magnification as well.
Yeah, magnification, time will tell. Inua on that MVP performance on that Nua. Monto so far has been filling up the shoes for Raze. That has previously been with Gen.G for a long time here. So for Crazy Raccoons, they previously lost, or yesterday lost to the Gen.G roster in a 1-3 fashion here. Do you think it will be different here compared in this day number 3 or last day of our ranking, of our survival week?
Well, in the last series, obviously, Crazy Raccoon, first game, they lock in the Fade. Obviously, they get the victory, right? So that's how they get their first dub onto the board, was Fade. And then Gen.G knew, like, hey, we've got rid of the Fade now. Kong does not have any more of those big picks. And then that's where they got the 3-1 victory, right? So now we can kind of see that Crazy Raccoon's like, hey, maybe we keep the Fade for a later game. Maybe a tie-breaking game we keep the Fade for.
Yeah, tie-breaking game when picks are starting to get lesser and lesser counters for that Fate. That's maybe when Kong really wants to bring it up, because right now, you see the difference in terms of the draft. They're drafting Kong in these counter picks, but look at the engagement coming in as we see stun already being committed from the side of Clue here. But both teams sacrificing that roamer spell to allow their jungle to bail out from those sticky situations.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they could definitely get caught out there, right? But I think it's all down to obviously Cliche onto the Hue 1, gives over that sustainability, gives over that little bit of CC to kind of stop the flow of Gen.G going in such an aggressive play. But right now, obviously, On side of Gen.G, they can't overly commit into a team fight because Clue is not level 4 just yet. He doesn't have the Unbridled Outburst. He doesn't have that kind of second win here. But Kai getting the pushback here, just keeping Wawa Rock out of his face.
Yeah, keeping Wawa Rock out of his face. He did expend that mantra, so that will be down for the next upcoming 30 seconds for this month, for this Dharma. So if you look at the team comps to really talk about it, I do want to say that if Nanohana can survive these flanks coming in from Wawa, it would go really in favor. But look at Wawa though, he's potentially looking for a flank, but does get spotted up by Cliche and Kong in the exchange.
Yeah, but this is the beauty of the Huon, right? Like, you don't have to be anywhere near the brush. You've got that massive AoE. That checks it for you. If somebody's in there, bingo, baby. We've kind of stopped any kind of gank as we're rotating towards that brush. And definitely kind of just stomps any kind of, like, catalyst that the enemy team may have had.
Exactly the case here, and so far in this early game, it seems to me that it goes in favor of Crazy Raccoon in the laning phase, just coming out on top with that 200-300, barely of a goal lead of a lead.
Yeah, I'm surprised I've actually got that lead, but it must be down to obviously their lanes, like you were saying, Sagi, because normally when you've got a pair on the enemy team...
Good catch here. Oh, it was super duper low.
Very low. I mean, a lot was expended just to try and get that damage onto Inuo, right? Like, he didn't die. He's still alive. And they're going to go to try and take this neutral objective or even contest it. It doesn't look like it. It looks like Gen.G is going to go and try... Oh! I thought they was going to get the Annihilation there. That would have been beautiful for a steal, but looks like Gen.G is going to go for the Overlord here to let you know what... Kong was already rotating down to the bot side of the map. Like, I'm not going to contest it. Inu was pretty low. We basically just lose first blood potentially there.
And this is the power of the Uku Tachibana as well, right? One of the rare junglers that can really tackle this pick here. But look towards top side as Nia does get forced into a picture. As is there any follow-up here that could catch the Sun Bin? As you see Kai go in, Kai still has a true mantra here. Kong enters, stun up Rock here. Rock pounces towards the wall here, but that is a wall. No escape here coming in for this player as Wawa might be the next sacrificial lamb here. That gets caught up as well here. Second kill for Rock here. Where is the follow-up here? Oh, kill coming in from Kong on this Uki Tachibana. He's still up and alive in these exchanges.
Kong stepping on business, man. He was like, hey, I don't need my fade to get me a quadra kill in the early game. Give me my Ukio, I'll get you a triple kill, and I'll get you that T1 in top side of the map. So really well played there by CR Kong, but also set up by Kai as well as Cliche.
Oh yeah, and Rock was really just pushed towards that wall that you can see in this replay. So Kai went in for that engage. Nia was still up and available. Rock just pouncing towards the left. It was all sides of walls that he couldn't really escape for safety here, and Cliche buying the slow onto Wawa, Kong going in for the execute, and the rest is just history as really. Triple kill going to Kong. We see what happens when Kong gets that lead.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what he can do with that lead right now. Obviously, we were talking about literally a few hundred gold moments ago, but now we're looking around about that 2.4k gold lead for the side of Crazy Raccoons, which is what you can really show and do in Honor of Kings. When you get that dominant team fight, get that great skirmish like we just seen from Crazy Raccoon, but then also translate it into an objective like the T1 in top side of the map, which is really going to put the pressure onto Wawa now in this latter part of the game. But he's looking to pay back that pressure and take the T1 for himself with the help of Rock here.
But still, another one has been traded away from Nanohana in towards the bottom side here. So Monto, he will have lesser places to farm, especially if Clue wants to face check this. He has to be careful as Inuo gets caught out and gets immediately torn apart by this Ukitachibana here. Kong gets hit by the uppers here, but the cavalry has arrived here. Rock gets caught once again by the stun coming in from Cliche here. So members of Crazy Raccoons are immediate to the rescue for Kong in these exchanges.
Yeah, huge pickup there for the side of Crazy Raccoon. I mean, I'm not too sure what Inu was thinking there. Maybe he was just like, hey, if I sacrifice myself, it means that Monto's not going to get picked up here, which will be more of a behest at the side of Gen.G. Maybe a crucial takedown for them here. But now, speaking of crucial, we're speaking of crucial turret gains for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
And they are really quick with it. 7 minutes in, as already 2 Tier 2 already taken away, and the jungle of Rock currently is under pressure here coming in from Kong and Crazy Raccoons here. You can see 4,000 goalie already for this team.
Yeah, a huge goal lead for them. We've got Kong on Yukio, probably one of his best performances we've seen so far. I don't think we've seen him on the Yukio to this date yet, right? Like we've seen the Haku. Haku had a great performance on it, but right now it's Crazy Raccoon's time to shine as Rock finds himself in the wrong side of the gorge there, maybe trying to get the takedown from the crystal and deny the kill onto the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I think he's just trying to stall time, right? Trying to make sure that he gets the wave, slow down all these attempts coming in from Crazy Raccoons, so they don't get this smooth transition towards the mid game, which is that Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord, right? So right now, if you're in the Raccoons, you're in such a dominating way in this mid game where you are controlling almost every resource in the enemy jungle.
Controlling everything, and I mean, definitely taking away everything as well, right? This is what happens when you're able to take those crucial turrets off of the side of your enemy team. You're just able to kind of breeze through the enemy jungle, especially when Rock's down. You know, for a fact, not many people are going to be occupying the enemy jungle if your enemy jungle is dead. But phase checking here from Kong. Beautiful, just uses of intel here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
That's just show his experience in Honor of Kings and his discipline in smelling out these angles. He knows, okay, from the map, I don't see Wawa at all, so I have to clear this bush for my team. So Nano Hana and Cliche gets to play a safe game of damage output here. And you can see, he's doing an exceptional job, and right now he's man-marking Rock in all these attempts here. So Rock, can he run towards safety? He does get over to safety, but still, this buff still goes in favor of Kong in that jungle.
Yeah, he's playing it beautifully, right? Like, he's just making sure, like you were saying, he's man-checking Rock. He knows where he is, but then also at the same time, he doesn't know where Wawa is. And he's probably thinking to himself, if I had a Clash laner right now and I was pushed to my base, what would I want my Clash laner to do? You know what? Keeping eyes on that rotation to potential down to the bot side of the map for that Tyrant, and that's exactly where he was. Gets a phase check, pushes away Wawa, but now we get a 5-man Gen.G looking to kind of formulate towards this mid lane. Maybe try and get a bit of a pickup of a team fight before those shadow objectives come on board.
Yeah, shadow objectives will be key, especially for Crazy Raccoons, to continue to push that lead into a potential endgame scenario for them. We have seen Gen.G fall in these situations where they can find a comeback potential here, especially when you have the likes of a Guan Yu and also a Zhang Fei, which can make these major engagements that you desperately need here. So, at the very least, Gen.G, if they do not falter in those mid-game attempts, they still have a leeway towards that late game.
They do indeed, and you can kind of see here, Wawa's just trying to create some pressure onto the Gorge for the side of Gen.G as well. Right, able to usher through those minions. Doesn't look like Kai's going to be able to clean up that minion wave until they take that T1 takedown as well. And Wawa gets out alive, right? So he's definitely making those macro plays, and he's not falling for them as well, right? Like, he's not losing any health. He's not losing anybody else.
Already got him blown up by the Unbridled Outburst here. So right now, Clue, he's only the sole member alive here as he gets taken out as well. Unstoppable already coming in from Kong here. Monto on towards the front end here. Does get an assassination on towards Nano Hano here. So that is a very good consolation kill. But on the flip side, it's a 4v3 front up here coming in for the Raccoons here as they are looking to march down this tier 3.
Look at the march down the tier 3, but we're going to have Wawa in the back line here right now. Looking to just kind of push them away from the base at this moment in time. But
Monto gets blown apart as well as the Raccoons currently they are looking to continue their reign of dominance as they both take down Wawa and Monto in this exchange. They bail out. They are looking to take the Shadow Tyrant with this escape.
Yeah, they get the big plays, they get the big pickup, and they're looking to get some more, right? Obviously, take the Zero Golem away from Gen.G as well. They're 8 kills up Sagi. They are 6k gold ahead, and looking to be another neutral objective ahead of Gen.G before they look to round out this last game. They're not going to go for that double neutral objective. They're not going to give Gen.G the satisfaction of trying to get the steal on that Overlord as well.
And this goes to show how much Crazy Raccoon pressures the draft for Kong to get these favorable jungle matchups, and really contributes to the fact that, hey, Rock, you like the pay on the first pick? Fine, we have the answer for it, and that is the Ukyo Tachibana, and he was the one to find all these tempos, allowing Crazy Raccoon to find this 8,000, 7,000 gold lead.
Exactly that, right? Like, that's just a huge gold lead to have, especially such a great time within the match 1 between Gen.G, right? Like, we're getting into the 12-minute territory. Gen.G's gonna be feeling the burn of that lack of gold on their team, right?
Yeah, lack of gold on their team. They need to stall more time for Inuo and Monto to scale towards that late game, but fortunately for Crazy Raccoons, they still have Nano Hana in that late game department. As you can see, Kong just fading out the Unbridled Outburst, but Kai has to get forced back, but they still get the heal coming in from Nia on that Sun Bin here, who's going in for that smackdown here, but does get decimated from that over amount of damage coming in from the Raccoons.
Exactly, so much damage coming through here. Clue getting taken down, which is going to be one of the big key parts of that massive front line being taken down, right? Like, Clue on Bridal Outburst, two big key components into this team fight, and now Wawa gets taken down. Silence, so he can't even push Crazy Raccoon to his enemy team and try and get them stunned a little bit. Now we're seeing the assault onto the base here. The T3 takedown to the top side of the map. Kai
goes in, finds the annihilation immediately onto Inuo here. Rock as well as immediately low form this exchange and gets decimated by Kong in that exchange. Crystal falls as Crazy Raccoon. 13-1. What a dominating game number 1.
Very dominant game number 1 from Crazy Raccoon, and there was not a single fade in sight. Not even a Lady Chen as well, right? Like we've been seeing that combo come through. Even BTK tried to emulate it earlier, and it didn't quite go in their favor. But it's going to be the OGs, the Kong and Kai, and the Cliche that emulate that one so perfectly, but they didn't need it in game number 1. They're sending a message to those rest of the teams in Group A and saying, look, we're not down, we're not out, we are coming for that top spot.
We're coming for the top spot, exactly the case. And there's a hidden MVP we have to give it towards to. It's near on that last pick with that Sunbin. We're speculating like, oh, potentially the Yuan goes towards that role. But once they saw that long being locked in, they're like, okay, we're gonna copy the Clue style. We're going for the Sunbin, allowing that Sunbin ultimate to really silence Wawa on that Guan Yu, silence Monto on that long kill, not allowing him to have even any ounce of gameplay.
Yeah, literally not like an iota gameplay coming from the side of Gen.G in their carries, right? Like, obviously, even Wawa shutting down, Rock on 0-3, you know what I mean? Like, this is not a KDA scoreline we're typically meant to be seeing here for Gen.G. It's not like they've gone for, like, a soft-core Gen.G roster, like, draft here, right? Like, obviously, Wawa Guan Yu has had fantastic performance. Pei for Rock, one of his big picks. Inua for Nua, obviously, MVP performance, just didn't get online for the side of Gen.G. And you can kind of see right here that Kai was just there to set up the team fights. He wasn't there to do the damage. He was there just to make sure that he was able to get the backline, get the stuns for Kong, and then Cliche would come out on top as well. So the damage going from those three into the jungle, the mid, and the farm was just enough to put the pressure onto the side of Gen.G.
And look at Kong's damage, right? 79,000 damage coming in from one key member here in the jungle here. You know for a fact that if you give him that jungle favorable matchup, he would crush even the likes of Rock in that jungle matchup.
Exactly right. Like, Rock actually didn't look like a forbidden level opponent in that one, unfortunately, but this is what we was talking about in the draft, right? The Yukio is definitely a go-to counter for the likes of the Pei. But even so, just like using that phase check into the brushes as well, like we saw there, when Inua was going into the wrong brushes, he was getting picked up, getting run down. So that means there's no other MVP other than Kong in this one, right? 8-0-3, not even taking his signature 1 death to get him back on the board. And 36% of the damage dealt was wild.
And I think so far, Rock and Kong is tied for 8 MVPs. So if you're Kong, like, this guy, he is winning in terms of this ranking, but in terms of MVPs, I am not letting him have it here. So MVP goes over to Kong on the Ukyo Tachibana, and I gotta say, he's been super duper clean with it on this Ukyo Tachibana.
Oh, very, very clean. I mean, I'd probably argue to say it's even cleaner than his fade, right? Like, maybe we just get a little bit too used to seeing his fade. We haven't seen his Yukio. It's something new, and most times out of 10, our little 8 brains like when we see something new, right? And this guy, Kong on Yukio, definitely had my neurons firing, man. Like, I was just like, oh, something's happening right now, and there's a lot of action, and there's a triple kill going on into that early game team fight. I was just like, yes, this is what we've been waiting for Crazy Raccoon.
And look at this beautiful engage, right? So Kong was always the one to catch an Inua in these exchanges. I think it was like 2 to 3 times already, making sure that Inua does not have any room of damage department, right? So going into these upcoming games, especially for Gen.G, you will definitely need to lock down Kong in that jungle, because he is that person that will be allowing Crazy Raccoons to fully perform on towards the Gorge.
Yeah, he is him, right? Like, he is HIM. Kong was definitely standing up on his business on that Yukio pick. Cliche, I have to say, with the Hue 1 was definitely playing super aggressive, as you saw towards the end there. Flash, stun, beautiful. But we're still 4 games left. Let's go for a short break before getting to game number 2.
feel kind of mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We barely five as one, crashing pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tide up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East League Spring Season 2025. And we've just seen that Crazy Raccoon took a very dominant game number 1 from Gen.G. And it wasn't just, like I said, a soft-core Gen.G roster. It's just Kong had our neurons firing. Our 8 brains loved his Yu-Gi-Oh gameplay.
And really, it wasn't his fate. It was his Ukitachibana, where he found success with, even against the likes of Haku in those week 1s, and right now coming into week 2 where he's against Rock, also one of the best junglers in the KME. He's really coming in for that title, for that best jungler of the KME spot. And so far, I gotta say, Kong, he's not chill with it. He's so darn well prepped for that.
I mean, he's clean, but with a K, right? He's clean Kong this time around within the Clean Kong and the Survival Week. I'm going for the alliteration, baby. You know, don't stop me. But to be honest, I mean, he has a title to maintain. You know, like after yesterday, Rock got 8 MVPs himself. So now Kong's like, okay, slow your horses. We're literally neck and neck right now. I want to make sure I'm getting the most MVPs again, which now, after that game, that puts Kong 1 MVP ahead of Rock. So looking for more in this game number 2. But Gen.G here, going for blue side. Maybe they go for the Who Won themselves or lock in another Prio blue pick, depending on what gets banned out here.
Well, blue side is interesting because it is always a side where you put priority and focus on towards the picks like the best in the meta. For example, Yu Huan, Arlie, Maestro Nui, or even for the likes of the pay, right, which has just been expanded by Gen.G in that game number 1. So coming to game number 2, for the Crazy Raccoons, I think they start to have this draft angle where as long as we just pick properly and allow Kong to go into a winning jungle matchup where even we can save it for the final pick, it is really worth it for their strategic purposes.
Exactly right. Like they might just keep the fade in the back pocket for now, see what happens, see if they're able to get other dubs on the board here instead of really relying on that fade. But Crazy Raccoons, in their fashion, they ban out the Hue 1 Li Ang, but it means that the lights of the Ali, the Mai is awake. And what did we speak about before we got into this series, Sagi, was Inua's Mai performance yesterday.
Well, if he can replicate that performance that he had yesterday, he will definitely put Crazy Raccoon in a tough spot here. But the Crazy Raccoons, they're not joking around. They lock into Ogren and Gen.G, one of the two heroes that are very solid in the laning and jungle department here. Their power spike falls in that early 4 to 8 minutes mark, and if they can really get things going, you can see the Ogren just stomping their jungle. But for Gen.G, they don't want that to happen. They lock in the Musashi as well as a counter with that Imperial effect from their ultimate.
Oh, okay. Counters coming through here for the Ogren as well, right? Obviously, the Musashi, the Motsu as well. Normally, we like seeing the Motsu paired up with the Ogren, preferably, but it's gonna be like, hey, Clue's like, I need a good game. I need a good game going forward after that game 1 performance. But they're gonna lock in the Schwung set because obviously a lot of CC gonna come up from them. Well, not lock in just yet, they have now, but lock in that Schwung set to get all the anti-CC properties from the likes of the Motsu as well as the Musashi and the Mai Shiranui.
It goes well pretty decently, right? Especially the Ogren is this half damage, half tank of a beast in that early to mid phase. So if you can neutralize the Mai Shiranui and Musashi and even the Motsu crowd control, you probably give Ogren and Gen.G a very good time in that early to mid game that is so important for them in those skirmishes. So this Zhuangzi pick, if it's played to a perfection, it will prove a lot of value for the Crazy Raccoons lineup.
Yeah, and also if they're looking to kind of like predict a Dharma pickup here for the side of Gen.G as well, right? It's going to only kind of like further the usefulness of the Schwung set. But I can imagine that Gen.G are going to try and obviously take down this Whale Rider themselves. But really now we get into that second ban phase. Obviously, we're looking at banning some marksmen out. So obviously Monto used the Lung. Ali step on the board here if they really want to kind of force out the Ali for Monto, which is crazy to think, right? We're like 4 bans, almost, 6 bans in and no Ali ban so far for either of these two teams. Probably the first time within the KME, I think.
Yeah, first in the KME, there's no real focus on towards the early, especially between Monto and Nanohana. Yes, they are not really per se on par with Siri on towards the early, but still, in a competitive BO5 setup, not really prioritizing the early, that could leave some holes in the drafting segment that could probably allow you or make you vulnerable to other competitive teams from the other global regions.
Exactly that, right? But I mean, right now, obviously, for the side of Crazy Raccoon, what are we looking for to kind of like make this Ogren shine, to make their draft shine, right? Like, they need their mid lane, they need their clash lane. The party's been banned out here as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do decide to lock in.
Oh, they do put their focus on towards the Charlotte for Wawa here. I do think it's a hover. It's not gonna lock yet because Fatih is banned. Dharma is potentially still up and available, but that is just too much crowd control into a Zhuangzi. So saving it for a game 3 or game 4 setting will be much more reasonable here. But Shouyue and Mozi, it's a standard combo that we've seen so far. You hit the Cannon Blast, you hit the wild rounds, and that will put a lot of pressure, especially against the likes of Nanohana on that Gen.G.
Yeah, they got to dodge those wild rounds, right? Dodge the wild rounds, dodge the cannon blast. But the worst thing is obviously there seems to be a little bit more CC coming through onto the side of Gen.G with obviously the knock of Charlotte from her ultimate. But you're going to be looking to try and get that cleanse out from the Gen.G, right? Like try and get that back line taken out very early onto the side of Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon, they hovered over the Lady Gen, but they look like they might go and lock in the Shi here. So if somebody dives in, like the Mai, like the Musashi, they can just move them about. We've seen very dominant performance from Shi already. VO obviously getting caught out. Maybe that's where CR will shine, right? Let's see if Cliché's positioning is going to be better than VO's.
And to be honest, Cliché is one of those players that really showcased the power of Shi in those early weeks, because he was the one who got that MVP performance with this pick as Shi. He was the one actively finding the Silken Prince on towards the enemy's Mai Shiranui. It was this person on this mage pick here. So is he able to repeat that success in this game against one of the best teams, which is Gen.G in the KME? That will be a tough challenge for Crazy Raccoon's mid laner.
Yeah, very tough challenge, right? Like, it depends on how aggressive they're going to be, right? Are they going to really focus the cliche? Or is cliche actually going to be playing quite heavily in terms of the roam, right? Like, will we see top side help go up against that 2v1 up against Charlotte, like we've been seeing already within the survival weekday for today, where we've had a lot of like support players going up, helping out the rest of the team into the clash lane just to give the edge over, because I mean, it's going to be Charlotte going up against the Mayeen as well, right? Like, so in terms of matchup, in that 1v1 in the early game, who's taking that one for you?
Ooh, I do want to give it over to the Mayeen because Charlotte is one of those heroes that take time to ramp up. Once she gets that 2 to 3 item power spike, that's when Charlotte starts being this side lane menace that Mayeen cannot really full burst through. So it will really depend on how this Mayeen scales towards that mid game, whereby she needs to find more team fight dominance to scale that game into a faster tempo against Wawa's Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Charlotte's going to be kind of like a late game hero, right? Like, as soon as they get into the late game, it's going to be a good piece of kit for the side of Gen.G to be utilized, and especially into those team fights, especially on trying to go into the back line as well with the dashes and obviously the healing that you get from Charlotte also. But really, it's going to be, to me, like how they dictate this early game. Because obviously they do have the likes of the Maestro Noid that's going to put a lot of pressure into that lane. Is the shirt going to be enough to keep her in the lane? Probably not. We're going to be seeing some very sort of like fast, heavy rotations here from Gen.G, especially Inua, looking for those pickups like that we saw yesterday.
It will be very key, right? I think in the early game, it will be a battle between the mid and roam players, Inua and also Clue, and on the side of Nia and also Cliche. I think these 4 players will play a pivotal part in setting up Rock or the side of Kong's success. Whoever allows their jungler to play without any frustrations or pressure, definitely that's something you want to be seeing coming in from your mid and roam players.
Exactly right. You're looking at some pressure being created for both the mid and the roam players, especially with the heroes that they've selected as well, right? Because obviously they both have key options of getting the pickups into these lanes, especially with the Silk Imprint, especially with the knockups from the Maestro Nui. It could all come into Festa for the side of either of these two teams, but Crazy Raccoon, after that game number 1, they look solid. They need to maintain that hype, put the pressure on, and don't take the gas off the cooker.
Yeah, don't take the gas off the cooker. That is what they need to do in this series, because for Crazy Raccoons, if they can put their legs on that pedal and push it to a 2-0, you could imagine how much pressure that will put on Gen.G, especially. It matters for that placement for that Group S.
Exactly. So Group S, I mean, right now, all 3 of these teams are locked in for the playoffs, but whoever wants to get into that playoff, obviously the upper bracket here is potentially going to be seeing who takes this series, right? Gen.G going up against Crazy Raccoon once again. Obviously, we're already seeing that top side of the map with the Clue with the Motsu. Looking to try and get the lockdown onto Kai here. Kai, not going to have the best 1v1 at level 1, right?
That's painful here. So Kai already coming to the early game, gets forced out of lane, gets forced away from EXP. Not what you want to see in this matchup, where it should have been going in more favor of Kai in that clash lane. But on the flip side, you see Nano Hannah and also Nia secure that Fire Beak with no contention.
No contention, and obviously the top side of the map, it's going to be the Fire Beak that does actually get contested into the top side for Gen.G there. Now, we're seeing obviously Kong just using that minion wave in the mid lane just to get some more resources. Obviously, he needs to get this Organ online pretty early in terms of obviously itemization, in terms of gold, in terms of pressure onto the enemy team.
And it will be a big issue for Nia to react to Inua or also Rock's engage, because if he play those disengage well, it could spell disaster, especially for Inua on this Maestro Nui. So for Gen.G, it's really about those timing and those angles that they have to find, especially on backliners like Cliche and Nano Hannah.
Yeah, exactly. Backline access onto the side of Crazy Raccoon is going to be super duper important to team fights, right? I mean, that's where not only a lot of control, obviously, from Cliche, but the damage is going to be kind of like chipping away over time from Nano Hannah, as we've seen like previously within many of the KME games. It's just going to be something you don't want to be contesting with, especially when you got quite a bit of a squishy hero like the Maestro Nui. But the one hero that's not going to have to bother with all that is Monto, right? Monto's going to be at a safe distance, vicariously living for the rest of his teammates.
He will be the focal point in that late game, right? Because Monto, with that Shoryuan, yes, you don't really do that well in the early to mid game, but once you hit that late game, that 3 to 4 item power spike after the Daybreaker, that is where Monto starts to shine. He will hit like a truck with those auto attacks.
Yeah, the auto attack is going to come through for Monto, but it's going to take a while, right? The time is coming through. There's going to blast onto Kai, who's able to backflip over the wall there. CC music coming through, but Nia.
Yeah, gets engaged on, gets locked into the board, and right now we see can he limp away? He does not indeed limp away. On towards the flip side though, Kai does not get the execution on the work here, but the Charlotte is still up and running here. Wawa with supreme mobility does seem to get away from that exchange.
Not only supreme mobility, but the fact is, if Clue did not land that kind of blast onto Kai, Wawa would not be getting out of there, man. Like, that was a team effort from Gen.G. Obviously, first blood going over to Gen.G is pretty huge compared to what happened in the last game.
It is huge because right now Gen.G is in the driver's seat. They're winning out that early 3v3 of an exchange, getting that 1,000 gold lead already spells so much comfort for Gen.G, especially losing out such a convincing game one towards the Raccoons.
Exactly right. I mean, they've got everything they need to go for. They got the bait. Obviously, Nia kind of phase checked, hoping to survive a little bit longer for his teammates to come through. But unfortunately, that Schwanzer at this level is not going to be the tank that you need him to be.
Yeah, that will take time, right? Especially for Nia and Kong. That's why we always coin Nia this Zhuangzi pick. It's not really a tank roam. It's more of a utility roam that reacts to play. So if you put it in the front end, you best believe you'll be ready for a reaction. As Clue potentially caught out here, gets pulled into the arms of Kong here, forces a flash out away here. So this Shadow Tyrant, the Tyrant that's about to spawn, will go in favor much more for the Raccoons in this position.
I don't know, Rockstock got his ultimate, man. I mean, and Monto's in the back line here.
Tyrant does go over to the side of Kong here as they secure. They bail out towards safety here. The butterfly effect coming in from Nia is starting to provide dividends in protecting their team from these really big CC chains, especially from Inua.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just the start of the CC chain as well, right? Like, Cannon Blast hits you from afar, you're getting locked down. It's going to be a big issue for you, especially then when you've got the likes of Mai climbing on top of you, as well as the Masashi as well, right? So, they have a lot going for them right now on the side of Gen.G. They weren't able to get that Tyrant, but it is going to help out Crazy Raccoons when they are down by a gold deficit at this point in the game.
Ooh, Inua stealing away that Firehawk with that Kachos, and good stuff coming in from the Majuro here. But like you mentioned here, as long as Gen.G secures this goal lead, allow Monto to scale and towards that late game along with Wawa, things are looking exceptionally healthy for the side of Gen.G squad.
Yeah, I think problems are going to start to arise when obviously much of the anti-heal is going to start to be built by the side of Gen.G as well, right? You saw that Rock's obviously locked in the Blazing Cape already. He's maybe not going to go for the full attack damage build here, right? Like, he maybe want to be going for more of a tanky Masashi build, keep able to kind of sustain these team fights, but then also keep putting that anti-heal, that burn onto the likes of Kong.
I think it's a smart approach as well. If you look at the entire lineup coming from Gen.G, there's no real or true tank. So Rock alternating his build, going for that tank approach is a very smart and flexible build that he actually took on.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely kind of like playing to his experience, playing to know what works best against the roster of Crazy Raccoon here. But so far, I mean, it's not been devastating, right? Like, there has no been, like, massive skirmishes that have gone into the favor of either of these two teams. Gen.G were able to get first blood. Crazy Raccoon's able to get the first Tyrant, so really just neutralizing on different fronts here. But I feel like the pressure into the bot side of the map could actually create a bit of a problem here for Gen.G if they don't try and splinter it right now.
They need to really limit Nanohana in the Gen.G. But so far, if it's a 50-50 matchup, we can see towards the goal, which is 3.9 to 4.1, is still relatively healthy coming in from Monto. As we mentioned, if you give Monto sufficient time into the 10th minute mark and farm for that 3 items, it's a done deal for the side of Crazy Raccoons, because the Raccoons, their late game is not as strong compared to Gen.G's lineup.
Yeah, exactly. The scaling for obviously Gen.G is going to be much better into the late game here, especially with the likes of Monto, especially with the Charlotte as well, right? Like, that's going to definitely be their insurance policy going into that late game, and they've just got to hope that the team fights go in the favor of Crazy Raccoons. They can get the pickups thanks to Kai. Obviously, we've been seeing some fantastic mining performances here. Inua's got to be careful, though. Getting caught out, getting checked out by Kong.
But look at Rock here. Rock does seem to want some business against Kong here, but they know Kong in this early game, he's a mega tank. If you do not have 5 members, do not think about even removing this battle tank from the field here. But Cliche going in for that flash hook here does not seem to get the target on towards Inua.
No target's been gotten at the moment of this game, right? Like, they're just making, like, this is how, like, cordial they're playing, right? Gen.G know they have to get to the late game for the likes of Monto and Wawa at this point of the game. They don't want to kind of, like, punish, hinder their chances right now.
But it's still a very healthy lead coming in from Gen.G, although it's still at a 1-0 in terms of scoreline. You see 1.7k goal lead, especially coming in from Wawa in that crack stage being generated for the game changers Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely where you want to put the resources, right? I mean, typically it's going to be... You would predict it's going to go to Monto, but if they're putting it up to the top side of the map, it's going to be where Wawa gets online. Wawa, once again, is just one of those play-making players that we've been seeing and one of the biggest improvements for the side of Gen.G. So it looks like to me that Inu was having a bit of trouble trying to get those kind of like play-making starts here for the side of Gen.G. So they're really relying on Wawa to take this one.
And I love the fact that all this goal lead is being generated towards Wawa, because we know if you're Charlotte and you get towards the late game mark, you could really handle Cliche and Nanohana. But look at Rock. He's going in for the flank here. Finds Nanohana here, but immediate butterfly effect is in favor for the side of Crazy Raccoon here. Blood Rage being popped up by Inua flank does seal the deal. Getting Cliche, getting here. And if you're Kogya, could you escape towards safety here, because you are under fire by 3 members on the side of Gen.G as Wanto picks up another kill. But towards the mid lane, Kai does get a return kill over towards Wawa.
Yeah, nice 1v1 there, but I mean, missing out the Choosers. Oh, they get the slow. The cannon blast is just a little bit too close on their heads of a chin there to get the takedown, but they could get this T1 here because Kai's pretty low. They don't have any backup here. Obviously, we see that Nanohana and Nia just came back from that death spawn timer, but they're getting 2 T1s for a team fight as well as a Tyrant. This is scary for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I love the team fight capability coming in from Gen.G. In war with the beautiful setup, really setting up his team for success. Just like how you and Holler from yesterday mentioned that this team fight couldn't happen without the likes of Inua and Rock on these aggressive plays, because we see Rock going in for those damages. Immediate Inua follow-up on the 2-man engage, setting up success for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy here. Obviously, Inua, Rock really shining there. Wawa not yet online, as we've seen there with the 1v1s. Kai still able to take that within his own strides for now. But we are getting into almost that 10-minute mark with the Shadow Tyrants and Shadow Overlords, right? So that power spike for Wawa is going to slowly but surely come online now as we border into this late game.
Yeah, and this late game goes super in favor of Monto because he's starting to hit like a truck on these wild rounds here. Maybe the accuracy could have a bit of improvement here, but you get a general idea whereby Shoyu is that late game mark that you want to be looking at.
Yeah, exactly. Shoyu is going to be a bit of a bullet. I mean, I don't think we've actually seen Monto on the Shoyu before, right? Like, I mean, this may be like one of the first times seeing it. Obviously, the Radiance being built here.
Finding out towards Shoyu, forcing out the wild rounds to get towards safety here. Butterfly effect has been used here. Check out Inua here. Getting the assassination on the Cliche here. Backing up towards safety here. Inua is still up and alive. Who show crowd control on towards Tree here, but Kong finding the reverse kill on towards Rock here. So Kong, does he get to walk away towards safety here? Wild round missing on towards Kong here, but they do get the cannon blast to seal the deal on towards the Crazy Raccoon jungler.
Yeah, that would have been over a little bit more sooner if Monzo just aimed a little bit more to the left, man. Like, he just could have got that wild round. He didn't have to sacrifice that cannon blast, but a good play here by Gen.G. Opening up that mid lane, opening this Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant that is, and then you just got Wawa. I mean, not Wawa, sorry, Inua. Getting the split push into top side, so really now Gen.G's in their stride in this game number 2.
Yeah, 11 minutes into the game, 7,000 in a commanding fashion. They are gonna march down this game with ease because in the scaling department, Gen.G is really up in that level.
Yeah, exactly. Gen.G definitely up in the level. Definitely a better performance compared to how they played in game number 1, right? I mean, now they are up around about 7k gold in that kind of like 12-minute territory here. So it's looking kind of hairy for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They're just trying to get the CC up here onto Inua. They're just trying to kind of thread the needle with this shirt, but it's just not working right now. I mean, they're playing on the back foot. Shirt is going to be a lot harder to kind of like perform on when you're already playing from behind.
But Rock here going in for the engage onto Cliche here. Still has to deal to the death here. Cliche forced to walk away towards safety here. But check out Inua. He finds the back line. Think inside the bot. Catches multiple members here. Going in for a due to the death. Sends Kai down towards the grave as Inua once again solo-handedly finding all these beautiful backline engages and the Gen.G roster is going in for the game-winning push.
Yeah, game-winning push here for game number 2 of Gen.G as they get a much better performance here in game number 2, and they are taking that crystal from the side of Crazy Raccoon. So it's not going to be a 3-0 here, Sagi. We are looking at a bit of a standstill for both of these teams, but we saw some great picks come out from Gen.G. The Maestro Inui is now off the table for Inua, right? Like, he has now got to start to kind of look at maybe potentially showing his hand at some mid lane picks that we might not be seeing, right? But then Wawa, he hasn't had his Dama yet, he hasn't had his Byron yet, he hasn't had his Baki yet, so there's still plenty of picks here for Gen.G to capitalize on.
And especially when you talk about all these picks, there's still the likes of the Zhuangzi that's being already locked away from the hands of the Raccoons due to the global ban pick format here. He picked the Zhuangzi, didn't find the success that they actually wanted to, so right now they will be punished by this GBP format. And this game, to be honest, Gen.G from start to finish was super clean in those team fights.
Very good in the team fights. I mean, it took a while for them to get online, right? Like, they were definitely just playing their own game because they were just like, if we take it a little bit too early, we can get punished here by the likes of Kong on the Ogryn. Cliche, if he's in the bush and he catches us out with a Silky Print, that's going to be a problem for us here. And then obviously, Kai, with only one of the 5 kills within this one, taking that 1v1 up against the Charlotte Wawa in the early part of this game, was kind of just showing that Crazy Raccoons haven't necessarily drafted the best draft here for themselves. At least they didn't play Kong on the Ogryn the way they should have done by putting the pressure onto the enemy jungle, right? Like, just trying to take away as much resources as possible.
You can still see from the stats alone that Kong actually committed a lot of himself towards the team fight. 76k damage taken, 58k damage, the most damage dealt in this team, but against the crazy team fight setup coming in from Gen.G, that just shows the fact that Zhuangzi, this pick, if you do not draft an engaged heavy jungler, you will always be on that defensive end, reacting to engages from the Maestro Inui, from the Musashi. So for Crazy Raccoons, yes, the Zhuangzi is great, but maybe the 4th and 5th pick could use a bit of a change.
They could use a bit of a change here, absolutely. But here is the MVP, which wouldn't change in my mind. It's none other than Inua, right? That 4-0-7 pickup here, the Maestro Inui, really starting to show that this is his golden pick, right? Not only just because he takes Splendor and he plays it very well, but it's just those pickups into the team fights, man, the access into the back line. He's just not scared on this assassin.
Yeah, he is not scared, and he was playing against the Zhuangzi, so all his entry moments, all his timing was just so darn beautiful, as we can check from the replay.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as we're seeing here, obviously, if it's not Rock into the back line, it's going to be Inua as he comes through, obviously, to the sideline here. Gets a double knock-up, gets them pushed into the enemy team. Cliche thinks he's getting out alive, but then Wawa just comes through, obviously using that ranged ability from the Charlotte, but then it's just hard for the side of Crazy Raccoon to kind of just dictate the pace of the team fight, right? Like, Honey here was seeming like a little bit of a team fight that was going into the favor of Crazy Raccoons, but then it was Inua into the backline getting the cruise control, crowd control of 3, just really just kind of curbing the momentum here of Crazy Raccoon's team fight.
And you can check out this final fight coming in from the side of Gen.G. It was always all these proactive attempts coming in from Gen.G. It was never the Raccoons finding the engages. It was always them on the receiving end, which made it so difficult for the Zhuangzi to really play the game. Because having to be always on the reactive end means that you will always be one step slower compared to your enemies.
Yeah, one step behind, one step closer, one step before, obviously slower to your enemies there. Obviously get denied by the Think Inside the Box, the Cannon Blast, everything within that game number 2. But game number 3 under the way very soon, but short break. We'll see you soon, guys.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. It's been almost a long 5-game series between Gen.G and Crazy Raccoon, so I'm just keeping you guessing. Are we in fall? Are we in spring? You don't know. I don't know. It's a guessing game for us all. But after that game number 2, we don't know who's going to take this best of 5, right, Sagi?
Oh yeah, it's looking super duper close between the two teams here. Anyone getting an MVP performance on that Mai Shiranui. Game 1, we have Crazy Raccoons going in with Kong's signature Ukyo Tachibana here. So for SNK Heroes, they're having a bit of a role here coming into our drafts.
Yes, they are definitely having a better time within the drafts, right? I mean, yes, we haven't seen, obviously, Crazy Raccoons big pick for the fate of Kong, right? So maybe this time around with game number 3, they're looking to go for that, but they're still going to keep taking away that Hue-1, right? I mean, that's definitely a big, devastating pick within that game number 1, especially when he went over to Cliche, played it a little bit more like a carry rather than just kind of like proactively going around the gorge and just phase checking and just making sure the enemy team was getting stunned out. We saw a very good gameplay there from Cliche with that one, but right now into game number 3, finding out the lung here, they don't want to give it over to the side of the Crazy Raccoon.
It makes a lot of sense, especially when you already drafted these strong picks in game number 1 and game number 2. You just don't want to give it over to your opponents that they can find so much success with, especially the likes of the Yuhuan. Flexibility, top notch, can go to the jungle, mid, and also the roam. And Long, one of the best marksmen so far in the KME, I gotta say, because Arlie, yes, is top tier in the global region, but so far, teams are not really prioritizing it because of how strong these jungle players are with these assassins.
Exactly right. The assassin play style within the KME has been pretty crazy. I mean, not only the likes of the Pei, the Luna, and the Jing, right? Like we've been having like the Yukio come through. We've had a few Hanshins as well that have been doing pretty well also within the KME. So definitely going to set it up here using the Masashi as an assassin as well. But it's going to be Nanohana getting the pickup onto the Ali here. They don't want to try and give it over to Monto this time around, even though it completely survived the banning phase of the game number 2. But it means that Gen.G gets to go for the Dharma here for Wawa potentially.
Nah, he's just trolling over that Arthur. He's definitely going for that Dharma here. Dharma and Channel are the two key counters here that will be exceptionally good against the likes of the Arlie pick, right? Channel does so well against Arlie in that laning phase and also the late game. Dharma does exceptionally well in those teamfight settings where he will always be looking at that Arlie and finding those key flanks into the wall with that truth.
Yeah, exactly. They're just looking for the pickups of the Ali here, because again, I mean, even though like Nanohana compared to like other farm laners within the KME, it's going to be a little bit of a night and day difference on how he plays the Ali, but we were speaking about it as we get into this one, but it's looking like Kong is going to take that fade this time around. They want to go for another victory here. Pairing up with Nia's Zhang Fei is going to be what we used to be seeing on Nia, right? Those tankier support picks.
Now this comes a question here. What will Rock do in this setting here? What will he be picking here? Because he's already expanded the Musashi. He's already used the likes of the Pei, and Luna is already banned here. And going into the second phase, you're just going to be thinking here, maybe more bans will be laid on top of Kong in that... more bans will be laid on top of Rock in that jungle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's still the likes of the Jing available, right? Like Jing could still come through here if they really want to, or they will decide to go for maybe a potential Ogren pickup again, right? Like we've seen it on the side of Crazy Raccoon. It didn't have the best performance, but Rock could make something with this Crazy Raccoon, or maybe even go for the Flowborn tank, right?
Yeah, Flowborn tank does make a lot of sense, especially it's one of those junglers that could really bop you out from the walls and also CC chain you. And there you go, Blam. You could potentially be one of the coaches on the screen because you have the same idea as the Raccoons.
Yeah, they get the ban out there, like, yeah, we don't face that Flowborn tank and no shop. But then onto the side of Gen.G, obviously we are looking at sort of taking down some of those longer range mid lane heroes as well, like the newer Guan Yu being taken off here as well. Obviously when you've got such like a immobile mage like the Lady Gen, it's going to be an easier takedown for the likes of Kai on this Guan Yu.
I'm loving these picks here, but one thing to note of, the combo of the Fade and Lady Zen that Crazy Raccoons always draft has been taken away from the hands of anyone on that Lady Zen, so that will be one combo removed from Cliche in that poll. And so far, aside from Kong being this staple carry player in Crazy Raccoons, I gotta say, Cliche has been really improving and performing thus far.
Yeah, he's definitely showed like a progress just within the KME alone, right? Like at the beginning part, he was definitely kind of like an underwhelming player, but now he started to kind of like get into his groove a bit here, especially on that Q1 performance, man. Like paired with the... When you get Kong going, it's like Kai and Cliche just kind of like amp up their own spirit, right? And then they come through as well. But potential Nets a pick here for the side of Crazy Raccoon into the top side of the map. Oh, nope, they're going to go for something a little bit basic here. Actually, saying that though, we say basic, but we haven't seen that much Sunset compared to
Not a
the
lot.
spring season.
Not a lot, definitely, because Sunset, I think it's very all or nothing kind of pick, where either you are the taxi driver for the farm laner or the jungler to pick up resource on the cross map, or you are this backline flanker, hard engage CC layer on the gorge to really land those key backline catches here. So it's very mechanically heavy, even though it in a term is very basic in the combo chains.
Yeah, exactly. Like right now, Crazy Raccoon, they look to go for the party here, look to go for that attack speed, that access into the back line, obviously for the likes of Chano, for the Lady Gen as well. But then we have Cliche on a bit more of a carry role here on the mid lane. We have the Ganon Mo come through, so that long range that we're sort of sacrificing here for the likes of the Ali is going to be great at trying to pick off the backline once again at the enemy team, or even just chip it away at the likes of the Agudo, at the Liam Po before they even get in to get the Tremor Smash or that Gorge mobilization. But you can kind of see here that Rock Gen.G, they're going to go for a little bit more of an early game push with the likes of that Agudo.
And especially coming into both of these two drafts, their identity is very similar, whereby it comes in the form of a lot of flanks, especially for the side of Raccoons. You will rely heavily on the Fatih, the Fate, and also the Zhang Fei for those key backline engages. And on the flip side for Gen.G, you're looking at the Dharma and also Liam Po to find those success stories in those flanks here. So both these two teams, they'll really need to do the vision game to the fullest to really spot out the flanks that's going to be coming in from these assassin or these fighters that will be targeting towards your backline.
Yeah, they're going to be protecting the backline on the side of Gen.G, right? But I mean, they do have the likes of the Liam Po, they do have the Dharma as well. So if you are going to be accessing the backline of Gen.G, you got to hope that Dharma, Wawa, and Clue aren't going to be there to check you. Because I mean, last time we saw Clue's Liam Po go up against Siri on the Ali, he was able to shut this hero down. So with Nanahana, who's not as experienced as Siri, that could be a little bit of an issue here for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
That could indeed be an issue here, but this is game number 3 between Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G Esports. They will really want to find out who belongs in that second place of Group S and who will fall down to that global bracket spot.
Yeah, exactly. Only time will tell, right? Obviously, this is going to be playing for all of it in that top spot there, but Kai taking a lot of damage here. The minion waves not been quite cleared out yet, so he's not level 2, so already at the advantage here is Wawa with the rotation of Inua as well, but he's able to get the safety right for now.
Yeah, that's the advantage you get from winning out that 1v1 in terms of that level 2 approach, which allows you to steal away the wild boars, the spike tail, and right now, going into that laning phase already, Gen.G doing a much better job in this early game.
They are doing a much better job in the early game, but I mean, with the setup of obviously Rock on the Gudo, it means that they don't need to kind of like give over any resources into the jungle, right? So he can kind of farm on his own.
Yeah, he indeed could farm on his own, but that is the thing that we need to look at, especially when it comes to these two teams, right? Because early game, you're just chilling, but when you chill, you need to make sure that the enemy doesn't get the resources on top of your head. You need to deny resources from your enemy. That's how you get a lead from the laning phase.
Exactly. We've got to see, obviously, it's still early doors, right? Obviously, it's only like not even 2 minutes onto the board just yet for either of these two teams, but the Space Sprite is looking like it's going to get reset here in terms of the health bars going back up, and the pressure with the mini wave top side of the map means that Kai is not going to be able to contest it, right? So we're already starting to see that early game aggression, the early game check-in here for Rock.
It's very important coming in for both of these two teams, especially in the vision department that we mentioned in the pick and bans, because you need to spot out where Kai is coming from or where Kong is coming from, but Wawa escaping from a bit of danger being posed from the side of the Kong here, but Wawa here finding engage over towards Kai here as Inuwa is slowly coming in for that gank, but does flash away towards safety here, but Cliche, and also, yeah, they are looking for Inuwa in this rotation back towards mid lane here, but Inuwa spells out the danger here, does path towards safety.
Path towards safety, but at the same time, we see Monto having a bit of a field day down to the bot side of the map, right? Like, you can't block out those spirit walls with the Paracel. It's doing a lot of damage onto the Ali, who's quite squishy anyway. But you just kind of, like you said, about the intel, Sagi, these two teams need to make sure they know where the lights of Kai is.
Kai does get caught out by the Destructive Deluge, forces to use that ultimate to bail out of safety here, so that's ultimate for ultimate in that exchange.
For now, right, I mean, so he gets to level 5. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet. He was obviously have to use the flash early on, but Kai...
Ooh, almost a Flashman triangle here coming in from Wawa there, but does walk away towards safety here. But let's jump back to the topic that you were discussing about just now.
Yeah, obviously in terms of vision, they need to make sure they know where the likes of Kai and Kong are going to be at all times, right? Like, they don't want to be kind of sitting around in the brush. They don't want to give over that intel. So, because Cliche, if he has the idea, the intel to know where the squishy hero is coming from, and he uses those freshly forged blades, right, that's already going to chip away that kind of what we see from Gen.G rotating from a brush. It's just going to hinder that performance from them.
It will indeed hinder, especially in these cases where every kill will result into an objective after 4 minutes. So you just need to thread the needle, make sure that vision is seen before actually taking on teamfights, because that is so crucial. Imagine Kong just coming in late game with those big flanks and executing your team. You do not want that to happen.
No, yeah, I mean, we've seen previously before, obviously, Kong being able to get like such huge kills into the enemy's enemy team, right? Like, obviously, First Blood we had before. I think it was against Nongxing where he got the pickups as well, which is pretty great for him. But right now, they're just trying to kind of shuffle around and make sure that Gen.G gets this isolated Tyrant.
Isolated Tyrant here, as we see Umbrella Albums, let's go through, catches onto Inuwa and also the side of Crew here, but Inuwa goes into his stasis here, doesn't get the execution, does get taken down right now. We see a 1-for-1 exchange so far, but Kong going in for the execution here, does get on towards Rock here, as the members of Gen.G has to bail out towards Zane here, and Wawa finding a return kill here, but it is still a 2-for-3 in favor of the side of the Raccoons, as they can bear their fangs on towards this buffet of a blue side jungle from the Gen.G roster.
Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that obviously Kong there was just waiting to make sure he didn't make the same mistake as Astar did in the previous series, right? Like, he didn't want to take a fight into the enemy jungle pre-4 minutes and not do that impressive amount of damage. But we're going to look back at this replay. Obviously, fantastic and bridal outburst, but then it's kind of met with the gorge mobilization, with the wild growth, as well as the destructive delusion. Trying to keep away Crazy Raccoons, and he did its job at moments, but that hardened Jade Seal is going to make it very hard for them to get out of these team fights alive. And then there you can see the Crazy Raccoon got that free Tyrant as well.
Free Tyrant, 2,000 goalie ahead of Gen.G. This is in the Raccoon's temple, just like game number 1 here. Just need to see Gen.G, can they find those perfect truths and also treble smashes, because that will be very crucial in these upcoming exchanges. As you can see, Kong already putting so much pressure onto Inuwa, already forcing out that flash.
Yeah, again, flash on somebody like Inuwa is going to be vital in these team fights. But I mean, to be fair, all the way to Nanohana, he's definitely doing the Lord's work, right? Like, he's been able to push that bot side of the map. He's putting that pressure on, even though Gen.G are liking to go for these brawls, right? Like, they are definitely using those AoEs within their utilities to keep them fighting within these brawls. But right now, Nia's got to be careful.
Yeah, does get chunked out just a bit to force away that vision here, but that is still the main thing that we need to talk about. Nanohana, he's uncontested in these side lanes here. He's just having a field day, collecting resources, and this is what you want to see as a early player here. Allowing this early to farm a resource to get that 2 to 3 item power spike, then you will see the performance of a lifetime from this marksman pick.
Yeah, using that Hardened Jade Steel just to steal away those little camps from the side of Gen.G, which is also going to just kind of like, if they keep doing this on the side of Crazy Raccoons, it's going to snowball, right? Like that, like a small amount of gold is definitely going to go into a few K as they keep doing it and rinse and repeat it on the side of Crazy Raccoons. But that T1 into the mid lane's looking pretty low, man. Like, there's going to be a lot of like tending the farm going on for the side of Gen.G if they're not careful.
Yeah, they indeed need to be careful. Once that mid tier 1 does fall, you will see Kong having much of a free access towards the jungle here. Wawa looking for an engager, does find onto Kai here, but Kai has the ultimate here, forces out a brighter outburst here. Kai
the flash
away. We see Burst Rat going to the back line here, catches on towards the Zhang here, but engage, goes in from Kong, executes anyone on towards back line here. Clue gets knocked down by the Fears here, and also Kong escapes towards safety here as they only lose Nia in that exchange. Raccoons come out on top once again in this team fight.
Yeah, huge trade there for the side of Crazy Raccoon, man. Like, you drop your support for top, mid, and the enemy support, and then obviously you get the T1 into the mid lane as well. Definitely huge setup. I mean, we can kind of see here they're looking to try and go for the Crimson Golem as well.
Yeah, Crimson Golem does seem to be the next thing up for grab coming in for the side of Raccoons here, but for the Raccoons, the important thing is, Kong is left untouched in these team fights, and they are constantly finding the perfect flanks to really decimate Gen.G in those exchanges.
Yeah, massive. I mean, they're definitely looking at this replay. Like, obviously, it was very well played here by the side of Crazy Raccoons. Obviously, they could have lost Kong, Kai, sorry, but using that flash was able to get him out alive.
Yeah, and you just need to wonder, right? What does the flank angle coming in from Dharma that they really need to find to bring themselves back in this game? Because as of this point, it's looking so dire for the side of the side of Gen.G. Every fight that they take, it always falls in favor of the Raccoons. And we will be looking at these things, right, whereby the Raccoons, it's in a state whereby 8 minutes in, they're already ahead by 4,000 gold, which is not what you really want to happen in these exchanges, especially when it is so deadly when your Dharma and your Lianpo doesn't find these key engages.
Ooh, okay. So what we're seeing on the Gorge here right now, obviously, we're seeing the potential of the next Tyrant get up on the board here. We can see that Crazy Raccoons are definitely ahead in most metrics right now as well, right? Like turrets, gold, kills, they've got it all going for them. And this is all thanks to, obviously, Kong with his big pick onto the fade. But honestly, from that last team fight, man, the pressure that Cliche created there, the great positioning he had, and just that artillery damage from that Ganamo was just crazy.
Oh yeah, he was just providing so much value, sniping the likes of Clue from existent in those team fights, and you're starting to see the pressure that's generated from those team fights start to lead to these structural damage, limiting the growth of Gen.G in these exchanges. And this is the topic that we keep talking about. When you talk about Kong and Rock, you always need the team to play around their tempo. Whoever gets that tempo laid down will have a much smoother farming process, and so far, Crazy Raccoon doing a much more splendid job in this exchange.
Yeah, but I think to the props of Gen.G as well, right? Like, they haven't given up any sort of like big engages, big team fights over the last like maybe 2 minutes or so. So they're really just kind of trying to like reformulate themselves and reimagine themselves as the shadow objectives come onto the Gorge here right now. Obviously, Nia may be getting caught out. He does use the Unbridled Outburst, but he's gonna be on top of that wild growth.
But hang on a moment though, as Kai does force Flash away from the side of Monto here. Inuo and Monto, they are super low in these exchanges coming in for these team fights, as we see Raccoons getting so much of the control over this Shadow Tyrant here, but Wawa going into the river, forcing away the positioning coming in for the side of Raccoons here, as currently Gen.G have control of this Tyrant.
They have control of the Tyrant, they got the AoE, they got the Wild Growth going down, obviously thanks to the critters just doing the damage here. But now we're starting to see the Kong is on the walls here. They gotta be careful, make sure he doesn't get knocked off. He's looking for the smite, he's looking for the Hardened Jade Steel, but Wawa
goes in for the engage, but does fly onto Cliche here. Cliche dropping dangerously low here. Clue is the first to fall down here towards the back line here. Then Anna gets the assassination onto Rock and Inuo here, with the re-engage coming in from Kai, securing 4 kills on the side of Gen.G. Make that in 5, and then they have
is this the end?
beeline towards was the base of Gen.G in this game number 3.
Again, another KME special, man. Team A's Crystal Open. Minion wave coming through, fresh out of Baker's oven of the Crystal. And they look to finish this game number 3 in a Crazy Raccoon fashion.
Crazy Raccoon take game 3 in such a convincing way like the KME teams does. From game 1 to game 2 to game 3, the storyline is the same. Whoever gets that jungle control, whoever gets that jungle rolling will spell dominance in these exchanges. And so far, the Raccoons out of 3 games, they have a 2-1 score and they have been executing the game plan so well.
They did it very, very well, right? Like, but now the problem is the Fade has now been taken off the board for Kong. So now is this going to be potential that the next game goes over to Gen.G now that they don't have another one of those big picks that Kong is being able to man here? Because again, the global ban pick means that you cannot go for it this time around. And Gen.G, I mean, they did actually exhaust quite a few good picks as well within their own roster as well, right? The Ali, they got rid of the Lady Gen as well as the Dharma also. So there was a lot there on both of these teams that have been taken off thanks to that global ban pick.
That is indeed the beauty of global ban pick, because you will never know how your draft looks like until the start of the game, because the enemies will always react to whatever's left, you will react to whatever's that's left, and then you make a composition after the bans has been laid down to really see what kind of perfect combination that you can actually draft out for your team to pull off those success stories here. But in this game, Kong once again with that Fade pick, finding so much of the success in the jungle, allowing his team to really push through for that game-winning push.
A lot of success, but you have to give over props to Cliche as well, right? That 56.5k damage. I mean, he was just kind of positioning himself with like beyond the enemy lines, like always kind of like he knew as when Wawa went in, Rock went in, and Clue was already in the team fight. He knew that no one was going to come and gank him. Like Monto was always down into the farm lane on his own, never really participated into these team fights. So Cliche on the Ganamo had a very safe bet to just lie waste with these couple blades.
I have to agree with you, and it was always the fact that Cliche was the ones to find all these pokes, allowing this move of lead towards 7,000 at the end of 11 minutes mark for the set of Raccoons in these flanks, in these assassinations, right? Because we see Kong going in for the backline here, but without the freshly forged, those daggers stabbing into the side of Gen.G, you will never find these assassinations here. And Kong, he deserved this MVP because he played tremendously well in those early exchanges.
Very, very well in the early exchanges, and another MVP got up to Kong, right? Like, he's like, you know what? Rock, yes, you were able to meet my 8 MVPs. But I'm gonna go for a decade of 10 MVPs here for Kong. I mean, he was the star MVP of the ranking week. He's looking to go for some more, even if he doesn't get out of Group A. He's like, you know what? If I get my MVP titles, that's all that matters. But look at these highlights. We can kind of see how Crazy Raccoons were able to get this Game 3 victory.
At the start of it, you will see like, oh, the Raccoons are in a desperate situation here, but finding that true angle for Kong to really execute these team fights is what we really need. And then coming into this key one, this is where Cliche pulled off a beautiful engage when he came over. It's just like the front part is just Kong finding those assassinations onto Inuwa, but look at Cliche towards the river here. He found the full freshly forged on towards Clue, and then he pushed away Monto, stalling the members of the side of Gen.G to really find those moments here. And the final fight, even before Cliche were to fall, he really removed and put in all those damages before he went towards the fountain, right? And as of that point, even with Monto is still up, he's just alone against 2 fighters, and that is all the story that's being told in this game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, at that 11-minute mark, Monto, even though he kind of like, he was able to kind of get onto those team fights towards the end there. When you're a Chano, you're not going to be able to be the difference maker when the likes of your front line's been taken off the gorge, right? But game number 4 will come very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go for a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Stranger to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. And we're going to get into game number 4 between Gen.G and Crazy Raccoon. The fight for that top spot in the placement of the playoffs. Obviously, Jim is already up there, but these teams are looking for a little bit of a lifeline as they get into the playoffs, so they don't go for a 1-0 and then that's it, they're out of the playoffs. But now, it's all the fight for, right? Crazy Raccoon are at match point, or is Gen.G going to bring this one back, ladies and gentlemen?
Only time to tell. The thing is repeating in these processes because team come back from 2-1 deficit, teams crumble from a 2-0 lead. So only for the Raccoons, like you mentioned, Kong has already brought out his Ukitachibana. He's already brought out the Kong special, which is the Fade. So coming to game number 4. Does he have enough of these heroes to really bring Crazy Raccoons to that 3-1 finish? Or Gen.G, you know they've been in this competitive scene for quite a while. Will their mental fortitude really buffer them to that finishing line?
I mean, if it's going to go the same fashion of what we've seen so far, right? Like, obviously, Gen.G, they did lose game number 1, but came back 2. They lost 3. Did they come back 4? And then do they come back 5? It's going to be a little bit hard for them right now because they do have to take 2 victories back-to-back, right? But we've seen it with teams before. And as the global ban pick gets kind of like higher and higher, I mean, we're already at 15 heroes each for both of these teams that they cannot play.
Ooh, 15 heroes. That's 3 junglers in the side for both of these 2 junglers. That the key matchup that we really specified in that early game tempo. Because so far in these 3 games, the only similarity that I'm seeing is junglers contesting junglers and bringing the MVP for themselves. Aside from Inwa and also Cliche being these 2 key players in setting up their success stories. So coming to game number 4, will it repeat the same process of jungle being the main factor in these games?
I mean, it's looking like it so far, right? I mean, you can see that the Hue-1 ban out again, like Crazy Raccoon just don't want to let this give over, but the Luna once again. But I mean, the pay for the side of Crazy Raccoons is available here. They could go for it, and then maybe Gen.G go for the Yukio, but they're going to lock in the Loon here for Nanohana.
They will indeed lock in the loan for Nanohana's. Last game when he was on an early, he was very consistent with that pick. So definitely drafting Long in these upcoming matchups will be very, very suitable for this marksman player from the side of the Raccoons.
Exactly. I mean, they definitely had much better performance on the previous game, right? Like, he was able to play the Ali pretty well. Not in terms of obviously kills. He was able to get a few kills in that first team fight, but hey now, Jing for Rock, and then we're gonna get Clue on the Wawa. Clue on the Liang, sorry, not Clue on the Wawa. I didn't know Wawa was a hero until Honor of Kings right now, but I've just made him one. But the Liang is definitely gonna be a shutdown potential here if Crazy Raccoons do decide to go for a big assassin hero in the jungle.
And this Liang and Jing combination is always brought out by many of these teams to replicate that success in towards the jungle here. So Liang will always help this Jing in that jungle to fasten up that clear, pick up that mid wave, while Inwa will be picking a utility mage to really annoy that side lane. Make sure that these 2 lanes in the jungle and one of these side lanes gets a stress-free environment that really allows this Jing to scale into that dominant phase in that early to mid phase.
Exactly right now. I mean, they've definitely got that crowd control combo come through here for them. And obviously, it seems like a bit of a showing sign, right? Like, Gen.G banning at the Guan Yu meant that it's like, yeah, we really need to go for some control here, especially as we try and formulate around Rock's Jing play here. But I mean, I do like Crazy Raccoon's draft as well. Also, we don't know who their jungler is going to be just yet. Maybe they're going to go for somebody that's going to be able to match that combo, or did they decide to leave all the damage for Lung and Yixing to do, and then maybe go for that Floorborn tank again?
Ooh, Floorborn tank will be very interesting, especially against Jing in these matches, because that's one of those heroes where you can CC lock the likes of a Jing or a Luna by that they have like immense mobility, right? So being able to triple knock up them or bounce them around like a bounce house, definitely something you can consider in that jungle. But Kong, is he known for his tank junglers compared to his assassin ones?
Not really, but I mean, if he's be able to just bear the load onto the rest of his team, right? Like, so just shift the carry potential over to the likes of maybe Cliche, maybe, or maybe get Kai on such a great pick into the Clash lane, right? I mean, like, Dharma's available. He could go for the Dharma here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but Now, Gen.G's going for something a little bit more siege-orientated, right? They got the control. They just need to get some aggression into that lane. And Vang here is going to be able to kind of like roll out of these big ultimates like the World's My Board, like the Tremor Smash.
And I'm loving the Fang pick coming in from Gen.G's Monto because one thing's for sure, some people, they really don't notice the fact that when you use Fang, it's a very safe pick. Yes, the laning is not that good, but when it comes to fighting the Long, you can dodge out these flaming bombs with that roll of yours. So it's a very reactive pick that really plays towards your favor when dueling the Long in that 1v1 situation here. But Raccoons, we were thinking, okay, is it the floorborne tank? Nah, let's drop another jungle assassin for Kong. Let's go with the Nakaruru.
I don't know how successful the Nakaruru's been here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, I don't know how successful it's been as in the league as a whole. So there's definitely a lot riding on this one, but I do like the setup that they have, right? Obviously, they got the setup from the Liempo, they got the setup from the Byron as well. So if they can try and get those like crucial crowd controls onto any one of the members of Gen.G, they can just cloud in on top there with Nakaruru doing a lot of damage. But here we're going to be seeing that the Lu Bang is going to actually come out for Wawa this time around. So it's not going to be Clue Bang, it's going to be Wawa Bang.
Wawa Bang. That will be very interesting coming into this team composition here. Gen.G, once again, the favor falls on towards Jing for the Hands of Rock, whereby this Jing will deliver Liu Bang towards the backline, forming that explosive damage from the Liu Bang full magical damage build here. But here's the thing, for that to happen, you need a smooth early to mid phase whereby your jungle is intact, whereby your jungle is not invaded by the Raccoons here. Can they formulate the same success they have in game number 2, or will the Raccoons bite onto this lead to prove it to a 3-1 end?
I mean, for the sake of Crazy Raccoons, I really hope so, right? Like, they are looking for a series win on the board. Like, they've got one so far. I don't think, actually, if they got one yet, I don't believe, on the side of Crazy Raccoons. They definitely need one if they're going to be making sure they get into these, the groups, the survival week here. So, yeah, Crazy Raccoons still yet to have a single series for themselves. So, they need this one in the bag, right, if they want to get to that upper bracket placement. So they've got to pull out all the stops here on the side of Crazy Raccoons going up against Gen.G, but I do like Gen.G's roster as well, right? Like, obviously, say, the Fang can use the roll away to block out the Flaming Palms, but under the pressure, is Monto going to be able to see where those Flaming Palms are landing onto, right? Are they going to be chasing him? Are they coming out of the crowd of a team fight, so he's not able to roll out in time? But the Rock and Wawa show is definitely on the cards today as well, right? Like, obviously, Jing going into the back line, use the Battlefield command with Wawa. It's going to be a crucial combo here for them too.
It will indeed be a crucial combo because in the end of the day, it will rely on Rock and Wawa to find those key moments, especially on towards members like Nano Hana and also Cliche here. And you can start to see this setup that we keep talking about allow Rock to find those minions, allow Rock to find those farm to really escalate towards that late game here. But Gen Clue here, well, I was 14 years old, I typed on Google, stylish nickname, and choose Clue. So that is the origin story of Clue's IGN.
14 years ago, I mean, that could have been yesterday for Clue. I mean, he looks so young, right? But compared to me anyway, but there we go. We get a little bit of an insight there to how Clue got his name. I like these. I like these little low thirds telling us where these players get their names from. Because, I mean, sometimes people ask me where I got Blam from, and I just saw a picture of Ainsley Harriet cosplaying as Han Solo, and for some reason, I got Blam in my head. So there we go. There's my little story.
That is oddly specific, but talking oddly specific is Monto getting caught towards that bottom lane here, takes the flame palm towards the face here, and takes the right to win in the face and gets executed in that lane phase. But look at Rock here, might be finding engaged towards Kong here, as Kong forced to back off towards safety here, as he is finding some good tempos here, especially finding that first blood.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, if Kong forces away the roll away from Monto already, so that Flaming Palms is just going to land on him regardless, right? Like, he's not going to be able to dodge that, and it depends on, like, how he's going to use it. Is he going to use it defensively? Is he going to use it aggressively? Or is he just going to use it to actually just mitigate the damage from those Flaming Palms? And right now, we just saw that first blood, it wasn't going great. So right now, Gen.G need to make sure they're putting a little bit more kind of effort or attention down to that bot side on Monto, but Clue and Rock are just trying to make sure they get these crucial pickups here.
Yeah, crucial pickups, more gold funnel into the pockets of Rock here. You can see level 4 already being completed by Clue, and then this blue buff here being stolen away on the broad daylight here as the power control lands towards Nia. He is a tank, gets frozen by the prison here as Kai in no man's land in a 1v3 setting forces 4 members members to back off away towards safety here as we see Kong potentially going for a wraparound here. Wants to go contest for that Azure Golem that was stolen away from his sights.
I mean, that was a nice, obviously, take away from the side of Gen.G, right? But I feel like they exhausted too much resources here, gave a lot of time over to Kong to get this Azure Golem back for themselves and gets back out of the jungle as well. But now they could try and collapse onto Monzo here. It looks like they're going to go try and take away that Spike Tail. It does go over to the favor of Crazy Raccoon as well. So a good play there, like you said, Saga.
But look towards the bottom side here as Brock. He's not done yet. He's looking for the engage here. Mirror Domain does not bind onto any potential targets here as we see Infinite Bastards soaring to the sky here. Where is the landing point here coming in for Nano Hannah here? Goes back away towards safety here as this buff does seem to fall in favor back toward hands of Raccoons. But Gen.G gets a Spike Tail before they leave the jungle of the Raccoons.
And that's the thing as well, though. Like, they didn't just get the Spike Tail. They got the fact that the Infinite Vastus off of the board, as well as the Wolves my board off of the board as well. Before those neutral objectives come on. And now, Kai got in for a 2v2 engage.
Kai going to engage. The first one to fall is Inuwa in this exchange, but trading the Kong, the main jungler coming in for Raccoons here as Kai does not have the flash here. Rock, does he find the perfect engage on towards Nia here? Nia flashes away towards safety here as Wawa, still relentless on the hunt, wants to chase down the Rover coming in for the Raccoons, but it is a one-to-one exchange thus far in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that much of a bad punishment here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? Obviously, we see Kong is back online as the neutral objectives come onto the Gorge as well. So, really, anywhere for Kong, yes, to slow down the pace and the jungling of their enemy jungle, but at the same time, it's not going to have that same knock-on effect here for these neutral objectives because they're both taking their time. They both want their own Azure Golem, as you can see. Rocket going for the Azure Golem paired up with Clue here.
Yeah, it's the jungle assassin daily routine whereby, I don't see the tyrant, I see the buffs only, and buffs is what keeps me going in these team fights. So when there's no buffs, that's when you see junglers starting to pick up more attention on these jungle resources, which is the tyrant, which is the overlord. That's why you need to maintain your farm as an assassin compared to a tank.
Yeah, exactly. You got to make sure you're getting all the right things.
Here, as we see the engage, goes towards the backline, onto his Stormstrike, finds towards Monto and Inuwa as they get decimated.
Clue!
Kai finding the perfect engagement as Clue, bashing away towards safety here, but that is not your base here, forcing a potential execute here.
Gonna say, yeah, bashing towards safety. Safety from who? The turrets? Lian Po? I mean, he's able to get out alive, but now the Mirror Domain's being committed here, but Kong maybe get taken down.
Ooh, a very good trade here coming in for the side of Gen.G here as they take a 1-2 exchange. Getting another key kill on towards Conquer is what they need to really recover from those team fight losses here. And Kai, what a beautiful play here, finding that perfect Storm Strike.
Find the perfect Storm Strike, found the perfect engagement. Maybe looking for more for here for Kai. He has to get out, but now Leah is here also to give overheat to the top side of the map. So even though all that ensued, all that chaos happened, we still had some breathing space here created by Nanohana, right? He was able to get that T1 down to the bot side of the map.
That is still something to really take note of as we see Rock here potentially going for the steal on this Azure Golem here. He has Superior Smite against Rock here as Rock gets immediately an execution on towards Kong here. Kai is the next one to fall as well here. The jungle is so much in favor coming in from Gen.G as they decimate the members. 3 goes in favor of the Gen.G roster as they also take the Azure Golem. What a price to pay coming in for the Raccoons.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming here from the side of Gen.G, right? There's just too much burst, too much of the Jin coming through with the Mirror Domain, but there's the freeze. You don't really want that until Lian Po as you've just been getting your T1 pushed in that mid lane. So really, this is the bounce back here for Gen.G as they go for more with the Crimson Golem.
What an easy steal here. This is the Jing Temple that we want to see coming in from Rock here. When you get the Jing going, she can really bully you with the Superior Smite because when she has that Mirror Domain or the Mirror Shattered Mirrors, the Smite gets almost doubled depending on how far Jing is away from her mirror itself.
Exactly right. They got to be careful here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, because I mean, Kong's getting picked up too easy for my liking here as well, right? Like as soon as he comes through, obviously Rock here on the Jing with Clue coming by as well. It's too much damage for him to be like trying to mitigate. I mean, Kong is going to be a squishy hero. He's going to be able to kind of like lay the smack down, but it's kind of like a glass cannon at this point.
Yep, a glass cannon here, but Riche in no man's land gets caught by the power control here. Kai goes in for the disengager, catches onto Inuwa and also Clue here, but flash towards a disengager as there is not enough damage to supplement that follow-up coming in from Kai as 3 members once again going into the hands of Gen.G as the jungle is once again under fire.
Under fire as well, exactly. Cliche, Kai, Nia, all going down here. Means that Gen.G are looking for that game 4 victory already, right? Like, I mean, at this moment in time, they are only 3k gold ahead, but this is pre-10 minutes, right? This is always going to be a devastating knock-on effect to your enemy opponents if you are behind by a few k gold.
Exactly the case here, and 3,000 already in favor in Gen.G, just 8 minutes short, and once again Cliche gets caught out again single-handedly, but Inwa also burning the Splendor. But we see the forward engagement as Monto gets executed from the side of Gen.G as Gen.G, they falter 2 members while also burning key spells. So this is a good pickup here coming in for the side of the Raccoons.
Yeah, very good trade there. Obviously, looked like it was going to get Cliche get taken out, but it was also the thanks to the Splendor, the passive of Yixing, the invincibility there. And then obviously Nia as well as Nanohana reacting very quickly. They get the T1 into the mid lane, which is also going to create, again, that space that they need, right? Was wondering how they were going to come back, and that's how, right? They think they're going to punish Cliche, but then Crazy Raccoons, the CR Nation, punish you.
That's a thing, right? When all the goal lead is on the hands of Rock on this Jing, if you find down flights off the Jing, you're not in favor in those attempts. Your goal lead's not with you. So for the side of Gen.G, they need to thread the needle in these team fights to really find tempo with Rock instead of finding those fights by themselves.
Yeah, they're definitely got to make sure they're getting these fights right. I mean, it's definitely a scary tactic here for the side of Gen.G. They need to make sure that they're not losing this tempo.
Yeah, this tempo will prove super difficult coming in for both these two teams as we see a board catching onto Inwa here, but is that the correct member you want to be singling out? Because the backup is so much pressure being put in from the side of Raccoons to really defend their Princess Frost in these occasions.
I mean, it was a good play though, right? Like, I mean, the board was enough to zone them out and stop them rotating down to the bot side quicker than they actually did, right? Like, he was able to get quite a bit of damage onto that T2. So it was still a little bit of pressure being put onto the Gorge here for the side of Crazy Raccoons. Now they get to go back into their own base, into their own jungle, clear up their buffs, ready for those Tyrants, Shadow Tyrants and Shadow Overlords in about 2 seconds.
But talking about objectives, it will be called being immediately blown to pieces by the Wawa Rock combination here. That is the delivery system that we've seen so far coming in from this duo here, and it is proving to us that it is so darn good.
It's very good, right? I mean, so the Tyrant takedown, but not only that, but Rock, he literally came out of bush 1 second, and it seemed like it was like 1-2 hits, he was down, and Kong really isn't the tankiest of heroes, right? Like, he definitely needs a little bit more help here, the suppression keeping Nia in place.
And that is the beautiful suppression onto us Nia here to really defeat the purpose of having a Lianpo, because once you have this Lianpo, you need to be finding these active engages, forcing Clue to out onto you reactively instead of Clue finding these solo catches onto you. So if you are Nia and you are Crazy Raccoons, you need to stop this bleeding that is Gen.G, really tearing up the wound for the side of Raccoons.
But how do they do that, right? Because we Monto now, he's within safety, but this is going to be the same fight here between both Byron and Rock here, but now Wawa comes through.
Yeah, Wawa does come through, but the delivery system doesn't really do that much effect, especially against Kai on that Byron, because with the Pure Sky, with the shield coming in from the ultimate of the Byron, you can survive lots of these bursts, so not the best targets here. So if you're Rock and Wawa, it's better to invest your damage and the cooldowns on the likes of Kong and Cliche, or even Nanohana.
Yeah, they got to make sure they're taking those prime opportunities to take out those squishy heroes onto the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, they've tried it once, they thought, you know what, let's see if we've got enough damage to take down Kai on the Byron, but they haven't. But now, they're looking to go for the Overlord. Obviously, got 4 seconds left onto the Tyrant. That means that the Primal Bond's going to get wiped off as soon as this goes down, and then that's it. It's just easy takedown of that Shadow Overlord, which means they're now going to get the Vanguards. They can take a team fight on their own terms.
We need to see whether Nanohana can find that biggest flaming palm of his life to kill Rock in those exchanges, because if Rock doesn't play well in these exchanges, Clue doesn't find the flash power control here, a big escape coming in from Kong. But like, back to the question that we're talking about, if Nanohana can find a key flaming palm on towards Rock and really assassinate him from these team fights, that could be huge coming in for Crazy Raccoons, because Gen.G, their lead is all on Rock.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, if you see here, they're just using that buddying system, right? It's not just a two-man buddying system, but okay. Oh, use a splendid.
As we see Rock here going into the middle domain here, but gets CC down, gets taken out by the flaming bombs, like we mentioned here. Caster could immediately, and Kai wanting to chase them for more. One member down, the most spec member coming in from Gen.G has been taken down. What a disaster!
It is a disaster, but for the saving grace of Gen.G, they have that bot side push, right? They have the Vanguard as well as a Shadow Vanguard into the bot side. So really all that CR can do right now is look to take this T2 into the mid lane, look to put a bit more pressure, maybe take away some resources from the side of Gen.G. But you can imagine that Rock's not going to take that mistake twice, right?
Rock is not going to make that mistake twice, or maybe because if they keep using this battlefield command aggressively, you just see if they don't find an immediate assassination, they will fall into a very awkward position whereby there's no more defensive ultimate coming in for Wawa. It's always going to be on the aggressive end. So for the next one, maybe allow Clue to start the team fight. Maybe allow Monto to find these pushes before starting these risky team fights. But looking here, he might be caught out here as he goes in for the treasure that catches on the tree under the back line here. But immediately Kong gets taken down in the back line here. Rock kites away and walks towards safety here. And yeah, he had to hold 3 members towards the back line here. That is not what you want to see here. Gen.G playing the team fight so darn well against the Raccoons.
Yeah, not when the Liempo has been getting melted down pretty much for the majority of this game as well, right? Like, this match has just been a near meltdown, right? Like, he's always into the team fights very early, gets punished very early, and then because Rock was then given access into the back line, you had no damage. You had nobody coming to save you.
But it's still pretty decent coming in for the side of Nia's engage, right? The reasoning is easy. He's finding it. He's forcing Clue to ult onto him. So when the focus onto him, you can have Cliche, Nanohana, or Kong, or even Kai to dish out the damage on towards the backline. But because of Rock and Wawa synergy, they assassinated Kong before any follower could come from the side of the Raccoon. So it's so well played coming in from this duo.
Yeah, that synergy is absolutely wild, right? The fact that, obviously, I mean, even though Clue used the Radiance early and even didn't have his flash at that point, he was still able to come out on top and help Rock there. But Rock is kind of just formulating, is getting the Crimson Golem away from the side of Crazy Raccoons right now. They're only 4k, about 3.8k gold ahead for the side of Gen.G, but that's still going to be the difference maker here in this next team fight potentially as we go for the assault on the high ground turrets.
High ground is always a place whereby teams fail to really capture. So I want to see how Gen.G really push for this end here, because even if Monto, the laning phase, didn't go so good, he's still fine. He skills decently well towards the late game. If he's left unattended, he still is able to do a ton of damage in these team fights.
Yeah, huge amounts of damage in team fights, right? Like, they gotta make sure that it's getting locked down. But, I mean, with Gen.G, because of the space that they've created within this game, right? Like, they've been able to just basically take these neutral objectives with ease. Like, there's no contention. There's no way that Crazy Raccoons can overstep without getting punished by Rock and Clue.
And this goes to show, right, when you go about itemization, especially for Kong, maybe he could have went for the Hunter's Grip, which is the tank jungle item, to really beef himself up, because out of all these kills so far that Gen.G really found was always onto Kong being alone in these team fights and being assassinated almost immediately.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the Squishy's hero to the side of Crazy Raccoons, right? Like, and that's the one that's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be the glass cannon. So if you can take that out, it means that the likes of Clue, the likes of Inu are pretty safe onto the back line.
Ooh, okay. Overlords are marching in, coming in for the side of the Raccoons here. What is the call here? Rock goes in for the Mirror Domain. Does use the Mirror Domain to scratch this tower here. Kai almost getting bursted down almost immediately here, but the board does come true. It does save this tower, but how long can it last?
Not very long. I mean, this is where the Vanguard's been dropped down, right? So it's going to take a lot more damage. Oh, Shadow
gets frozen and gets taken out here. That is a 4v5 in favor coming in for some Gen.G here. They can move in much more aggressively after this.
Yeah, exactly. Top side being open up here. Obviously, you can see Rock just trying to just make sure and keep away those minions from coming out of the base, right? Just keeping that priority over to the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, Gen.G currently they are so up and ahead in terms of the scoreline and also the 4v5 that they're ready with. Look at Rock already having a Space Sanctuary. He wants to force his head. Rock goes in for the engage, brings in Wawa with the battlefield command. Wawa immediately eliminating Nanohana before he's able to cast that ultimate to soar up the sky, but that is too late. Gen.G take a clean game number 4 as they pull the series to a 2-2 match point.
Yep, 2-2 match point. Like we said, enter the draft. I mean, Gen.G aren't going to be looking to lose this series, right? They do have a series under their belt so far, but this one just makes it a little bit easier for them to try and claim that second placement within the playoffs. But it's going to be a harder fight here for Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G as they get into that 5th game, right? Like best of 5, global ban pick. Really put strain on some of these players.
It's not easy, especially when it comes down to all these jungle picks like Rock and also Kong. You know they are getting targeted immediately in that draft to really limit their carry potential, which leaves the carry probability to be lying onto the other members of the team. It's not to say that they cannot carry, but in terms of efficiency, the spotlight is on to Rock and Kong.
Yeah, exactly. Rock and Kong, they seem to be the rocks of the show, right? Like, they are definitely looking for the MVPs. I believe the MVP will more likely go over to Rock in that whole game, right? Like, he was able to kind of formulate a lot of the takedowns onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, especially Kong there. That seems very personal there, the one head-to-head that happened in the early game. And you can see here, Rock 519 with the KDA.
Yeah, 519 with the KDA, and also his trusty sidekick, his partner in crime, Wawa with 4-0 and 9 full magic damage Liu Bang, man. I gotta say, this delivery system from side of Rock deserves a 5-star rating.
5-star rating, exactly, absolutely. It was definitely a devastating blow here for the side of Crazy Raccoons, and you can kind of see here with the damage dealt, damage taken as well, that they were just trying to kind of like just make sure they could get by, right? Like, nobody was getting close to anywhere near Rock's damage dealt, that 98.8k damage, and then 80k onto the side of Inuo as well. So they had multiple outputs of damage that was doing way more than their Crazy Raccoons could have ever manage.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, right? Especially when we talk about the jungle role. If you drop certain kills and deaths, you will know that your entire scaling pacing will really slow down and you can't really find those item power spikes. But that just goes to show how important jungle is in competitive and also in rank, because if you falter, your team falters with you because you lose control immediately of the jungle.
Yep, unfortunately, you do. You're like, if your jungle is dead, that means that obviously it's pretty much green light go for the enemy jungle. And speaking of that, it's going to be the MVP going up to Rock once again. 519 KDA, 30% of the damage dealt, and then also 32% of the damage taken. But that's all down to the reflection that you get on that mirror domain with Jing, right? It enables you to reflect a lot of damage, but then also dish it back out.
Yeah, dish it back out, find those assassinations, absorb damage, use the mirror domain, swap around, heal up by swapping. That is the main gig of Jing. But so far, he's been finding so much success in finding these backline targets, especially onto Kong. He is coming into this series wanting to prove a fact that who belongs to that best jungle role here. But you can see in these engages, so far, it is really between whoever starts the fight first.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Like, whoever starts the fight first, whoever gets the wrap around onto either Rock or Kong, and it was only really one time that Rock got shut down there, but Kong, however, with the Nakaruru, it's a little bit harder to kind of like escalate and escape there. If you kind of already dive in with your combo of your 3-1-2 sort of combo, and then get the stacks up, hoping to do that bonus damage, you kind of like, right, okay, I can't kind of dash out because that's on cooldown. I can't use her ultimate to fly over the wall because that's on cooldown. And it was only these little key moments, right, where we started to see the little pickups here. Obviously, Monto getting picked up onto the likes of Fang, and then obviously Inuit as well. But it was just all at this point, right? Like, just the amount of burst, the amount of melting damage from Rock on the side of Gen.G was crazy.
It was crazy, and he was always finding these backline accesses to find Nano Hana, to find Kong, and there was 0 second to really react to it because the burst damage is just so crazy coming in from Rock and Wawa combination here, and that really spelled doom coming in for Crazy Raccoons in that game number 4. But right now, we're defaulting back into a best of 1 between these two teams with just more limited hero pools, more bans defaulted, but we will go into a short break before we come into the final game of the series.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. let fear decide your fate. You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything the last two holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Everything still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major East Fall Season 2025. We are going to be getting into, obviously, once again, that best of one between both of these teams. Only one can come out on top of this one, Sagi. And so far, what you've seen within this series, who's looking like it's going to be the top dog?
I can't tell. It's the battle between junglers. One game you have Kong just elevating the team. One game you have Rock just running down most of these members. So it's really coming down to the same point that we keep talking about over series and games after games between the Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G. Who can handle the mental pressure in the best of 5? Who can play better setup for their carries, which is especially the junglers in this game?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously, Luna's still on the table here for either of these two teams, but for me, I don't think Luna's been like the biggest performer for either Kong or Rock, right? I mean, like, Kong hasn't really had his pay, but then again, it's not the most like memorable performance I've ever seen from him. But it looks like they're gonna go with the tried and tested, right? They're gonna ban out the Hue-1 onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. They got it in game 1. They don't want to give it over to Gen.G, because if they give it over in this game number 5, it just means so much kind of like crucial kind of crowd control, a lot of sustainability, a lot of intel they can gather from this one pick.
Hey, intel is wintel. That is what we always talk about in Honor of Kings Esports. You need the information to process it, to make better decisions in life and also in game. But talking about decisions, it will be the final pick and ban draft between Crazy Raccoons and Gen.G for potentially the final time of KME Fall. So right now we're looking at, again, the Yu-Huan being locked away, the Luna being locked away, Musashi, and also the Maestro Nui being locked away from both these two teams here. For Raccoons, they could go for potentially pickups such as the Clash Lane picks here, because so far Clash Lanes, they have made pretty big plays thus far in this series.
They really have, right? I mean, we've got, obviously, Byron's been used, Vati, Mayin, and the Dharma's been used already for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? So really, are we going to be looking at the likes of maybe a Guan Yu coming through for them? Because that's been banned for like the previous series, but it looks like it's going to be the Sun Tzu here.
Ooh, Sun Tzu here. Like, Like that's the thing, right? Because you come into a game 5, all of these first pick priorities have been removed away from the pool that you don't really want to see, right? So trading all these clash laners will be something you want to do because they are your early game tempo. They are your backline nightmare that you really want to find out for.
Exactly. I mean, Byron being picked up here as well as the Ranger is going to be spelling kind of like a potential, like a very frontline heavy team comp here for the side of Gen.G. But I mean, right now we're going to get the Sunset. What's going to be kind of looking to get that set sail up onto the board here? Is it the potential of like a Dolly coming through? If we're going to get the Dune as well as the Lady Chen as well here, maybe potentially.
But if you were Gen.G, you're going to be like, okay, let's really force that ban on towards the Dolia because we do not want to see that going for the side of the Raccoon because you see the Dune, you see the Dolia, that could be super huge, especially you do not want to give someone like Kong in that jungle.
Exactly that, right? But oh, okay, Inuit maybe looking here, but go okay. The Xiao Xiao, yeah, we got banned out in the first game for the side of Gen.G. We haven't seen it yet for themselves. They do lock it in. Obviously, it's gonna be great because again, we don't really get the poke of the long range from the D-Ranger until we get that Spark Forge dagger. So giving over that kind of like that umbrella, that fan that gets sent out to the enemy team, it definitely kind of creates the illusion of that long range for the side of Gen.G.
Which makes sense, right? You have the early game that's being built by D.Ranger and also Byron with the strong side lanes. You leave the late game towards Xiao Qiao and also the potential final pick that's going to be locked in by Rock later on. So for Gen.G, the only thing that they need to do is maintain that early to mid tempo, allow this team comp to win out that early game push, to win out those early game team fights, and then this Xiao Qiao on Inua will prove dividends in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, obviously building into the late game is going to be a lot better for Inua. I mean, he's definitely been playing the setups of these team fights and the takedowns, but that's speaking of the Dolia, they're going to take that down on the side of Gen.G right now. So in terms of the support pool, I mean, they still have the likes of the Diadea if they really want to go for that one. But when you got something like a Xiao Qiao that has like a big AoE and magic damage, is that going to be the best call here for the side of Crazy Raccoons? Or did they go and try and lock in that double knock up here with the Sakia, right? Like we haven't seen any Sakia today.
Haven't seen any security today, potentially might see at the pick number 5 because both of these two roamers have yet to decide what they truly want to contribute to the team. For Gen.G, they could potentially lock into Ogrun here because I believe Gen.G has yet to pick that thus far, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Gen.G hasn't had the Ogrun just yet, and it would make sense, right? Obviously, the D-Ranger as well as the Byron. Byron's going to be that front line. They need a little bit more of a front line here for the side of Gen.G. Means that it gives the space over to the Xiao Qiao as well as the D-Ranger, but right now, we could potentially go for those last two picks. Obviously, we need the support where we haven't seen the Liampo for the side of Gen.G right now. They're going to go for the Arta. Okay.
Power, fight healing with healing. That is what you want to see coming in from Gen.G's draft here. So Arta being locked in for Rock in that jungle. This is why I love Global Ban Pick because how else will we see Arta in a competitive setup? Right, like what? We will never see Arta in a competitive setup because it is such a rare pick.
Just go watch Chuck BR. Go watch Chuck BR.
This means, are we going to see a Gen.G 5th pick Sun Bin here? Because I think Sun Bin makes a lot of sense with Gen.G's lineup. It buffs up Byron in that mobility department. It buffs up Arta in that healing here. He's going for the Zhuangzi. It's definitely Sun Bin, come on. Yeah.
The way that Clue's amping up there, it's got to be the Sunbin, right? There it is, locking in. But we're going to get our first Garo as well. I mean, definitely in terms of shielding against the Arthur and the Byron as well, it's definitely going to be the long range they need here for the side of Crazy Raccoon. But you've really got to be focusing with the Dune and the Sunset. So really, Kai and Kong, they need to be playing like a unit in this one.
They indeed need to be playing with units as this one because in this game, it's no longer the spotlight being on towards Rock and also Kong. It defaults back to a lot of these career potentials on towards the members like Nanohana, Kai, Monto, or even Inua in these cases, right? So you need to figure out your early game approach to make sure that they have a competitive setup to really scale towards that mid-game, late-game potential.
Ooh, okay. Crazy Raccoon's going against Gen.G for the final time within the survival week. Who's going to come out on top and who is going to be looking to fight for that second place within the upper brackets? But man, we've been waiting for Clue to bring out the Sunbeam for quite some time here, Sagi. I'm very excited about this one.
I'm also very excited about this one here. It really falls into one thing. When the junglers are no longer the ones to find those plays, it falls into the hands of the Clash lanes here, Wawa and Kai. Whoever gets the potential knockup on towards Nanohana or even Inua, that will seal the deal for the game.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They're getting a knock-up onto, obviously, like the likes of Nanohana. Nanohana hasn't had, like, the biggest and greatest kind of like defining performance into the farm lane, right? Like there is obviously other better farm lane here players within the KME, but now it's time to shine. Wow, force the flash,
and force the first blood here. This is the Crazy Raccoon special that we've seen since week number 1. They bring it out in game number 5, forcing Wawa to drop 3 minions, to drop the minions, and now you look at the bottom lane. Inua goes for the flash play as well.
Oh, yes. I mean, definitely got to be careful here. I mean, right now, obviously, nice first blood here for Crazy Raccoon. Again, Kong, we don't necessarily always see him on these tankier picks like the Dune. I think the last time we actually saw the Dune come through for Crazy Raccoon, it didn't actually play that well, right? Like, he was getting kind of, like, decimated.
Oh, yeah. That is why growth after weeks of gameplay is really important for these teams and players, right? Because you do not want them to be overly reliant on one player, which may cause the eventual demise of some of these teams. So the likes of Gen.G, they really level up and elevated their performances after learning to allow Rock to be in that tanky position, to allow Rock to play more of these aggressive tanking compositions, but look towards mid lane. As we see Kong going in with the Unruly Blade, gets the knock up here, but he still has that passive here, is forced to move away towards safety.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, man. He's like taking too much damage from the Clue here on the Sunbeam, right? Like, you see him, he's obviously connected in with the Unruly Blade, but then you don't have that Dolia to give you that second kind of like get out of jail card, right? Like, you always have to commit. You have to try and make sure that Gale's Benediction, you have to soak up enough damage to keep you alive. Nice cannon blast here, connect onto Inua. Just getting that phase check, making sure he doesn't walk into a death fall.
Yeah, no death ball in sight for the side of Crazy Raccoon, so the minimum that Nia can do is to really just provide these reactive cannon blasts and to save his team from all these vision games when Kong is not around, when Kong is busy with farm and such, right? So, carry potential. Let's talk about carry potential here. So, Nanohana actually plays a very important role in that late game on this Garo.
Yes.
For the side of
Kong, late game.
Yes, he needs to mark Wawa. He needs to mark Wawa.
Yeah, Garo is going to be obviously key, right? Obviously, running down the Arthur, obviously in terms of shielding for both Byron and Arthur, that's going to be your kind of like go-to, right? Very interesting pick here. It's got to work. It has that kind of like, again, late game assurance, like you were saying, Sagi, but maybe Gen.G don't want to get them into the late game, right? I mean, we've already seen a bit of a promising performance already for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They do get the first blood, but that could change at the change of winds.
Oh, that could change. But look at towards mid lane here as Cliche might be caught out here with the Blossom here as he gets taken down. Beautiful stuff here so far. Cool with the immediate silence, allowing Inua to catch them with that knockup here. That is the potential of the silence here, removing Cliche's potential for that flash escape.
Exactly right. That's using the flash to try and get the escape there, but it's just a little bit unfortunate for both of the teams. Obviously, there was this a bit too early, a bit too quick with the damage before they could even use that flash, right? So now it's going to be a 1-1 tie in terms of the kill lead between both Gen.G and Crazy Raccoon. But you're already seeing the obviously Kai, Kong, they need to start formulating together. We need to start seeing some of those set sails coming through to set up a huge team fight, right? I mean, maybe at that 4-minute mark when the Overlord and the Tyrant comes through, that's when we'll start to see it.
And we will also need to see some of these mid laners start racking up those venomous staffs here, because these two junglers, they are healing extremely hard here. Look at Rock here, but we see a really big Vanguard Inua here. Inua already being forced out the flash, and as we see, an immediate decimate the backline here. Who is the next one to follow here? Kong falls as well as Monto. Repositions himself into safety here. Does take the return kill on towards Kong and also Kai here. 2-for-2 exchange thus far.
Yeah, 2-for-2 exchange. Obviously, taking Kong off the board here means that they're able to kind of, if they really wanted to, onto the side of Crazy Raccoon here, I mean, sorry, Gen.G, they could go for one of these neutral objectives, but Right now, they're like, you know what? We've got Arthur. It's not the craziest, fastest cleanup, obviously, within the jungle, right? Especially when it comes to those neutral objectives. So they're just going to get those Crimson buffs, maybe go for their Azure Golem, secure that first before actually trying to go for one of these neutral objectives.
Neutral objectives are definitely the core of the essence here coming in for both teams. As you can see, they keep fighting for this mid lane to really get control of this river here. And this river allows them to go for these aggressive push, to go for this aggressive objective here as 1v1 towards the bottom lane as Nia gets sniped down by Clue on that time bomb.
Yep, Kai coming in with Conk here onto the neutral objective. They're going to try and contest it here.
As we see more of a contention coming from both of the teams here, Smite does go in favor of Rock. Rock wins that Smite war here, but look at Wawa's position here. He finds Nanohana. Nanohana does not have the flash here. More of these damage comes through as Inward comes in with that storm, with that meteor here. 3 members fall for the side of the Raccoons as almost make it a fourth as Cliche gets caught in the storm, gets almost executed by Rock here as Shutdown gets taken down as well. Shutdown goes towards the mid lane of Crazy Raccoons.
That was like, I don't know, like an after death grenade, right? Like that's what you normally just throw in like an FPS game before you die, and then just hope that it kind of does enough damage. Just like everybody was dying, but they had effects onto the board, like the Destructive Deluge, that was going to just do the damage to get the kill after they died, and it just made the fight just prolong a little bit longer than it needed to. But it was a good little trade there. Obviously, it did mean that Gen.G did come out on top of that one, taking the T1 into the mid and the bot side of the map was a pretty huge trade here.
That was super duper huge coming in from both of these two teams, but Tyrant falls in favor of Gen.G, Kills fall in favor of Gen.G. Rock played extremely well in those teamfights. This is the power coming in of the Sunbin and also the Ata combination here. You think they are strong early? Wait till you see late game here. This Rock Ata is indestructible.
Oh, it will be very indestructible, right? I mean, unless they get Garo to the late game, right? And that's going to do a lot of damage onto the Arthur as well as the Byron, but still, they've got to make sure to keep themselves alive. But Kong getting caught out here.
But Kong does get caught out here by the side of damage here coming in from Inward here. He does a really big back to a safety here as we see. Health bars are blinking low coming in for both of these two junglers here, but Rock is on the Ata as long as he damages someone with that Grey Health. He does get his health back relatively easy.
Relatively easy, gets it all back and gets that T1 into top side of the map, which is going to be the most important thing here for the side of Gen.G, right? Like they've now run down every single T1, and you can kind of see what they're trying to do here on the side of Crazy Raccoons. They're trying to like commit Kong into the team fight a little bit early and then allow Nanohana just to have the safety, just blast the damage, but because of that huge AoE from Inoue, it's just hard.
It's just hard, and he is going to be scaling towards his late game exceptionally well here, but we see an engage coming towards the backline here as Wawa finds the key knockup on towards Kai here. Kai forces to back away here as Monto does secure away that Crimson Golem. So that is a small win still coming in from Gen.G in this exchange.
Yeah, exactly. They got to make sure they get the small wins here for the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? Obviously gaining their own Crimson Golem, making sure that not all their buffs are being taken away from them, because if you have a Dune without an Azure Golem, it's going to be a harder fight. And then if you don't have the Crimson Golem, I mean, that's a lot less damage than what he normally would do, right? Like, he's definitely there to soak up the damage, but to deal the damage is not always a specialty here of the Dune pick.
It seems to be the case, right? And right now we see more of these engages being focused on the side of Gen.G to really allow Inoue and also Monto to pick up some of these resources here, because you need them to be really fed towards that late game, because you need to combat this Garo's potential in that later stages of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, being unchecked for the past like few moments, right? Obviously, they have the Shadow Ripper, they have the Eternity Blade as well, so going for a lot of crit, got a lot of attack speed going on right now for Nanohana on the Garo, but they've got to make sure they're checking her out a lot more. They've got to make sure with this
Successful catches on two. Inoue gets caught up, but gets bursted down. Kai is sent away by the Manga Sorceress Xiao Qiao. I gotta say, I was worried for Inoue, but he got blasted by the likes of Kai, but his return damage is just so darn high.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, honestly, the damage coming in from Inoue, I probably wasn't scared for him per se, because again, the zoning potential of Inoue with that huge AoE, it just means the enemy team can't get in, right? Like, if they are already in within that AoE and then they get hit by like the CC from Wawa or even the Ghost Ship, it's going to be super duper difficult for the side of Crazy Raccoons to do anything, and they're already showing this right now. Even though they got first blood into top side of the map, they haven't really flourished since.
Nope, not fluorescence, and we're starting to see a death ball being formed by the side of Gen.G. 5,000 gold lead in the hands of the game changers here for the side of Gen.G Esports. Gotta say, it's looking a bit rough for the Raccoons in this mid game.
Very rough indeed, right? I mean, the fact that they don't have any mid turrets other than the T3, which is obviously quite scary if you are Crazy Raccoons, around about that 10-minute mark as we get into those neutral objective shadow variants, but bringing Kong into your enemy team and then cutting him up from his own team with the ghost ship is not the case here.
And Kong here is going exceptionally low here. It gets taken down by one last hit here as we see Kong going into the back line against Nanohana. And Nanohana goes dangerously low as we see Inwa gets right from behind, gets taken down, but that is still a 1-for-2 exchange in favor of the Gen.G roster here. But they have to back off as they have set their sights onto the Shadow Overlord or Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, why rush it now, right? Like, why rush the base and then you'll lose the game? Just go and get everything that you need and then finish the game if you're Gen.G, right? 'Cause you're already playing on the front foot. You're already having that 6k gold lead right now over to the side of Gen.G. So you don't need to rush this if it's going to mean you actually get a clear, decisive victory, right?
Clear decisive victory, gets a hold of the Shadow Tyrant here. Now, the key thing is, can Crazy Raccoons really push this towards ultra late game here? Even if they do, you're fighting a Rock Ata with the help of Sun Bin here. So you might need like, what, 40 shots of Figaro Arrow to really take down this big of a tank?
Yeah, I mean, they're trying, right? They're trying to get, obviously, all that damage online so they can actually get the shutdown in this tank, but it's not enough. It doesn't seem to be enough damage. I mean, Cliche would definitely be doing the damage difference if they could just get close with a Destructive Deluge, but they can't. They're getting punished by either Wawa, Rock when they are close.
That is the key members here as we see a time bomb here landing onto Nia. Nia gets blown apart almost immediately right now as we see more of these follow-ups here being pushed back to the Crazy Raccoons as Crazy Raccoons finding those arrows onto Wawa here. Inwa gets taken down. Inwa, he flashes towards his demise as there was a bolt waiting for his arms.
Yeah, straight into his loving arms with that boat, set sail from Sunset into the back line. But I mean, that's not going to be stopping the side of Gen.G, right? They are looking to keep pushing, getting those higher ground turrets into the bot side of the map. They can still go for more, but they're deciding, you know what? Let's not rush this. And you can't hurry love, and you can't hurry a game 5 win.
Yeah, you can't hurry a game 5 win. It is the most important time right now in a BO5. If you rush it and you result into a comeback for your enemy, that is not the best way for you to sleep tonight, because that is kind of tilting per se.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely tilted. If you manage to go all the way for a full best of 5, and then if you are Gen.G at this current space in time where they are ahead by every metric within the game, within this number 5 game, and then they lose, that's going to be a hard comeback, right? Like, they don't have any T1s being taken off the board just yet. They still have a lot going for them. So even if, like, Crazy Raccoons is able to get a team fight at their base, it's still going to mean only a matter of maybe a T1, T2 takedown.
And we're starting to see some of these pushes here coming in for the side of Gen.G here. They are starting to stack up these waves, attack on 2 fronts here. But Nanohana is scaling exceptionally well. Look at those arrows here. It's doing so much damage towards the members of the side of Gen.G here. But the return fire coming in from Gen.G is also super duper painful for this Garo.
Yeah, very painful for Garo as well, right? Like, obviously, just laying down the smackdown, trying to get that damage onto the enemy team is what they're trying to do here from the side of Crazy Raccoons. And Nanohana just not having the greatest effect here with this one so far. They've got to keep going, keep pushing, and keep persevering right now.
Yeah, top tier 3, another one does go down in favor of Gen.G. The last one stands towards the mid lane here as we see it engage does blow through. Kong forced to a really big back, and Wawa doesn't find Nanohana. Nanohana with a quick disengage, flashes away from safety here, but the damage has already been done. Sacrificing a Wawa for 3 of these tier 3 towers. It's so worth it coming in from Gen.G.
Yeah, unfortunately that, obviously Gen.G, they were looking for the win, right? But then obviously the takedown of Wawa is going to be crucial to their front line. And Rock, I feel like alone with especially a 5v4 here, would definitely falter. But even if they were, like I said like moments ago, even if Crazy Raccoon were to even take a team fight right now, they would at best be able to get that T1, T2 in the mid lane, and then they would still have to potentially go for Tempest Dragon, right? But no, Gen.G cut away, they cut the losses, and they're looking to try to just keep their minion waves kind of like clashing in naturally right now.
Yeah, crashing in naturally, allowing this form of minion wave pressure to always make Raccoons stay in base. But this is also an alarming factor whereby you allow all these minion waves to crash into the enemy tower. It gives them a lot of gold, to potentially come back from the game if you do not end them within the next few pushes, which may delay the game into that Tempest Dragon momentum that you mentioned just now.
Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, there's so much that Crazy Raccoon can do, but there's also so much that can go wrong for them here as well, right? I mean, Gen.G's already got that Shadow Tyrant onto the Gorge as well, so a lot of damage already coming over that they didn't really necessarily need, but right now, taking a fight down bot side of the map.
As Rock already engaged on towards Kai, and Kai is the first to fall coming in for the Raccoon side, as we see two waves marching towards this Crystal here. One is the call here coming in for the side of Crazy Raccoons, as this is the final attempt that they really need to defend, as we see Rock it already been taken down from the sides of the side of Gen.G as one goes to safety here. Goes to chase three, but still getting taken down. Waiting for him is the box coming in from the Raccoons. This is the high ground defense coming in from the Raccoons.
Yeah, very good high ground defense there from the Raccoons there, but it's still, they have no Minion waves, right? Like, what are they going to do realistically other than kind of just try and take back some of their jungle, take back some of the gold here? But you can kind of see the gold that you kind of see funneling being over to Nanohana is like, he's 6-slotted, man. Like, there's nothing else he can buy.
Well, that's the thing, right? When you're 6-slotted, you have more of these approaches to go for that 6 Sanctuary into the Destiny, and they keep swapping around until late game, right? But right now, if you're Raccoons and you're in this stage, you get a free access towards this Shadow Overlord that will relieve your wave pressure later on in those upcoming team fights, which this game, I gotta say, is looking like a Tempest game.
It is looking like a Tempest game here. Can they get the steal? Oh! Look at the steal!
How in the world did he get that?
Blue team has destroyed
I'm pretty sure it was a time bomb, man. He just dropped his ultimate. Yeah, look, he's got no ulti. He just dropped that down and just hope for the best.
That is such a devastating to lose the Shadow Overlord for the side of Crazy Raccoons. That is not what you want to see here. They fought so hard for the lane control. Right now, they are back to square one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see who wins these team fights.
Yeah, with the minion coming through here for the side of Gen.G, they've already defended their crystal many times. Here is Crazy Raccoon. They're not looking to give up just yet.
It won't take a miracle of a defense here as we see Wawa gets engaged on gets stunned off by the Sun Tzu here as towards the backline here. Rock finds the angle onto Nanohana, and Nanohana caught into the wall here. Doesn't get the fast away here as he is stuck behind a rock and a hard play here. Gets pushed in towards the team of Gen.G. Right now we see the background of Gen.G unboarded, unsketched, only Kong going in for that backline flank. But at the front, the game is almost going into shatters because Gen.G, they are riding the momentum, they are riding on towards this game number 5 win.
Yep, Gen.G finally taking that game 5 win. We saw towards there the end, Nanohana getting caught out. As soon as Nanohana got caught out, there was just no range onto the side of Crazy Raccoons. No safe space for him to stay. And even with that Sage's Sanctuary, right, like he got taken down. He popped it on, but then, like you said, within a rock and a hard place, Rock came through, shut him down with the wall of the Astar as well. So there's not really any way for him to escape. So unfortunately there for Crazy Raccoon, they don't get a single series win within the survival week. It does mean that they will be your lower bracket team in the playoffs.
Hey, at least you're still in playoffs, right? Later, if you were to look over to Group A, that's where sad news tend to happen. That's where not the best news tend to happen, whereby you're starting to look at some of these teams that we will be bidding goodbye soon.
Oh, absolutely, yes. These two, like, I think we got, like, what, the matter of, like, one broadcasting game, and then the rest will be obviously offline. We'll have to see if any of those have actually taken place, to see if it changes anything within the standards right now. But, yeah, everything's to play for here within Group A right now. But we'll have to wait and see what is Astar's going to be their catch between themselves and CMF.
That will be interesting as well, because for Astar and also CMF, it no longer really matters between those two, but it's a fight for honor, it's a fight for pride. Whoever wins does allow themselves to feel even better moving on. But this is the results here coming in from Crazy Raccoon versus Gen.G. I gotta say, coming into a BO5 setting, Gen.G, in terms of the hero pool and depths, really did super well in the preparation.
Very well. I mean, I feel like their strategy is if they lose the first game, it's not the end of the world, right? So they would rather lose the first game than and then take game number 2 and then try and take another back-to-back victory there because they still have so much that they can pull from. Whereas the enemy team, if they put their best draft in game number 1 just to get that victory and try and burn out some of their suggestions and some of the hero picks here from Gen.G, it's still showing that that's not an effective strat here for the side of their opponents, Crazy Raccoon.
That goes to show why global ban pick is so important, because you could play all the same draft and net you like victories, but when it comes down to a global ban pick setting, that's where drafts, that's where team compositions and mastery start to matter here. And this goes to show if you're a one-trick pony, you are in a very bad effect or the side of the spectrum against the global ban pick rules, because it puts you in such a devastating position whereby you are not flexible enough to play through a BO5 or a BO7 setting.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely shows obviously flexibility and lack thereof for these teams, but as you can see here, Gen.G rarely gave up the mark, right? Obviously, Crazy Raccoon were able to get that first blood in top side of the map, but it wasn't going to be the thing that needed them to be it, but it's going to be that clear clue MVP that we really hope for here, especially after his first Zoom-Beam performance. This time around, it definitely was deserving of that MVP. So 4-1, 14 assists, but that steal from that... The Overlord, man, that's what definitely got him this MVP.
He was so crucial in that draft. He brought out this miraculous of a pick, and it really showed dividends in game number 5 here. So, gotta say, even though the early game wasn't looking the best of the best for the side of Crazy Raccoons, they were still finding lots of way to come back to the series here. They look towards this early game team fight. It was very 50-50 between these two teams.
Yeah, oh, super duper. I mean, we were always alluding to the fact that obviously Crazy Raccoon needed to get Nanohana into the late game, right? But it just wasn't always the way. Like, it's just always catching out the bad kind of positioning. We always had Wawa onto the back line, even when there was fighting behind the Tyrant, as you just saw there. So it was just really kind of just like, when Nanohana finally got the chance to have the positioning that they really was desiring in that early to mid game, it was already too late. They were already at that crystal, and it was already too much of a challenge for them to come back out.
And even if, let's say, like in towards the late game, right, where we see more of these attempts coming in for the side of the Raccoons, I think this was the best one, whereby Raccoons, they found Wawa, but as of this point, Nanohana is so deep into the territory of no tower, and he flashed into the final wall that Astar really laid down. He couldn't really escape, and there was just no incoming damage coming in for the side of Nanohana, and that just spelled doom in the eventual endgame state for the side of the Raccoons. So going into that steal coming in from Clue really just showed why he deserved that MVP title and that performance that he did. Super duper well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Clue with the MVP there. But that's it for this series. We'll take a short break before we get to the next one. Don't go anywhere.
The blinding light, you were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream I've had, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never a surrender, I fight and never fail. I am a contender, challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and I can feel the smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Honor of Kings fans. You are back into the KME Fall 2025 Survival Week. My name is Sangi. Alongside me is Blam. We had a best of 5 series played to full between Gen.G and also the likes of Crazy Raccoons. But we are definitely going into the next series right now.
Yeah, next series is obviously going to be none other than Astar against CMF. But before we get into that one, we are going to be giving a big up to obviously Honor of Kings, the game itself, because it's going to have a big update on the 24th of this month. Not only do you get Umbrosa, the new hero, we have the sprite links coming through as well as a new in-game mechanic. We're also going to have the rank reset as well, which I know a lot of people within my community are very excited about.
Oh yeah, rank reset is definitely something to always look about every few seasons, especially this rank season has been delayed towards the 24th September, but also another mode that will be coming along with the update will be the Ultimate Awakening. You have different ultimates, buffed up heroes, jacked up spells coming in for the 27th September new mode. If you are tired of normal matches, rank matches, or all these peak tournaments, do give Ultimate Awakening a try once you get that new update.
Exactly so, right? Like, obviously, these are going to be matches that are going to be super duper fun. They're going to be ultimates out the wazoo. It's like definitely ultimates on steroids as well. That's going to be super crazy to see, especially the Angela one that I saw. I mean, just like firing like 3 lasers at once, and then her first skill shoots out so many more fireballs. It's so crazy. So I can imagine it's going to be super duper fun to play. I'll be definitely giving it a go when I get onto that one on the 27th of this month.
Grab King, grab Hollow, grab everybody. Let's go for a 5-man Ultimate Awakening because that does seem to be a very interesting mode. But enough about the new patch that's going to be coming up in a next week or a few days time. Let's focus on what we have at hand because this is the last series of the Survival Week that we'll be broadcasting. It will be between Astar and also CMF Esports.
Yeah, again, this is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, this is Group A. Astar definitely would have had a lot more opportunity to get to the top of Group A if they bet R8 Esports earlier. But now, going up against CMF, this will be their last match of the Group A series as well, right? Like, so they've definitely got to try coming out guns blazing to try and get top of, if not the top of Group A, but at least the second best, right?
At least the second best, so they can feel good about themselves, prep for the upcoming season, so they could improve as days goes by. Not all of these teams over the cross of the globe, they come out huge at their first appearance. It all takes time, pressure, and practice to really allow themselves to formulate into a championship winning team. So for them, props to them for making this far. It will still take them some time to improve.
Yeah, I mean, Astar's been one of those teams where it's kind of like they weren't doing too great within the ranking week, and now they get into survival week, they definitely start to show their true colors. Definitely synergized a lot more better as well, right? Like, especially with the players like Abdo and Gen.G as well, playing very well together into that top side of the map, and also just kind of like giving over the experience that are not so experienced players on their team also.
Yeah, experience really makes a team go even further, right? We've seen teams really struggle at the start of the HOK Esports, and then when they got more experience, when they improved their hero pool, they start to blossom even more. Even the likes of Nova Esports, the likes of Blackness International, they didn't really start off as the favorites of any tournaments. It always takes time and practice to really flourish themselves into a better team here. So for our KME teams, we have examples as well. Nongshim was the unbeatable team in spring, but look at where are we right now. We have teams like Crazy Raccoons, Scarz, and also Gen.G starting to take games away from the KME bosses, which is Nongshim Red Force.
Exactly that, right? I mean, we don't like to bring them up too often, but obviously within KMW as well, you have teams that were 4th place in the KWC, and we have teams like 9Z Globin that have beat them 2 series in a row. So it wasn't just a fluke, it was actually just 9Z Globin being that much better against Twisted Minds. So that's also one for you guys to go and watch out for, because obviously, depending on your time zone, you are asleep just like I am when it's going on. So I don't get to catch the action live. I do have to watch it back on the VODs, but they're all available on the Honor of Kings Esports channel on YouTube, and obviously wherever you watch your Honor of Kings Esports. But we're gonna go into and introduce our teams for this last match of the day. So let's go look at Astar.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
This is Astar Esports, the Astromancers, and they are represented by Abdo into the Clash lane, Gen.G as their jungle, Vio as their mid lane, and Mirage and Zugzwang as their farm and support duo. And this team, like I said earlier, they've definitely come into their own stance as we got into the survival week, and now they're looking to kind of like keep their mark going within this best of 5.
You can look that they're actually like very relieved and very chill with it. Gen.G was like joking with the likes of VO and also his Clash lane. But let's check out their opposing team, which is...
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Cause you can be the greatest of them all. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
CMF Esports, the Undertakers coming in from Bangladesh. We have CMF Psychonoia in the Clash lane, Wade, their import in the jungle, Ashur in the mid lane, Anson and Samit for that farm and roamer duo. So for this team, they have really a lot of struggles coming into the fall season, but so far they have started to pick up games against all these top tier teams. So growth is still limited, but we are still seeing signs of it.
Exactly, it's limited, but we are showing signs of it. Obviously, this is a team that's been able to get rounds off some of the better teams within the KME as well, right? Like, so it's not like they're being kind of like defeated over and over and over again and not got a single win onto the board. They're definitely trying to come back fighting in this one, and they definitely have priority or potential within this team as well, right?
Yeah, and then today, I think between these two teams, it will really fall back into the same question that we always have for KME teams. It falls on the shoulders of our head-to-head matchup between Gen.G and also Wei. I gotta say, their playstyle is very similar. They can go into the jungle tank or jungle assassin role, whichever you need them to. But looking at the statistics, I gotta say, Wei so far, he's pretty good at getting the average goal per minute and also team fight participation, but kills and average damage does fall over to Astar's Gen.G.
Hey, you gotta share the load sometimes, right? Like, you gotta have some weaknesses and some strengths with these players. But yes, it looks very much head-to-head here, as it does state, between Wei and Gen.G as well. Like, they are, like you said, Sagi, two jungle players that definitely play to the same kind of caliber, right? Like, we thought they struggled with the fact of the tank jungles, but then the second week, they proved us wrong, right? Like, there's been some fantastic performances here for Wei on that floorboard tank.
You have pretty good floorboard tank. He knows his in and out. He knows when to pressure the enemy. He disengages his teammate towards safety also in a very promising fashion, right? That is what makes Wei such a flexible player. He's known for his picks such as the Pei, Jing, or even other assassin picks, but when it comes down to the tanks, he puts on a pretty spectacular performance as well. So coming in for CMF, I do want to see them go even further in the coming 2026 Esports week for the Honor of Kings Esports.
Oh, absolutely. I want to see them return as well. So return and see how well they progressed. Hopefully they keep the same roster, because it seems to be they definitely hold some semblance of hope, right? Like, we've seen this team definitely crush better teams within like that single kind of like round pickoff, but then never really got the go to actually get the full series win for themselves, right? So they got to make sure and be careful on how they progress within this one, because obviously Global Ban Pick is always going to have their victims as well.
Yeah, Global Ban Pick victims, we've seen it so far. If you're a one-trick hero, like maybe us as casters, it's going to be difficult if we were to play in this sort of format, because it really takes a toll on your hero mastery and your depth of knowledge on that role. So if you ever want to be in the HOK competitive scene, you better start racking up some training for multiple heroes. And you know, maybe one of these days, you can join the big boys in the big leagues.
Exactly, that's where everybody wants to be, right? They want to be in the big leagues. It's where we have the most fun. It's where the parties are at as well. So definitely make sure your hero pool is stretched wide. Just like we just saw with Gen.G going against Crazy Raccoon, right? Like, that was definitely going towards the test of not only the players' hero pools, but how they kind of like exhaust them at the right times, right? Like, right, okay, game number one, we lost it, but was able to get quite a few big picks off of the side of Crazy Raccoons. And it's always turned to that 4D chess match, right?
Yeah, jungle is a 4D chess match, right? Especially with the roamers as well, because the laners are like, okay, I'm planning what to do, I am winning my lane, I'm freezing the lane. In the head of a jungler and roamer, okay, where's the enemy jungle? Where's the enemy roamer? Am I going in for a flank? Am I going in for assassination? What am I supposed to do? They have a lot of this like internal thinking monologue where they need to plan the game in their favor, because if you ask the jungle player to track the enemy jungle, it is actually very possible to do so because of how well they understand how jungle works.
Exactly, so not only should you learn your role, but learn how a jungler would normally play, right? So knowing where they're going to be, what their eyes are going to be on the prize of things, like obviously if they're taking their Azure Golem, if they go to red first, to kind of like check in that little bit of intel before you actually go in for either a potential invade in the early games, or if they decide to think, right, okay, where's this jungle actually going to try and gank first, right? Is it going to go bot side, top side? Having all that pieces of intel is very crucial with the Honor of Kings Esports.
Intel is Wintel. I sound like an old man for saying this. Intel is Wintel, because it sounds like I'm nagging you guys. Like, okay, guys, you need information on where the jungler is. You need blah, 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 blah. You know, this kind of things, it makes a lot of sense once you start playing the game, because you need information on where the jungler is, where the flanker is, where all the assassin is. So you can play even better Honor of Kings when you can process this information to further improve you in terms of the micro mechanics and macro decisions. That's why Intel is so important.
Very important indeed, and that's why we have the vision score as well on our UI as well, right? Like, you can see some of the better players and some of the better teams. You will see that their vision score is better than most, right? Like, they're using their roam as a kind of like a intel gatherer, right? Like, they're just making sure that they're like knowing where things are. And if it weren't for that, they probably won't be in the positions that they're in, right? Like, if you're going into a dark room and you're trying to shoot your target, it's going to be much more difficult. But if you got somebody shining a flashlight on that target, it's going to help you actually hit it and secure whatever victory that you get for hitting that target in the dark room. I'm not too sure what that would be. I'm not going to prize. I'm not the prize master, so don't at me. Don't at Blamova.
At Blamova, maybe not at Blamova, at Hollow TV and Kindle, for maybe that's where you can find your prize, you know? Maybe it turns out to be an Execute Roam or Smite Roam. You will never find out, but because of that, do play more Honor of Kings to really learn about the game, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, we're just slowly going into pick and bans as we see the final series of the day to be playing out in our survival week here.
Yes, we just wait for obviously to get onto the BP here. We're not too sure if it's just some kind of technical fault with the phone or anything like that. We're just waiting to get these teams into the lobbies, it seems, and then we'll get straight into the BP between these two teams. And I believe the last time that CMF and Astar actually met, I believe that Astar may have actually got a victory over them at one point as well, right? Like, they got one round. This is one of the teams that actually managed to secure a round for CMF.
I do think for CMF, they always come into one thing whereby they need to really master their laning phase. So far, we've seen Astar and Timid, you're not the most consistent pairing so far, but when you give them enough room to actually play the game without exploding in that early game 2-minute mark, you can start to see that they actually have what it takes to push the game into a challenging sequence of events. Like, for example, they have taken games off Scarz, and especially in the way whereby they do games in a way that they allow Wei to dictate the game tempo here. So coming into this series against Astar, they really need to make sure that their laning phase doesn't go into the hands of Astar so easily.
Exactly right. They don't want to give it over to Astar too easily because, again, this is their potential. I think they've got a match against Scarz as well. I don't know if it's been played offline just yet, but they have the potential, this being the last match, or Scarz. But now we're going to get into the BP finally between CMF and Astar.
I want to see their priority here coming into this game. Although it doesn't really count into any effect towards the rankings, I still want to see how they formulate their draft. Are we going to see exciting picks? Are we going to see serious picks here? What is the game plan coming in for both these two teams? Because we see Zhang Fei, a first ban being dropped by CMF in that ban slot.
I mean, I don't think that's kind of like a shocker one, right? Like, I mean, Zug Zhuang definitely has the better performance on the likes of the Zhang Fei. Like, his idea sometimes can be questionable, sometimes actually does give over the performance that the side of Astar need. But taking away that frontline tank means that, obviously, if you go for something like a assassin jungle, it's not going to be hard to shred through as much, right?
It will be pretty difficult, right, if you mention it like that, but ooh, CMF though, going in with that Jing first lock for the hands of Wei.
Oh, there we go. Yes, absolutely giving over some prio picks here for the side of CMF. But maybe just it's going to be a bit of a, hey, you know what? Let's get the big picks off CMF first, and let's see if we can beat them with them.
Fight fire with fire. That is the way of the jungle role. It's like, you know, the rule of the jungle, you win by dominating or having absolute dominance over your jungle opponent. That is what we usually call a jungle gap. But to really lock down high frame targets, you will probably put in the focus onto Diadea and also Floorborn Tank. You know the bounce house, you know the point and click CC, that's where they come from.
Exactly so, but now we're going to get obviously the Marco Polo with a Guan Yu here as well. Obviously, Marco Polo does great against those tanky heroes, right? As soon as you get those marks off for the passive, you're going to do a lot of true damage onto the likes of the Floorborn Tank, but it was going to be no surprise that Jing TM was going to pick up this one, especially going up against the likes of the Jing.
Against the likes of a Jing here, I gotta say Astar in those first 3 picks, they're looking very, very dominant and also very specifically man-marked towards Wei on that Jing. Because you look, okay, Marine has the grapple, can also always like block you down. Diadea has the second spell that can point and click CC you. Floorborn Tank can provide a bounce house that can also CC lock you. So for Wei in these team fights, he wouldn't want to be engaged first in these attempts.
Oh, definitely not. No, you don't want to be a Jing getting picked off that early within a team fight. I mean, we saw a masterclass from Rock earlier, so hopefully we're going to see the same kind of thing here from Wei on the side of CMF. But looking at these bans, right, D-Ranger being taken off the board. We see the Yixing, him and his board being taken off the gorge here as well. And then over the side of Astar, a lot of like attack on these carry control focused heroes. And who wasn't banned in the early part of the game? It wasn't SpongeBob, it was Arlie here. And Astar is going to pick up the Arlie for Mirage.
Very rare occurrence that we always see Arlie surviving through the first banning phase, but okay, picking up the Arlie here is something pretty good into the Marco Polo, Guan Yu, and potentially the Jing. It does really require the Arlie to have magnificent positioning and also awareness towards the map. But coming into this final pick here coming from Astar, are they really going for the calming here to formulate this double carry composition that they really need? Or it will be the Yuan?
Potentially here, but I mean, the Hue-1 makes sense, right? I mean, this is a hero that wins a lot of matches. It's a hero that's able to get that Wintel is the Wintel. Intel is the Wintel, right?
Intel is the Wintel, but locking in Yuan into the 5th pick along with the Arlie, I just gotta think one thing. Astar's drop is a bit probably expensive in this case, but if you look at the hero assignment, Jingtian is going with the Mayin Jungle once again.
Going for the Mayin Jungle once again, very interestingly so, right? I mean, we thought there was going to be Abdo going for that one, but hey, he's like, you know what? Let me get a dub on my Mayin Jungle. Just give me it. Give me the satisfaction.
Yeah, give me the satisfaction. I want to prove to Blam that this actually works. It wasn't a fluke when I picked against Kong on that one game series. Maybe this is what they practiced so far in their scrims. I am excited to see whether he can actually pull off this Mayin Jungle for this one time in this one series.
In that one series, indeed. Let's see what could happen here for CMF. Can they get a series under their belt, or can they take some more rounds from Astar? Or do Astar want to go out with a bang like the supernova they are? We'll have to wait and see when we get on the gorge, right? But I mean, these drafts are definitely kind of like not ones to frown at, right? Like they got the Jing for the side of CMF. We have the likes of the Mayin Jungle for Jing Tian. He's gone back to his crazy fruity plays within the jungle.
Crazy and fruity plays. We were thinking, oh no, it's actually just a roll swap coming in from Abdo and Jingtian. Jingtian's going towards Clash Lane and Abdo's going to the jungle. What's going on today? It's not what we expected, but it makes much more reasonable sense coming into this game here. Maybe it's like, oh Abdo, let me get on some of this Mayin action over to Psychonoia. Let me prove to you who's the better Mayin in the team of Astar Esports.
Maybe that's what the laughing and joking was about. But speaking of laughing and joking, none of this would be available if it wasn't for our official gaming phone, the Realme 15 Pro. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours and now feel the difference. But Psychonoia needs to feel the difference right now with this phone, because he is looking a little bit too more worse for wear with that health.
But so far coming to this early, you're seeing Abdo already going in for that invade against Wei in towards the jungle. But who gets the spike here though? Abdo does secure it over to his hands.
He just secured it over to his hands there as well, so it's not only just a successful level 1 invade there for the side of Abdo, but I mean, he's not even the jungle main. But speaking of which, the Mayin gets the kill here onto Psychonoia, and more coming through as well. They're able to steal the Azure Golem. Actually, no, it goes over to Abdo, sorry. The Azure Golem gets stolen on both sides here for these two teams.
It's a trick for trick, but in the end, you're losing Guan Yu, Psychonoia in the exchange in the Clash Lane, so it still falls in favor of Astar as already a 1,000 goal lead towards the head of this red side team composition.
Yeah, exactly. They are definitely farming up fast, right? Even though the fact that they've got like a walking, talking brick that is the Flowborn tank, right? Like that's something that doesn't normally farm up fast, but it's been aided by the Arlie, sped up by the likes of the Mayin to the top side of the map as well. So far, Astar going for the unconventional draft here, looking to win up against CMF.
Astar's drop is alright. Unconventional, maybe, but the roll swap thing, really not what I expected so far. I was thinking, oh, maybe Abdo goes for the unconventional Flowborn tank into the Clash Lane. Maybe Jingtian goes for his signature Mayin jungle, but they just really flip up the script here. They really wanted Jingtian to be on this Mayin pick.
He was just sick of running in throughout the gorge, right? I mean, Jingtian was just like, you know what? Just give me one lane. Just give me one lane, and I'll just have a nice little merry time as of what they're seeing right now. But we know we're in the brush there. Dives over the wall, all three of them. We get the obviously knock onto Zugzwang there, just trying to keep them in place. But it looks like CMF Wei wants to try and go for his own Zure Golem, but that's going to be the double knock up there for... Yeah, he's able to flash from that that team fight as well, but can Psychonauta get that kill onto him? The answer to that one is no.
Left into no man's space, and he's 1v5 in the enemy jungle here. He gets taken down for his trouble.
Taking it for his trouble and took the wrong turn in the wrong neighborhood is going to be Astar Abdo with the first kill onto the side of CMF, right? So now that teaches you guys, if you're ever in a team fight, don't go behind the enemy team if you are a flowborn tank.
That's indeed the case, right? Especially when it's like pre-4 minutes. Burst damage is hard to go through when there's like a 10% damage reduction if you are invading the enemy team. So that's something for us viewers and also us casters to really learn about for our ranked games here. But so far in towards the early game, 1-1 in the scoreline here. Lead, there's no lead to be talking with.
No lead at the moment, right? Obviously, Astar had it all for them going like literally moments ago, and now after that little bit of a tit for tat, and when Wei got back onto the board and was able to farm up as fast as possible, it means that that gold lead is now definitely gone away.
It has definitely gone away, and right now I just want to see in this 4th minute mark how this Abdo transition is Clashing knowledge into this jungle role here, because jungle is a very different role compared to Clash, whereby jungle always need you to fasten out tempo by picking up farm in the side lane, picking up resources. It cannot be played like a Clash game where you are always looking for attempts here, as we see Jingtian here looking for Psychonauta.
Yeah, looking for Psychonauta, just trying to keep bullying him under his T1, right? Like, they're just making sure that he's staying in place. Maybe a big contestation here for the Azure Golem rather than going for these neutral objectives. I mean, it's all happening under Wei's nose in that mid lane, right? Like, he wasn't even aware that was happening. But now, a dog onto Psychonauta. It's going to be a 2v1, Zugzwang and Abdo. But there it is. It's going to be the kill for Mirage as well. And now we see that Jingtian is looking to push that top T1. Yes, CMF gets the Tyrant, but they don't have the Azure Golem, and they aren't be able to take A-Stars either.
Like, this is the thing we keep talking about, right? Jingtian is the star of the show. He goes to the top lane, he locks on Psychonauta, he teleports to the bottom side, he locks away Anthem as well, and Astar forced to flash away from that attempt.
Yeah, I mean, Astar here just trying to get some aid from the side of Tamid, right? Tamid getting kept into the enemy jungle. We saw that Abdo was just like, you really want to go and help your buddy, Astar? Sorry, man, that's not going to be able to go. You have to kind of pay the toll master. And Abdo, being the toll master, was able to push him away, and he wasn't able to get back to his teammates.
That's the Abdo thing you keep talking about, right? It's like he's so well experienced, he's so well known in his gameplay, whereby if he's not a jungler, him being a Clash lane, he always provides you all these backline flanks, backline zoning, and that's sufficient enough for Mirage and also Zugzwang to really play this Arlie and Diadea combination to a perfection here. But jumping back to the A-Star topic that we had, Jingtian is the star of this A-Star Esports, right? He always has his teammates playing around him to find these success gameplays. But look at
Oh, Zugzwang, wrong bush, but he wrong neighborhood again. He's waiting to pick up there. Astar was very patient into that mid lane, gets to pick up the Zugzwang, but now could be getting paid back here. Vio is in the front line here with the Hue 1. Actually not doing too much damage here, not catching anybody. He has to be careful. He's taking way too much damage for my liking. Speaking of Abdo as well, gets launched up, gets knocked down with that mirror domain as well. So if you're up in the sky, you're not going to be able to reflect those blades. But now, Psychonauta, this is a brawl in all respects here. CMF Astar, Psychonauta getting taken down. They're looking for Tamid as well. Tamid's able to get out with the help of Wei.
And still the Jingtian and Wei show coming into this series here. We see Wei finding the assassination onto Abdo. We see Tamid finding the stun lock onto Zugzwang. But into the later stages of the fight, it was just Jingtian punching, kicking all these members, especially on towards Astar and Anthem.
Yeah, that's right. Just kicking, punching, screaming. Everybody was doing everything within that brawl. And here's the replay.
Here's the replay indeed, as Jingtian finding the 1-2 knockup here onto a Psychonauta, kicks him towards his demise, and then Astar, not long to live as well, wandering through the river, flashless as a Xiao Xiao.
Yeah, flashes as Xiao Xiao. I mean, good pick off there, though, for the side of CMF, right? I mean, they're able to kind of, like, trying to mitigate that gold lead. But for now, the CMF Astar is just putting those placements down of that first skill of the Xiao Xiao very well. Just chipping away the damage here. There's the unending sorrow for VO on the side of A-Star, but that's just going to mean it's going to delay the inevitable, and he gets taken down anyway.
He does get taken down anyway, and he falls heavily towards in favor of CMF Esports. That does leave the jungle open for CMF if they potentially want to invade this for a scrappy teamfight. But that does show that the mid turret is not long for a living at this point.
Oh, Gen.G overcommits there, gets hit with the Think inside the box, and then it's going to be Anthem who gets the pick up there. Now Abdo with the help of Mirage, Zugzwang, can they get more? But no, Anthem goes in with a Fever Barrage and gets a triple kill.
Beautiful Fever Barrage coming in from Anthem, finding the 3-man stun lock into the 4-man Fever Barrage, annihilating all members aside from Astar Esports. Beautifully played coming in from CMF.
Yeah, CMF played very, very well there. Ashir, Anthem, definitely playing like two heroes they seem to be having a lot of comfort with, right? Like, you can see how they're handling them, using the skills, getting those trick shot knockups as well onto A-Star. Definitely where they want to be with this and this one.
Let's check out the replay here. So Jin goes in, gets CC locked by the Mozu, by Psychonoia here, and check out this Marco Polo play here. He's desperately waiting in the wings, and he jumps in with the 2-3 combo here, finds the 3-man stun, finds triple kill.
Yeah, finds the triple kill. Can they get some more here on the side of CMF? Abdo looking a little bit worse for where he has to escape using that second ulti there. But Psychonoia, even worse, gets taken down as well. The Cannon Blast is going to stop them in the tracks here at the side of A-Star. But, I mean, they do have that bot minion wave to kind of like usher through here, trying to put some pressure onto the side of CMF within that farm lane.
I'm loving these micro teamfights coming in from both these two teams. After a long day of long macro gameplay from the top teams, coming back into the most original MOBA game, whereby you just fight, and fight. It's a different kind of taste, an assorted and quiet taste, you know?
It has been quiet taste, but I know a team in the KMW that would love that taste, and they would be loving it right now if they were here against CMF. But Wei, gotta be careful, as well as Abdo. I mean, he's trying to push him out of that mirror domain, but there's the blades going through as well. Gets a takedown onto Xiao Xiao. Vio as well as Shia. Hello! Where was his plays like last week? Like, he's coming off, popping off, but he's gotta be careful though. Jingtian into the back line. He's looking for more. Mirage gets taken down by Anthem as well, but that's gonna be a double kill as Jingtian just opens up and clear shot there. Triple kill, but it's going to be the rotation here from Anthem. Can he help Psychonoia stay alive? And the answer is yes.
Jingtian is just styling on towards the back line here, while Anthem is just clearing everybody towards the front line here. So it's a Rumble Royale coming in from both of these two teams, as they are not giving any engine space if the enemy's asking for a team fight here. So far, pretty interesting stuff, I gotta say.
Very interesting. I mean, the Jingtian was able to steal away from the Azure Golem here, but I mean, now Wei comes back, he's able to get the kill and get that Azure Golem and Crimson Golem, but Vio comes in with the help here. Oh, tries to get the takedown of the Wei, but Wei does too much damage there onto Jingtian.
Ooh, Jingtian almost blew up the entire roster coming in from CMF here. Psychonoia, Wei, and Anthem. Their health bars were really blinking low there, but Vio does not in fact get that key healing here, and Zugzwang.
Low, very low, very dangerous as well. I mean, now that Wei comes over the wall there, it's probably going to be able to steal this, but it's going to reset. There's the double kill going up to the side of Tomit as well. But the pickup of Wei onto Mirage means that there's going to be less contention here for that Tyrant, but CMF maybe go for a bit of a team wipe here. It's only Jingtian and Abdo left.
It's good for CMF because they desperately need one BO5 win to really elevate their rankings, right? Because still, out of the ranking week, out of the survival week, they have still yet to find that BO5 or BO3 win. If they can really put one down the road at the end of the survival week, that really pumps up their morale and their love for Honor of Kings.
That's exactly right. Like, I mean, yes, obviously these, the 5th to 7th place teams will always win the same prize pool, so right now, for A-Star and CMF, they don't have any ways to get higher within group pay, right? So why not just have a little bit of a research and development kind of match, right? Like, let's use some scrim time to get these matches up here. Obviously, Vio baiting out the mirror domain by the side of Wei, but now Ashir gets taken down as well. Jingtian into the backline just to kind of cut off Wei. Anthem's escape, sorry, but Psychonoia getting taken down as well. That's a double kill going over to Abdo, but they gotta tend the chickens, right? There's a minion wave into the mid and the clash lane as well.
Feels like watching a bit of a deja vu here, where a team is just like going back and forth, kill after kill, and then just going resource after resource. It's really brawl heavy. But then the thing that I think that's not so optimal is whereby the fights are started by the likes of Jingtian, and also Wei, whereby it's always by assassinations, not by strong engage or solid engage like the likes of Abdul or Psychonoia. So this goes to the question. The positioning by the carries is not so optimal coming in from both these two teams.
Oh, they aren't optimal at all, right? Like, it's definitely going to be Gen.G and obviously, like you said, Wei just going for these setups here. And it's always needing to be the carries that need that setup in terms of position as well. But right now, obviously, CMF are definitely leading the way of the kills and the gold, right? So they're going to be careful here at the side of Astar if they really want to lose this first round against CMF. But Gen.G just kind of trying to, like, fish out, body check that way.
Yeah, fish out body check that way, and Abdo here is also looking for the potential engager onto Psychonoia here. Does jump in with the lead, but is forced away by Anthem. Ooh, so much damage here coming from Marco Polo.
Oh, huge amounts of that. I mean, we saw a devastating Marco Polo already one time today, right? I mean, we need to see some more Marco Polo action, I feel. That was, I've been left wanting more.
Yeah, I've been left wanting more, and then this series definitely showing us more Marco Polo that we truly deserve as fans of this game here. But so far, Minion Wings are pushing in for the side of Astar Esports towards the last tier 2 tower of CMF. Right now we're seeing no more tier 2s on the map for both teams.
Yeah, no, it's getting to that kind of like bottleneck moment in this game of Honor of Kings, right? Vio's gonna be careful he doesn't get hit by that cannon blast because that would have been pretty much devastating, but able to heal back up is gonna be Vo right now, looking to try and get that reconvene. Obviously that heart link goes on for Zugzwang as well, just give him a little bit more healing, keeping Vo active to be that front line for the side of Astar.
Yep, this Vo and the Zugzwang combination on the Yuhuan and also Diadia does provide a lot of healing that Astar truly needs to play towards his team fight. Wei is very far away from the team, does drop the tier 3 on towards the top side here, so that is a top side gone for the side of CMF.
Yeah, they gotta be careful, right? Like, they don't want to be getting backdoored here by the side of CMF right now. As you can see, that Wei's still top side of the map. But I mean, look at that, man. Marco Polo's nowhere near there. It's that Spark Forge dagger. It's not even the Tyrant's obviously lightning that's happening, but it's just doing so much damage before they even get into the team fight.
And we see a trade as well coming in from Wei to really take away that objective here. But look at Wei might be finding out Abdo in this corner.
Trying to push him into his, obviously, Tommy. Tommy's trying to get him into Wei's vicinity right now, but it's obviously being fought off. There it is. Gen.G into the back line, tries to get a pick up onto Wei, but doesn't actually get what he needs, but he baits out the Fever Barrage. Now Vo is into it. Psychonoia into the back line, but gets taken down as well. Can they get some more here? Tommy looking like he's a fish out of water, but he's in the river, and he's now a body in the river for the side of Astar.
This is the counter in here coming in from Abdo on that floorborne tank. When you are Guan Yu looking for these big plays towards the backline, that floorborne tank is going to be like, nope, I'm going to be triple knock-upping you. You're going to be in the sky quite a bit, so sit tight, relax. It's just going to be a bit dizzy.
Yeah, do you like your time in the air? Because you're going to be spending quite a bit of it, man. Like, I'm going to get those knock-ups for you. You're going to be spending quite a bit of time in the air, and we're just going to keep doing that damage onto you, man.
And so far, Gen.G is so confident in these engages, baiting out so many of these key spells from the side of CMF, and then backing away towards safety. He's having a very marvelous showcase on his Mayite.
Oh, he's having a ball of the time, man. He's living it. Like, there we go. Abdo getting focused with a lot of damage there, thanks to the Xiao Xiao. So Ashir and Anthem here, both put in so much work in terms of dealing the damage onto the side of Astar. But now they've got to make sure that CMF, that is, need to make sure that Astar don't get access into their base further with these two minion waves that are coming through here. Anthem's just trying to get that Splendid Revolver onto the enemy team here to do a lot of damage. But Vo into the back line gets the CC off, but can they get a little bit more here? The Destiny counter being used a little bit early just to zone out the side of CMF so they can get this high ground turret. But Psychonoia may be in trouble now. There's a lot of committed into the mid of this battle, but there it is, the healing from Vo. But it's going to be the takedown onto Mirage. It's going to be Ashir coming back through to get some more kills for his team.
But they do trade Mirage in that process just before this Shadow Overlord is up and available for grab between these two teams here. So not the best exchange so far coming from Astar, but they do get two tier 3s that will not be respawning on towards the map here. So right now, if you're Astar, you better be guarding this Shadow Overlord until your marksmen come in to respawn.
Oh, absolutely, definitely. I mean, this double stun coming in from the Marco Polo Anthem here, it needs to be used effectively. They could easily go for like the Overlord fight here, but Astar popping that ultimate pretty early there just to do the face checking, but it's going to be the takedown of Zugzwang as well as Mirage is already down. He's coming back in around about 3 seconds though. Got to be careful here if you're Astar. You're already down 2 team members in this team fight at this moment in time.
But still the minion pressure coming in from those bottom tier trees is starting to stacked up for the South CMF. They have to invest some form of manpower to actually attend to fixing your waves. So that leaves Astar more time and more space to actually allow Zugzwang or Mirage to come back from depth. As you see right now, the objective is going so low.
Oh, Gen.G, gotta be careful. That's gonna be the steal there going over to the side of CMF, but can they get out alive? The Sage Sanctuary has been propped onto Wei. That's a double kill going over to Gen.G. He does have his own Sage Sanctuary, not able to get the finishing touch there onto VO as well, but now it's all to play for in terms of defense here. Abdo gets a knockdown. It's gonna be the kill going over to VO there with a last little hit, but can they get a little more? Gen.G here, Psychonona and VO going for a 2v1 here, using the cannon blast to keep him away, but that's going to be the Sage Sanctuary as well as they usher through and they take down this Vanguard with the minions.
It doesn't seem that they can end the game as well, because right now Astar is coming back from respawn here, so it will be very difficult under the pressure of the stolen Overlord here. So props to Wei, even though they lost the team fight, they still got the objective that they really need to force away the game-ending push coming in from Astar.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's got to make sure that those Vanguards are doing enough damage to the turrets, but it looks like the Mirage is able to actually take those Vanguards off of the table here for the side of CMF, right? So, got to be careful, though. VO getting checked here by Psychonona.
VO does get checked by Psychonona here, but has to be forced away here because this VO on this pick here is attacking.
Hello! The knock-up on Tsutami, but he gets hit by the think it's on the box, which gets cancelled out a little bit too early there. I mean, that would have definitely been nice enough to keep Gen.G in place, but just doing a lot of damage onto Psychonona and as well as Anthem kind of just gives them the aid to try and get this Tyrant onto the side of Astar.
Yep, Astar just get free access though, but look at the top side though. 2 Vanguards marching down their base and they are needed to march back towards that top side though, but this goes back to a 50-50 in terms of the match play for both of these two teams.
Yeah, very 50-50 right now. Obviously, everything is pretty much 50-50 onto the gorge here between both Astar and CMF, but top side of the map, Mirage and Gen.G was able to get that takedown of the Shadow Vanguard, but they have to be careful. I mean, any kind of pickup here, any kind of pressure that might be alleviated on the side of Astar could be a trouble for the Tempest Dragon takedown.
It could be, because right now, whoever does the wave better will have a better approach towards Tempest Dragon here. We see Gen.G all the way towards Clash Lane here, fixing that wave, so he has the first mover towards this objective here. But look at Abdo, he does not spot out Wei in this position.
Doesn't spot out Wei, but I mean, he was even doing damage over time with the Blazing Cape, right? Like, that was doing damage onto Wei, and he just didn't even know what was going on. But right now, the Tempest Dragon is up. They do have a mini wave top side of the map for the side of Astar, but they got to be careful here that they don't get wiped out. We are seeing Gen.G into the back line. It's obviously Marco Polo with a roaming gun that gets out alive, but Abdo gets a takedown onto Astar as well. As Target, they go down as well. Wei with the Sage Sanctuary for the last time is now getting taken down. This is looking like Astar with the minions coming through. Can they defend that crystal? I don't think they can.
I don't think they can indeed, because it's a 5v2. Anthem has to find the perfect ultimate here, but he does not have the fever barrage as the game goes towards the hands of Astar Esports.
Yeah, a little bit of a brawl, a little bit of a bloodbath there between these two teams, but it was definitely fun to watch that one. Obviously, CMF or Astar could have came out on top of that one at any moment in that game, right?
It could have been, because out of the early game, it was always in CMF's position to really get that lead, but going into the later stages of the game, it was the Gen.G show on Demayin. He showed us why he wanted to bring out Demayin in that day, week number 1, and he's shown off a lot of success in going for these team fights, baiting out spells, and then just casually backing off unscratched and unharmed.
Yeah, so much success there for the side of Astar, as well as obviously CMF. Obviously, Astar and Anthem really rocking that one, as well as Wei, right? Like, I feel like that was the most dominant performance that I've seen from them. But Gen.G going for the Clash Lane there is obviously a little bit of a Scooby that we saw going into this draft. But hey, 13-2-3.
My goodness.
Sign him up for Clash Lane. Sign him up for Clash Lane, you know?
Line him up for a clash, and that's why he's 350 stars as we know in his explanation and his introduction. 13-2 entry, 17,000 on towards the Mayin. He definitely was the star of the show here coming in from Astar.
Oh, yes, he is the A star on A-Star, right? Like, he's definitely going to be the shiner there, definitely the MVP this time around. But to be honest, Abdo played the Flowborn tank very well as also. Like, he was there for the crucial engages, sorry. Zugzwang, however, was getting caught out very frequently. Not much zoning from his Destiny counter as well. Obviously, gave over a little bit of healing, but just look at that, man. Jing-Tian, VO, and Mirage all over 100k. But then, respectively, on the side of CMF, man, yeah, man, they were all over 100k boss like an owner.
My goodness, yeah, Tamid, even on that Moses roll, he has like 125k damage as well. So you can go to show this entire game. It was really just one word: brawl.
Yeah, brawl, damage, bloodbath. There's like so many different ways you can put this game number one between CMF and A-Star, but A-Star overall did take that one. And obviously you can see here by the graph that it was pretty much just flirting with both of the teams. They just didn't know who to give it over to, right? It just all came down to that remaining team fight behind the pit of the Tempest Dragon. Neither team ended up taking the Tempest Dragon, but still they were able to take the fight to the side of CMF.
It was really thanks to the fact that Jing-Tian on the Mayin fixed up the Clash Lane wave and then immediately moved towards that bot lane flank that really caught the entire members of CMF off guard, because if the Guan Yu didn't protect that wave, that could have been a backdoor end by the minions itself.
Oh, absolutely. Could have been a backdoor completely, right? Especially that Vanguard top side of the map as well, like we saw there. But I feel like if A-Star didn't do that, he'd be like, what are we doing here, lads? What are we doing here? But no, it's going to be the MVP. It's definitely going to be Jing-Tian here on the Mayin, going that 13-3 KDA. Right. A lot of damage, man. Like, I didn't realize that Mayin could have this damage potential, right? Because most times out of 10, we don't really see a lot of Mayin MVPs, right?
We don't really see a lot of Mayin MVPs, especially not in the KME. We're in this very jungle dominant centric, but him showing up onto this Mayin definitely gave a lot of damage potential, and he showed up it with class. And that, my guys and ladies and gentlemen, he deserves the MVP with no contention.
No contention at all, and obviously we're going to see here in the highlight that this is how they were able to get the victory here for the start of A-Stars.
Yep, you can see like in the early brawls, it was CMF finding all these crucial pickoffs, and it was always in favor of CMF. The goal lead was about like a 3,000 to 4,000 shift in towards the mid game, but you can see that Wei was always finding these crucial backline flanks for his team, so it was still in favor of CMF in this case.
Favor of CMF in this case, indeed, right? Like, obviously, they were able to take the brawls to the side of A-Star. They definitely had a lot of fun within this game, especially Astar and Anthem. They really popped off with this one.
They really popped off, but it was just the finishing moment that really didn't came into place for both of these two players, right? It was just Jing-Tian going into the backline, going in with those 2-2 or 1-2 combos, really finding those markers that they really need. Like, in this case, kicking Astar, dropping to mid, and then CC chaining Anthem to, you know, eventually he did walk away, but it was not enough to really survive in these team fights.
Not enough, and neither was the takedown of the Overlord, right? Obviously, we saw that this Overlord takedown was really the transition into that top side of the map that was able to get them that higher grade turret into the Clash lane as well. But it was all around here. This is where it all popped off, right? Look at Jing-Tian, man. His placement straight on top of the of Anthem. I mean, that one hit alone confused Anthem enough that he fired the Splendid Revolver in the wrong direction.
That is the power of the Mayin, right? When she's left untouched, she's going for the full damage build with the Pure Sky. She has a lot of mobility to really go and gap close into you. Even if you can purify the CC chain, you're not going to be purifying the full damage output.
No, unfortunately not, but I mean, that's definitely going to be the game changer here for them. But game number 2 going soon, guys. We're going to be going for a short break, so don't go anywhere. See you in a moment.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, gonna win. never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
We bound if I miss one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting here. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Raised to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one.
That was a bloodbath of a game one between Astar and CMF Esports. My name is Sagi, alongside me is Blam Moba here. Blam, that game one, my goodness, how did you feel after watching that?
I mean, it was definitely kind of like you said, a bloodbath. There was a lot of fighting. It wasn't quite what we were used to seeing, right? Like, it's like, hey, we're waiting for some macro. Why is everything always just fight? Just give us some macro over, please. Just give me, like, some macaroni and cheese. We need something to eat here. But no, it was just eating constant kills after fight. And honestly, it was a difference. It was a difference, right? It was a well-refreshed need for us on the broadcast desk.
It was very different compared to the usual games that we viewed through the Gen.G, Nongshim, or even Crazy Raccoons. It felt like two Crazy Raccoons were going at it because you had two Kongs just fighting control for the map. But for CMF and A-Star, this is game number 2 with A-Star going on towards the blue side and also CMF defaulting towards the red side here. I am interested to see where is G.G going in this game too.
Hey, you never know. He might go down to the support role next. You never know. He might be going for Clue's record on how many kills a support role can get. But I feel like we're going to see a ban onto obviously the likes of the Yuan here for the side of A-Star, right? Like, just go for something that's going to be sort of not be able to catch them off. They're going to go for the Ali as well. Obviously, they played it in game number 1. Onto the side of CMF to look at the ban out the Mai Shiranui.
It's interesting here because Jingtian so far, he's showing off one thing whereby, okay, I love to play these heavy mechanical heroes. So maybe CMF is like, okay, I'm banning the Mai Shiranui, not from VO, but from Jingtian, potentially swapping to that mid lane role. That's just an assumption, you know?
You never know, right? You don't know where this guy's going to go, but hopefully he goes back to the jungle, right? Obviously, we've loved to see the little flirt between Abdo and Jingtian in terms of their role swap, but I want to go back to basics. I want to see A-Star come through really quick, really aggressive here. But the fact that they got smiles on their faces, I don't think I'm going to see it, you know?
Well, it is to Pei, and Pei does sound like something Jingtian would love to pilot in towards that jungle here. So maybe, like you mentioned, after the game 1, Jingtian is like, okay guys, all jokes aside, I love my Mayin, I love what I've played so far, but let's get back to business because we still need to get wins on the board here. And talking about wins, CMF here, drafting the Luna for Wei in that jungle.
Even here, I must
Oh, Wei and the Lunar, and then Dharma for Psychic Owner. That's going to be crazy, man. That's a lot of team fight setup here for the side of CMF so far, but it looks like they're going to go for the counter here, potentially into the top side of the map with this Charlotte going against the Dharma here.
Charlotte against the Dharma does allow you to have that strong mid game, especially for that Charlotte, because when we talk about Charlotte, we always think about one thing: mid game 1v1s and also finding those key flanks on this pick here. So I am interested in seeing Abdo, one of the clashes that we prize so much in this KME. I want to see how he performs on this pick.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely see how he performs on this pick. I feel like maybe it's one of the first times we've seen him actually pick the Charlotte, right? Like, we actually haven't seen much Charlotte into the KME, right? Like, it's always kind of like your Byrons, your Fatih, your Mayins, your Guan Yus as well. It's kind of taken the place of the Charlotte ever since the rework. But now we're going to get the Gen.G here, obviously trying to get the cleanse off of Wei's, Luna's marks as well, which is going to really kind of upset the flow on the side of CMF. But we'll have to wait and see what they go for here in the second ban phase, right? Obviously, with both of these teams don't have their mage into the mid lane. So betting at the Liang here, they don't want to give that over to the side of CMF or vice versa, because obviously, if Astar get it, it's going to be hard for Luna to really kind of commit that one.
Yeah, if Astar gets it, it's difficult for the Luna. If CMF gets it, it's difficult for the Pei, right? So it's a bit of a 1 + 1 = 3 combination. So banning out all these roamers and mid lanes is the goal coming in for the second ban draft, especially for the side of CMF. They need something to allow this Luna to get going, and it will be the Gan and Mo being locked in for the side of Ashir.
Ooh, very nice here. I mean, it could all be set up here by the Dharma, right? Like, if he's able to get a massive kind of truth mantra, and then we just have the freshly forward couple blades come through, especially with the positioning we saw earlier with our last series, right? Especially for Cliche on Crazy Raccoon. His positioning on the Ganamo needs to be studied and perfected because it was so good.
And this Zilia, right, is something that we really saw with the side of Astar Esports. This is the pick that really allowed them to win against, I believe, Nongshim, if I'm not mistaken, back in, or was it Gen.G? I think it was Gen.G, right, in these ranking weeks, whereby they brought out the Zilia and really countered all these beefy front lines that they wanted to draft and allowed them to scale towards that late game to break through that late game power point.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense with the Pei as well, right? Like, obviously, normally when the Pei falls off towards that kind of like mid-game, it kind of gives him a new kind of like lick of paint per se, you know? Like, giving over that sanctification means that he's going to be able to kind of like aggress that level further and further and get a bit of a more of a stat boost into that late game. So, really here, in terms of sustainability, obviously CMF have a little bit more chance of sustainability thanks to the Diadia, but overall, it's like, Astar look like as soon as they get a switch up here, oh, okay, so we're gonna get Abdo onto the Pei again, and Jingtian's gonna be top side of the map. Okay.
Jingtian is just having a field day as of this point. He's like, man, all right, give me a 1-day annual leave on that jungle. I'm just gonna have some fun in towards that clash lane. If we win, we win. If we lose, I'll swap back, okay? You know, it's one of those moments with your older brother or like your younger brother, but okay, after you die, I swap back, okay? I swap back after this, you know? It's one of those moments.
Yeah, no, it's just like, you know what? I think you are right there, Sagi. He's like, I'm going to go Clash Lane until we lose. I'm going to go Clash Lane until we lose. So let's see what he can do, right? Obviously, there we go. Abdo onto the Pei. I mean, maybe Abdo is going to be like a monster of a Pei that we don't even know about. But back to the point of the sanctification, it's definitely going to go onto the Pei here, right? Like, definitely give that over. Open up unlock a untapped potential on this pick that definitely falls off towards that mid to late game.
Who knows? If it's Jinx Astar, maybe it lands on Charlotte. We never know until the low 50 mark hit for this Zilia. Although, ladies and gentlemen, do hit that D key towards community tab, then redeem some in-game rewards, and who knows, you might get a free skin.
You might even get a free skin. Exactly. Who doesn't love some freebies here on the Gorge as well? But if you're a new player, more specifically, right, I mean, everything boxes, they hold so much more, right? Like, it's going to be heroes, skins, there's on my second account. I don't think I've bought a single skin on my second account, but I've got so many skins from those everything boxes, so make sure you punch it in that code, ladies and gentlemen, those watching at home. But it's gonna be really interesting to see how Gen.G plays this Charlotte, right? Like, obviously we've seen him already play the Mayin, but now the Charlotte is gonna be that late game assurance here for the side of Astar, already kind of going and attacking these boards, contesting away. Points of concession here onto the side of CMF.
And if you're away, you're gonna be quite furious because you clear your blue side, you walk towards your red side, there's nothing for you to farm here. That is a jungler's nightmare here, and he is now forced to cruise around the map to find whatever jungle camps that's left for him to hit that level 4, because we know Luna desperately needs that level 4 map. If not, she cannot do anything on the map.
Yeah, go for the Oliver Twist approach here, by the way, on the side of Astar, just making sure that the enemy jungle is begging for more. Please, sir, have you got some farm for me, sir? That's what CMF Way is asking right now.
Yeah, any form of donation towards Way is much required, as we see Ashir already being forced away. Flash, and will he get caught in this exchange?
Flash used guard her grave as well, just to keep away the side of Astar, but they've got to be careful here. Obviously, Psychonoda waiting in the brush.
He does get spotted out here, as Psychonoia does get forced away by the Universal Law that's being dropped by VO here. Gotta say, VO so far, his positioning on the Zia is pretty decent.
Yeah, pretty decent. I mean, he hasn't been caught out yet by the likes of Way onto the Luna yet, so that's going to be always a good note in my books for somebody who can be a mid lane and not get picked up by the enemy Luna. But once again, Astar Abdos is like, hey, I've got the intel on your timers of your Crimson Golem, so I'm best believe I'm going to be in your jungle. Oh, the freshly forged blades. He's actually hit anybody on the side of Astar.
The only fortunate thing that we can talk about is that minimally, it's not a Azure Golem that Luna really relies on, so that is still a good news. But it's kind of a feels bad moment where you're still losing out so many of these buffs because your team is like slightly slow on those rotations.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Slightly slow on the rotations. Not actually capitalizing on first blood yet on either of these two teams. I mean, right now, Astar are definitely kind of propelling towards the gold lead here with around about 600 gold lead, which could have changed at the change of a hand, right? But, oof, Ashir taking so much damage from those hits.
Yeah, very rare to see VO actually being able to outrage a Ganemo, one of the longest range mage in towards the mid lane here. So good spell play so far coming in from VO. First year, potentially needing to improve a bit on those side steps, as we see bot lane though. We see Tamir and Mirage might have to back off as he Zugzwang going in for the flash cannon blast.
I know, right? Like, very overly committed that flash cannon blast, not even knowing that they're going to go that far or even, like, disengage that far to safety. But, hey, you've got to take those shots, man. If you don't take it, you're going to miss it.
You think you're gonna miss it, just like how this jungle is just a picnic that's coming in for the side of Abdo here. We need more men coming from CMF to really defend this Luna's red buff here, because the next time, if they take this away from her, she's gonna be falling super hard in terms of that gold graph.
And they're going to go for it again, right? Obviously, we see her in the mid lane. She has to choose between that or the Azure Golem, and it looks like they're going to go and take out this one as well. So nicely done there by Astar, claiming that third Crimson Golem away from the side of CNF. A bit of a slow starter here for the side of Way. Right now, they're trying to get the marks up onto the enemy team. Trying to get the... There we go. There's the bit of L. Well, the Destiny Counter actually hits nobody there, unfortunately. Actually, no, it hits the... hit Abdo.
Ooh, 3-man cannon blast here being returned coming in from Zugzwang. Both these roamers, they are not happy when they're seeing each other. They are definitely coming in for beat, and they are landing some very key spells, especially Zugzwang. Cannon blast after cannon blast. Is this the third one that he's looking at? Or no, he does not find it.
Doesn't find it, but I mean, he's just there to kind of put the pressure on, right? Just kind of keep them away from that T1. Oh, I mean, to be honest, all he takes is just one more hit, but at the same time, VO in the positioning that we really gave him props for, just get taken out there. But now the cannon blast gets onto 2. That's some low health onto both Anthem and Ashir, man. They got to be careful.
They indeed have to be careful here. Zugzwang is relentless with these cannon blasts. He's just hunting for them at this point.
Hunting for them, just basically pushing them away from that T1 in the bot side, right? Like, that's all they were really hoping for, was there at the bot side. Mirage just given the time just to get that T1, but Gen.G misses that degradation there for his ultimate, but still, keeping Way into this lane and keeping him not dead is going to be the key here for CMF.
And so far, Abdo is having a pretty good performance on towards this pay. His tempo, his mobility, so far has been pretty on point, as we would say.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Pei is His performance is obviously macro, his aggression into the enemy jungle. Definitely what we normally would see from one of these junglers in the KME, right? Like, he's definitely playing the pace to a T.
To a T indeed, and he gets the blue buff and he bails out from this ultimate technique Esports.
Oh, the damage over time. Oh, but the Heart Link saves him for the side of CMF. But now going in with a backline is Gen.G getting the pick up on the Tarmid.
Oh, Wei. It's so stressful for Wei. He's not getting any little buffs here. As you see, the rotations is still coming in without the jungler here. They are not giving Wei a break in the jungle.
I mean, now they are, right? Because obviously pays off the board here, so Abdo's still not going to put the pressure on. Now he's back. Oh, he got the Crimson, so he still hasn't not got a single Crimson Golem yet on the side of CMF Wei. He's like, you know what? I'm taking your Azure Golem for that. That was just complete violation. But now he may get caught out here. The figure inside the box keeps him straight, but they still get the Azure Golem going up to the side of Astar as well.
It keeps him straight, but his brain is not in a proper state because that's the 4th or 5th Crimson Golem going in favor of Astar. If you're a jungle player, you will know how painful that is.
Oh, very painful, especially on something like the Luna as well, right? It's like we were saying earlier, it's not the most kind of like detrimental like buff that we can take away from the Luna. Obviously, the Azure Golem could be more, but still, taking away that extra damage is still going to definitely put a blunder onto the side of Wei here, but that Psychonauta is not going to be able to get the takedown there, and those couple blades aren't going to do enough damage at this moment in time for Sheer to keep their teammates alive.
And losing out a key member here just when the Azure Golem is about to spawn here, not a good news coming from CMF Esports, as once again Wei has to fight for this buff. It goes over to the hands of Abdo once again.
I think Wei gets that one this time, unfortunately. So, fortunately for the side of CMF, but unfortunately for the side of A-Star, they don't quite get that Azure Golem. But now, we're just seeing the break apart of the side of CMF space, right? Obviously, T1's in the mid lane being taken out. The T2's both into the side lanes. Like, basically, side lane pressure is completely, like, non-existent for the side of CMF, unfortunately, here. They need to make some big plays if they want to keep in this game. Oh, nice kind of blast there. He's going to eject the Chano from the Gorge at this moment in time. And oh, the Truth Marcher didn't quite hit the Truth needed. And there it is. It's going to be Gen.G onto the back line. Takedown onto Psychonauta once again.
Very good respawn splashes coming in from Zugzwang and Mirage, dodging out Psychonauta's Flash Truth. If they were to cut in towards that, that could have been a huge return play coming in for the side of CMF. But this time they do secure the Crimson Golem, although it does not go into the hands of Wei at least. The goal is funneled towards Asher as we check out the replay. We see Wei going in for big pokes on against Leo. Leo forces flash as the leader stance is forced away. Unfortunately, at the time he does flash into the graceful touch of that thing inside the box. As we go back to live, Abdo does get taken down.
Oh, Abdo gets taken down, but that thing inside the box is going to be super impressive here onto the side of A-Star. But Wei actually finally getting the pick up there onto Abdo. Ooh, gotta be careful, dodge that one by the side of Suya and the Universal as well. That's gonna do a lot of damage. Jinx getting into the back line, gets pushed away by God her Grave again, but that's nicely done there. Oh, it's not gonna keep him away though. He has the eyes on the prize and claim the kill once again. Universal Law just tapping the side of CMF for now.
Definitely a feels good moment coming in for Astar Esports, even though they drop Abdo.
Oh, anticipation is going on to Gen.G.
Exactly the case here, Flav. We called it since the start here. They definitely want Gen.G to be having a blast of a game on this Charlotte here. And so far, look at him. He's going for the aggressive play.
Going for the aggressive play onto Tarmid as well. Just keeping it away from that T2 in the mid lane, right? Just keeping the minion waves pushed to that T3 crystal territory here, meaning that it's able to get that claim into the mid lane.
Pressure is already increased for the side of CMF Esports because that is all the tier 2s being down for the side of their base here. If this were to continue after this Shadow Tyrant take, things could look pretty ugly coming in for CMF team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if they are able to get this double objective, which it looks like they're going to go and try and do here, you can see Abdo's down to the bot side, whilst you see that both Mirage and Zugzwang, as well as Gen.G at the top side of the map here, not only just obviously starving away that Crimson Golem and starving away from any kind of jungle, but in other news here, Wei might try and get the pay, but it's not going to be able to get the takedown of the Tyrant there, so still going for those double neutral objectives. A Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord going down here. Gen.G into the Client going in for Anthem, but gets stopped here by Carmen. Is going to keep him there, locked in his place. But speaking of locking people in the place, the board is coming through. And Think inside the box keeps Psychonona in the coffin. And there's the takedown of the Target as they push the high ground turret.
They can potentially go for the ender because this is a 2v4 in favor for the side of Astar Esports. And look at those tokens hitting on towards Wei. Wei is going extremely low. And wow, perfect 100% team fight tank here coming in for Jing Tian. He was up there soaking all the damage coming from CMF.
Oh, so much damage coming from CMF there, right? Like, obviously, Jing Tian, he's got the Eye of the Phoenix as well now, so obviously the HP regen, but it gets from this kit of the Charlotte is just going to be even more greater here into these team fights. So the anti-heal needs to do some kind of job here, but Psychonona gets caught out early part of this team fight, looking to do that last bit of damage, but the Crystal is just waiting for that Vanguard to come through. They're able to wipe it off on the side of CMF, but now the Shadow Vanguard is here, and Astar with the second win on the board.
I gotta say, from start to finish, they came in with a plan, and that plan worked splendidly in really limiting Wei in that jungle approach. Removing red buff after red buff after red buff. In the end, it really made sure that Wei did not have a comfortable game on this Luna.
Not comfortable game at all, right? Like, honestly, taking away that Crimson Golem all the time. Like we're saying in the game, though, there is the Azure Golem, which would have been a lot more of a detriment to the side of CMF, but they just didn't want to kind of like force any team fights, force any unnecessary deaths onto the side of Astar. So they just kept taking the easy route, right? Keep going top side of the map, keep wiping out all the creeps up top there, taking away those resources, and you started to see that Jing Tian as well as Abdo on the pay were just kind of fed too far to the point where the damage was just too much for the side of CMF.
And Abdo only had one role in this game. It was just to counter Wei in that jungle, and then all the team fight came in favor of VO and also Jing Tian on the Charlotte, which allowed Jing Tian to once again be that 801 player that you are seeing on your screen.
Ooh, 801's crazy, man. I mean, that's got to be your MVP star, right? 801. I mean, I don't think there's anybody else on the side of Astar other than maybe Zugzwang, obviously with the shutdowns there for onto the Motsu that maybe gets the MVP, but we'll have to wait and see.
We'll definitely have to wait and see because coming into game number 2, they are really repeating the success of Jing Tian role swapping to the jungle, role swapping with Abdo, so maybe in game 3 he brings out another pick like the Dharma?
Maybe. I mean, they'll definitely need some kind of a carry to the top side of the map, right? I mean, maybe they go for the Fati, right? Because I mean, if you look historically of what we've seen so far when Jing Tian likes to swap for the Clash lane, it was a Mei Yin and a Charlotte. Both of those have a big carry potential. Mei Yin, not so much, obviously, other than if the enemy team's got a heavy kind of like back line that you need to take out. But Charlotte, she was manning the helm, man. I mean, 46k damage actually taken there, more than the Motsu. And then obviously the damage taken, damage dealt by the Charlotte as well was pretty huge onto the side of Astar.
It was indeed pretty huge. He was just doing plays after plays after plays. He was going for those backline attempts on that Charlotte, and similar to what he performed on that Mei Yin in game number 1. So far, he has a pretty good damage and macro control on picks like the Clash laner, so maybe did Jing Tian come from a Clash lane background towards the jungle, or how does it be? Because so far, he's showing a spectacular performance for someone who really didn't play Clash lane in the entire KME.
Exactly. I mean, back-to-back MVPs for the Clash lane, right? Pretty huge for the side of Astar with the 801 KDA. Damage taken, like I was saying earlier, 28% of the whole damage that the side of CMF gave. He took 28% of it, which is almost around about that third mark, right? And then also the damage dealt, 26k. So really showing the true potential here of a Charlotte.
The true potential of a Charlotte has been shown by our MVP player here, but let's check out the replay from the side of these two team compositions. At the start of the game, I think it still went in favor, even though Wei lost so many of these buffs, but coming into these plays, however, you can start seeing them really shatter apart, especially in these attempts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just the kind of like the shutdown of Zugzwang, right? Like, he's just using that think inside the box very clearly, using those cannon blasts. I mean, other than the over-aggressive, very overzealous flash cannon blast that we saw in the early part of the game, he was definitely on point with a lot of his plays.
He was indeed on point with a lot of these plays, and from Zugzwang, his thing inside the box, all these cannon blasts, it was always to start off or choke out all these points coming in for the side of CMF, resulting into very limited space for the side of CMF to really play for their team.
Yeah, really play for the team and then get this second game victory going over to the side of Astar. But the point is now, will Astar Abdo go back to the Clash lane now that there's obviously less kind of carry picks coming through? I mean, the Luna's still there to pick. He may go for that one next. The Jing is still there to pick. He might go for that one next. Who knows? It's kind of like opening a Kinder Egg. We're not too sure what toy we're going to get just yet between Astar's roster, but it's definitely working for them, right? Gen.G into the Clash lane is definitely having a ball.
Well, that's Gen.G for you, but we'll go into a little break before we crack that Gen.G egg to find out what is he playing.
We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to KME Fall 2025. We are in the final day of the survival week, and not just that, we are at the final series between Astar and also CMF Esports. I am your host for today. I am your caster Sagi HOK. Alongside me with my best partner in crime will be Bland Mova.
Going for a bit of a Marco Polo salute there, but no, yeah, we're potentially at the final game as well, right? I mean, we are seeing that Astar are on their match point within this series, and we've been seeing a little bit of a switch up for those new joining in. If you've been used to obviously the KME 4 season, Gen.G is normally their jungle, but Abdo and Gen.G have been having a bit of a switcheroo, a bit of an identity crisis within this series, and they've been playing it very well.
I gotta say, Gen.G has been surprising it extremely well with those Clash lane picks. His Mayin, his Charlotte, gotta give him a 10 out of 10. Perfector mark. But we get a role swap for Enigma in game 3 for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, normally Enigma was the
mid lane,
the mid lane, right? Yeah. So he's like, you know what? Swap me in. I'm gonna be jungle now. You know, like just like, let's get some airtime for Enigma. Let's see what he can do in the jungle, and let's see what they're gonna draft here. Maybe it's because they've run out of carries for the side of Abdo, right? He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna play tank anymore.
So I checked my sources. So previously, before Enigma actually played for Astar Esports, he was the jungler of the Vicious back in this year. So this is his original role. So him going to the mid lane, it was just to cover for Vio in that one series where he got eventually swapped out. So for Enigma, he's back to his original role in this final game of the series.
Hey, why not? Let's see if he can take it against Wei, right? I mean, Wei, they have burned out Wei's like carry potential. Like they took away their Luna, they took away their Jing and beat them. So now they're like, you know what? Tag in Enigma. Let's see what Enigma can do. Let's see if he can go for the Luna. Let's see if he's going to go for a more of a tankier jungle pick here. But Astar, they're going to take the payoff so Wei does not get his pay.
I think it's a smart move, right? Because you have already expended the pay onto his Abdo. So coming into game number 3, you definitely want to draft something comfortable for Enigma because he hasn't been playing the entire KME up until this very point. From the start of the week 1 until the end of week 2, this is his final moments to shine if he wants to do so.
He's been having a holiday, you know? He's been sat watching the guys take some dubs, take the dubs over certain teams within the KME as well. He's like, you know what? I fancy a bit of a break from holiday, lads. Like, this could be my only chance. So tag me in, coach. But we're looking at the BP here. Obviously, Arlie getting banned out once again from game number 1 as they picked it on the side of Astar, as well as the pay in game number 2. Over to the side of CMF, they don't want to give over Mirage, that Lung pick, and the Mai Shirunui as well. So it looks like Abdo is going to go back into the Clash lane, but they do give over the Hue-1 here, which could be trouble for the side of Astar.
I'm personally a fan of the Yu-Huan because of how flexible it is in towards the draft. And almost every time, if you drag the Yu-Huan to a 4-5 pick, you will always see the enemy having to ban the Dolia in the second phase. But Enigma coming into the game hot with a Jing hover already.
He's loving this. I mean, and now we're going to get the show Yue into the bot side of the map as well here. Maybe this is what Mirage has been like hinting to all this time, right? His pose, he's leaning back. What kind of rifle makes you lean back? It's a sniper rifle. So maybe Mirage is going to get this pickup and it's going to be absolutely clean. But they're not going to get the typical kind of matchup though, right? Because they've used the Motsu in game number 2. They're not going to get the Motsu and Shoyu combo here.
Maybe they can potentially go for the Diadea. Have they used the Diadea? I think they have used the Diadea. Wait, Zugzwang play Yu-Hua. No, that was Diadea. Okay, so they have already expanded Diadea here for CMF. Maybe this Yu-Hua goes towards the jungle here for the hands away.
Potentially. With Dolia going down to the bot side of the map, maybe it's going to go to a sheer in the mid lane, but still, it's going to keep them guessing in this second ban phase, right? So did they ban out jungle? Did they ban out mids? They aren't quite sure here for the side of Astar, but we saw a heavy ban towards the mids in the last game. It was like Nua as well as I forgot who it was. Chow Chow's already played, so Nua and another mid lane have been taken up to the side of CMF. So now A-Star's like, you know what? We'll just go and ban something that we know for a fact is going to be on your team, right? We're going to ban out those pesky marksmen.
Yeah, pesky marksmen give the Shoyu a very good laning phase, potentially put the enemy on a not so mobile pick, so the wild rounds do get to hit extremely hard and on point. So for CMF, I think they already expended all these mid picks, which in the form of the Ganemo and also the Nua, all these kind of picks, the Xiao Qiao, right? So for them, coming into game number 4, maybe the Yu-Huan still has a way of going towards the mid lane because it can still be flexed between Wei and also Ashir.
I mean, to be honest here, I mean, the CMF could go for the Hou Yi Dolia combo, right? If they really wanted to, but they're looking at maybe going for the Flowborn Marksman again, using the Arrow Storm. Is definitely going to get access into the back line here onto the side of CMF, and he can do some real damage. But both Shoyu and Flowborn Marksman, they take a little while to get online.
They indeed do take a while to come online here, but coming in for CMF, they're still pondering their choices here for the marksman role. It will be the Flowborn Marksman here, one of the strong late game marksmen in towards this game. Has a very low curve in towards that early game, whereby the gameplay of the Flowborn Marksman is not so great in that early phase, but once you hit that mid game, once you stack these critical items, once you hit that Daybreaker, you will see the arrows on that ultimate hit extremely extremely hard, especially the back line.
And rounding out Astar's draft here is going to be that Liempo, right? So they're going to have that second engage, that huge Tremor Smash to hopefully set up Enigma onto the Jing here. We assume that it's going to be Enigma up onto the Jing. It could be Abdo trying to have a little bit more fun, right? But, ooh, the Masashi and Dolia combo, man, that double duel to the death, that's going to definitely cause some, create some distance that we obviously normally like to see with Shoyu, right? Like, that's going to be like, hey, let's dive in, let's go deep.
That is the key play, right? You go in with the double due to the death, you double lock down that pesky target that you really want to be aiming, right? But I am excited here. Enigma, a jungle main turn mid, back to his original jungle role on his first jungle game, being the most difficult jungler in the game, known as Jing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he's actually going to be there into the jungle role, or whether Abdo's decided, you know what, I'll go Clash Lane again. But we're going to see here as the board comes through. Astar currently up with 2 wins on the board so far, but it's actually going to be, yes, Enigma back into the jungle, and Abdo going back to his Clash Lane here as well. So we're going to be seeing those prime pickups here, and that experience of the Clash Lane player coming into play in this game number 3.
Abdo and Zhuang will play a pivotal role on Astar's success because they are the ones to find those backline engages. For CMF, it falls to the favor of Psychonoia Wei to really find those backline assassinations as well. So it comes down to the question, who can pull the trigger faster will win this game number 3.
Oh, absolutely. Send us to who's going to pull that trigger faster, but it's going to be a bit of a difference, right? A little bit of a change of pace, not quite the aggression that we've been seeing from Jing Tian as well as Abdo, right? So maybe back to a bit of basics here between both of these teams, but it's going to just be a bit of tit-for-tat into the mid lane, just creating that kind of pressure and that priority, that wave clear for Vio.
Yeah, Vio so far doing a pretty decent job clearing out the mid wave, so they are currently pacing themselves towards the crafting to help Abdo counter more of these jungle camps, secure that potential river sprite in towards the teleportation portal. So that gives Abdo a very decent laning in this early game.
Yeah, and then Anthem also gets that Fire Hawk call on his own, right? I mean, see with Mirage here, trying to get his Fire Beak to himself, but it may have gone to the side of CMF here, but a bit of a fight here for the space, right? At the top side of the map, just gathering the resources overall for Astar.
Yeah, Astar is doing an exceptionally good job in towards this early game, securing all these neutral resources in towards the pockets of all these key members here. The sooner Abdo gets that level 4, the sooner he can find these key engages, and already we're starting to see Vio traversing the gorge.
Started to traverse the gorge, trying to get those rotations and help obviously show you into the bottom side of the map. Mirage needs that help, and obviously that priority to get him a little bit further ahead of Anthem here.
Vio seems to be picking out a lot of these resources because the Taken by Liberty of the spell, it actually executes the minion with a very high damage. So for him to traverse the gorge and keep on touching the minions, he's earning a lot of gold in that pocket.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely going to be one of the damage outputs for the side of Astar, right? Like, you're going to be really reliant on Jing, you're going to be reliant on Yixing. Yes, I know it. He's like, hey, maybe I can get him catch up, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. He does get a bounce up onto Vio, though, which gets him back over the wall here. So, really, was Vio the lifeline here for Psychonona?
I don't think so, but definitely one thing's for sure, he was out of the bush when that happened here, so maybe not something he would want to be doing, but that does open up the entire Crimson Golem for the side of CMF's taken, so that is a lost buff coming in from Enigma.
Yeah, CMF just paying back Astar after that game number 2, right? They lost, so every Crimson Golem they lost, and now they're like, you know what? I really miss my Crimson Golem. I need to keep that step back. Yeah, exactly. Time for payback, man.
Commit is in danger here, but we do see a fast clear here coming in from Astar's Enigma as they continue their rotation towards that potential buff in towards this jungle here as the engage coming towards the mid.
Ooh, okay, Tremor Smash already been used here, but Enigma is into the jungle, but so is Wei, using that duel to the death. He could go for more. The Peril State's going to come through. They have to reflect a lot of damage, but give it over. It's going to be Ashir, but now with the re-engage, it's going to be the first blood going up to VO. Can they get some more here on the side of Wei? Wei is going to be trying to get the lockdown onto VO here, using extreme speed. Can he get on top of the Illuminate Slash? Went in the wrong direction, using the flash here. Oh, the Arrow Storm gets him alive.
The Arrow Storm comes in clutch and Anthem comes to the safety and he executes VO. I gotta say, Enigma, For a moment, I thought he was a goner in that case, but his mobility with that Jing escaped with a bit of a low health here. Props to Enigma for reacting on time.
Yeah, reacting very quickly there. There was going to be Enigma within this one here, but obviously Tamid getting checked in that brush there with the wild rounds. It's not going to be what you want, right? That's a lot of damage already in the early game, but let's check out that replay.
So Anthem flashing in, using that flash arrow to really shoot down Vio's hope of escaping towards safety. So that is a well-played play coming in from Anthem in that rotation here, netting him that 1 kill here. So Apto, no flash, no objective here, but 1v1 towards the bot side is Mirage taking that solo kill.
Yeah, we beat up Anthem, and then he died. The caster curse all over again in this game number 3 for the side of CMF. But Astar making sure work of this Tyrant, giving it over to themselves. But it's going to be making sure they procure that Ashura Golem for the side of CMF Way.
So it's still pretty decent coming in for both these two teams here, especially for side Astar. They do get a lot of resource pocketed for the side of Mirage, as you see a board does go through.
Board goes through, but it's going to be just zone out the minions here to get them into the crystal. But there it is, the burst down onto Ashir, but it's going to be the Arrow Storm there that keeps alive that T1 down to the bot side of the map. But you can kind of see here, just that damage onto those minions alone, that Spike-Tail Beast, is that taking liberties, man. It does so much damage.
It does do so much damage, especially when we talk about rotations here. Apto is across the map with these plays. As we take a look at the replay here, Peka's Liberty catching Anthem, and out of that last fight, he does not have flash. It's just an easy kill being pocketed by Mirage.
Very easy kill, especially when it's a knocked up one, right? I mean, I think since the replay, Sokonoda has been sitting in that brush waiting for BO to go back to that mid lane, but Zug1's like, you know what? I haven't seen Sokonoda for a while, so I'm going to guess he's in that brush, and I'm going to bait him out of it.
And that's a good, well-done job that you know your roamer is doing, because getting that river vision, stacking up that vision score, opening up the map for your team is what a roamer needs to do. But look at his
flash. Oh, scores in some flash from the side of CMF, but there's going to be a takedown top side of the map as well. So Way gets taken down by Apto, and Anthem taking too much damage from Mirage as well. Got to be careful. He can create that space and get those wild rounds. Looking to go for a 1v1 into the mid lane. It's going to be Psychonauta going on to Enigma, but Zux1 comes round, and Psychonauta gets out alive.
But Abdul once again styling on this Dharma pick, going in for a 1v1 kill onto his way here. So this game, lots of off-the-screen kills here coming in for our players, especially for Astar members.
Oh, very well from Astar, right? They're definitely doing what they need to do in this game number 3 to keep themselves in check, even if they haven't got Gen.G yet, right? They're like, you know what? Let's get Enigma in. Let's actually dominate here. But that 1v1 that we missed out there gets over the wall, dashes over, gets the hit onto the way. He thought he escaped, but Abdo wasn't there to play.
I think, let's say if we were to think about the play here, but look at this engagement.
Oh, huge. I mean, waiting in the first time was going to be Abdo, but then set up by Enigma with that huge mirror domain with the ward as well. Really opened up the potential here for the side of Astar with that 4-0 trade. Looking to get the kill onto BO. They were looking for the ace, but couldn't get it thanks to the Yixing passive.
Enigma comes in, and he comes in hot with the Abdo combination here. He found it engaged along with the Truth Mantra, and that was so clean coming in from the top jungle duo.
Blue team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they took so much patience, right? I mean, Psychonauta was skipping around onto the gorge, got tucked out there, and then there's that board, just so impressive, kept them all within that brush. Beautiful. Then the mirror domain just wrapped around that box. Super good.
And you can see Enigma, he actually has so much mechanical prowess on this Jing pick. He's playing super duper well in that mirror domain. He knows his refresh time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Played very well on the side of that Jing, but there it is. Truth Mantra going to sweep out Way again. Ashir maybe getting caught out as well, thanks to that Tremor Smash, but there it is. Keeping it in place is giving that burst ramp, but Psychonauta into the backline gets taken out as well as Ashir and Tamid going down. And again, Anthem, the last one standing.
It's very difficult for a Scoreboard at this stage to really contribute to these team fights, because right now it's the tempo of the junglers, but Way is getting bullied by Abdo in all these attempts, being sent towards the wall with these True Mantras.
Yeah, the Truth Mantras on this Dharma, Abdo really shining very bright in this game number 3, right? Like taking that T3 top side of the map, really going to put the pressure on the side of CMF, as if they needed pressure, right?
As if they needed pressure. Look at this play coming in from Abdo, just setting a way towards the wall. As of this point, the board locks in Ashir. There's no double unending sorrow here, as Psychonauta this kicking down in that exchange as well. So for CMF, it's not the easiest of the attempts here coming in from Astar.
And just to make it a little bit harder onto CMF here, A-Star go for that Tyrant, right? That extra little bit of damage as they get into what could potentially be that last kind of like assault onto their Crystal, right? They got 2 T3s still alive. Wei is getting caught out by those little mines onto the side of Mirage here. He's popping them down nicely for a good bit of vision, a good bit of intel here.
A good bit of intel is what you need to win games, as we see towards the replay here. Abdo finding the kick on towards Tamid. Tamid does burn the flash, but it is a little too late in that exchange.
Too late, unfortunately. I mean, this is going to be the chance, obviously, for some of these players to learn those harsh mistakes, right? If you flash a little bit too late, then that's going to be, oh, well, that complete devastation of that flash to deny the enemy team a kill or even any kind of, like, gold is definitely just going to get neutralized there.
It will get neutralized, and talking about neutralization, we're talking about A-Star actively pushing this final few towers there. Top side already dropping on that tier 3. So right now, they're putting a focus onto this bottom tier 3.
Yeah, putting on focus here. Obviously, the board being wrapped around onto 2 on the side of CMF as they're able to open up that T3 down to the bot side of the map. So they got what they came for.
They got what they came for. They play based on discipline. They back off, and they are setting their sights on the shadow objectives here. Once they pick that up, you best believe they are setting up for that final push up, because they are looking for a double objective.
Once again, looking for that double objective, like how they finished off game number 2, right? So they aren't able to push away from the base. That is CMF we're talking about right now, and they don't have that Azure Golem up for grabs, right? So they're just waiting and looking to just delay the inevitable here. It's going to be CMF, but both neutral objectives going over to A-Star at this point in the game. 10 minutes in, Sagi, and this could be all she wrote.
This could be the final pusher coming in for side A-Star Esports in the potential final game of our KME Fall Ranking Week here. CMF, this is your final chance to shine, because things are looking super dire for the Bangladesh squad.
Super dire here. Obviously, the ball being wrapped around onto 2. Once again, the Trevor smash into the back corner there as they normally go for safe haven, but no safe haven here for the side of CMF. Ashir, Anthem, Tamid, psyching Owen down. Double kill for Abdo, making a triple, baby. He's going for more as they get the pick up here and going for the crystal takedown. That is going to be 3-0 for A-Star Esports.
Super clean final fight here coming in from A-Star Esports. That decision making, the trigger that they pulled was so darn clean. Enigma once again back to his original role, finding that key success here. He is a star to be looking out for.
Very good key for success there. Enigma going back into his old role, getting some screen time for his teammates as well. So well played here. I mean, game number 3 looked cleaner than game number 1, right? Like, that was definitely like, Enigma came through. It's just like, you know what, guys? I didn't like how you played in game number 1, so I'm going to show you my jungle prowess, and did on that Jing beautifully.
And this goes to show language and also the communication barrier and the fluidity of information really matters towards the team. Even though Jingkin is like super good in all these games, single-handedly carrying all of them, but when you put in Enigma and the language barrier is not no longer there, it allows this flow of information to be super duper clean. Hence why we see Abdo and also the likes of Enigma finding all these key engages. Just look at them. 9-0 and 7 onto Abdo, 2-0 and 10 on Enigma. So clean on these two players.
Very clean as well onto Zugzwang as well, right? Like, if it wasn't for Zugzwang with those Tremor Smashes and those Yixing, obviously VO wouldn't be able to create those massive boards for himself and his team just to get the domination there. But to be honest, Mirage on the Xiao Yue was definitely like a little bit of a trump card here for the side of A-Star.
It does seem to be doing so, but gotta say, in terms of brawling and scrapping, A-Star seems to be a bit more on top against CMF Esports here. So for CMF, props to them for trying so hard in this best of 3, but in the end, it was A-Star who really showed them who's a star.
And look at that damage, man. Abdo with the 58.1k damage, with the most gold as well. I mean, there's not many kind of like economical kind of Dharmas that come through within Honor of Kings, but doing the most damage, gathering the most gold is definitely going to give you those key momentums.
Key momentums has been set by Abdo exceptionally well. He was the focal point here coming in from A-Star in that early game, allowing him to really scale towards that point. And afterwards, he was just finding angles on towards Wei multiple times, allowing the team to find this smooth sailing gold shot in towards that 11.5k only at 10:59 seconds.
Yeah, crazy amount of gold around about 11 minutes there for the side of Astar. But there it is. Speaking of the star of the game, it's going to be Mr. Apto with a 907 KDA. Damage dealt 29%, almost a third of the damage of the teams being dealt there by this single guy alone. And the damage taken, he was slippery, man. Like, not even way on the Masashi was keeping up to the scraps with Apto.
And so far, in these 3 games, all of the MVPs were belonging towards the Clash laners of the side of Astar. It was Abdo and 2 games on Jingtian. It's a bit of the Clash lane magic you have from Astar Esports here. But we can see, this was such a beautiful play coming in from Abdo and also Egma that really locked everybody in that board, and all the damage came late.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a beautiful... I mean, we saw it, like, on the map, as soon as the observers would darken the map and they saw Psychonauta just walk to that brush, they knew themselves that there's going to be a big play that was about to ensue. And they weren't wrong, because on top of that one, it was just, again, same brush. This definition of insanity, you do the same thing, expect different results, was coming from the side of CMF there, unfortunately. But this Tremor Smash into the board was just a huge takedown and just enabled them to finish the game off here. Beautifully played here by Astar.
The Zhuang Egma Apto combination here, the synergy is so beautiful coming into these plays, making sure that the backline was always in a lot of pressure here in that late game here. But that was the final game of the survival week. We will be calculating a bit to see who came out in Group A and what are the standings looking like in Group S.
I don't know, but I mean, who's those 2 beautiful gentlemen on the screen, man? I mean, they are frozen with just dripping in finesse, you know? Like, that's it's got everybody just stunned. But yeah, we'll find out the standings in a moment, guys. We will obviously show you all how the matches went down today in terms of the scoreboard as well. I think there is still one more game to be played. I believe it is Scarz against R8 Esports that has not been played yet. The other offline match, I believe, has already gone through for Scarz, I think it was. And it was, yeah, Scarz going up against Astar. They won 3-2. So, not 3-2, sorry. Scarz going up against CMF. They won 3-0 there as well. So, back-to-back 3-0s onto CMF is probably not where they want to be in terms of mental. But hey, somebody has to take the blows, right? And unfortunately for CMF, that was a team, but they were able to get a few rounds off of some of these big names as well. So they should go out of the fall season with their head held high.
And talking about that off-stream game, which is Scarz vs R8, whoever wins that will secure the final ticket towards that lower bracket playoffs. And the other 3 teams decided to say we need to bid them goodbye. Whoever loses between Scarz and R8, that is the final decider moment here. Because if I'm not mistaken here, they're all both tied for 4-1. So it's a very crucial game between those 2 teams.
Very crucial game, yeah. Whoever comes out on top of that one goes into the playoffs. I mean, how mad would that be? A lower brackets KJL, lower brackets in the playoffs first, number of the day number 1, right? Like the Crazy Raccoons meet Scarz once again since the ranking week. And I mean, both of these teams have leveled up exponentially. So I've been really looking forward to that match. But equally, if R8 Esports comes out of that one, I would still be very excited for that.
That is definitely something that we want to see happening. It is the Group A having the best teams coming up after a long survival week to challenge teams like Gen.G or the likes of Crazy Raccoons or even the likes of Noxious Red Force. If they can really topple the charts on that top sequence, maybe, just maybe, Group A teams can make it to that top 2 spot to make it to that last chance qualifiers against the 2nd of KMW and also the 1st of WKS region, beat FEHK. So that is something definitely we want to see happening for Group A teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely can see who comes out on top of that one. It's unfortunate it's not a broadcasted match, right? 'Cause, I mean, that would definitely be like the pinnacle of to end the way of the survival week, knowing which one of these 2 teams is going to make it into Group A. But we'll pretty much know by the end of the day. But we're going to look at today's matches, by the way. This is how it all went down. 3-0 against R8 and Astar. A 3-2 for Gen.G going the 4-country mile. And then we get another 3-0 for Astar here. Going up against CMF. And then obviously the broadcast matches offline. Scarz took a 3-0 over the side of them. But it looks like Scarz is going to be the team. Yeah, they're going to be the team that goes into group the lower brackets to fight Crazy Raccoons, as going to be a KJL and lower bracket placement. Oh, that's exciting.
The good news is KJL has 2 teams. The bad news is only one KJL team makes it through to that lower bracket here. So it will be a rematch of the KJL region on towards the winner brackets. We have Nongshan Red Force against Gen.G for that top 1 spot in that upper bracket playoffs. So the loser will fight against the winner of CR and also SZ coming in from the lower bracket here. It's just gonna be all big games coming in from now.
Yeah, exactly. Next week is going to be where you want to be tuning in, right? Because I mean, not only do we have the playoffs, but then obviously we will have the last chance towards the end. But thank you everybody for tuning in today. It has been a breeze. It's been some absolute cinema moments as well. So thank you for tuning in. I've been Blam. Follow me at BlamMoba. My co-host here, Sagi. Follow him at SagiHOK as well. And we will see you next week to see all this conclude the KME Fall Season 2025. So have a fantastic rest of your night and mornings.
compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take.